try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let let's pretend a little longer. 'Cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry. 'Cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. 'Cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. And when we're gone, everything goes on.
Every time sweet 何をしてても daydreaming yeah 君のことば繰り返し寝ても全てもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね 「
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there! Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. but not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Awaken. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right.
best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies! For a bit, I know that. Crowd's already been a dread flying. Their rapid, crazy minds right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Hello everybody and welcome back for week 2 of LEC Versus. We're back after the whole madness that was week 1. The good, the bad, the ugly. We've seen it all here in Europe and that's what matters. That's what we want for the league. I'm back, I'm Laure. I'm going to be the host for the day with Finn and Dagda. How you doing, boys?
Good. Glad to
Good?
be here. I mean, look, I'm ready for another banger week. Last week was so eventful. I'm ready for another round.
Well, I'm feeling good, bad, and ugly right now. I'm really excited
You'd
to
never
see
be ugly. You could never be
next
ugly.
week's games. I mean, I think there's a lot of interesting games, not only today, but also this coming weekend that I really just want to see how they plan out.
You know what I like the most, especially about the first week, is all the overreactions, all the people getting ahead of themselves, getting so bold predictions after seeing only one week of games. So we got the best ones, and before going to the audience, I actually want to start with Vedius, who said, I think Los Ratons will go 0-11. I feel really bad because they're on stage right now, but I think they will win one game for sure. How do you guys feel about this in the audience and actually you guys?
I mean, I also think they will win one game for sure.
Yeah.
I think there's like bound to be one games because I feel like they play very volatile, right? And I think in that volatility, you will sometimes find a team that is not really prepared to face it.
You know what my angle is here?
What?
The fact that they still have pressure on their shoulders, and who do they have on the last week? They have G2 Esports. And what happens usually when there's no pressure and you play G2 Esports? This is usually when things go well. Finn, you know it.
Yeah, I mean, I was on that Rogue team that famously was pretty bad, but we did beat G2 those 2 times in the regular season, so yeah, takes one to know one.
Let's see
They got
about
it.
this in a few weeks maybe. Now, next one. Which one do you have? What did people say on X under the LOL Esports account? That SK Gaming will make worlds. Now, that's some serious dose of copium.
It didn't even make it to 4 minutes before losing the game the other day. Like, I don't know. It's a bit of a stretch. They definitely are not having the best of times that last game against G2, but look, there's a lot of time between now and Worlds.
I mean, I love Mickey, but I'm kind of getting Sisyphus vibes from him right now at this tournament, just pushing the boulder up the mountain.
Someone's got to believe in them.
Yeah.
What else do we have here? Other bold predictions for the year. G2 won't win a single trophy. I'm sorry, but for once this year, I'm not getting on that boat. They will make it somehow.
Like, they always find a way. In some way, shape, or form. I mean, the fact that like the entirety of last year was the same conversation, but they still made it to finals and then ended up winning the split anyway. So
Nah, this is the year they're not winning it. We have some new fresh blood in LEC. This is the one time they won't make it. I'm down for this one.
You're done for this one? All right, let's see what the fans think as well. For the other teams we have. Fnatic will have their worst season of all time. I don't know why, but this sounds like something a Fnatic fan would say.
This is the most
kind of
positive.
is, yeah.
This is the most optimistic Fnatic fan, by the way.
Yeah.
God.
They're
Well,
not that bad.
what was their worst year?
It was 2023 spring or winter when it was the Reckless Advia and Oscar.
You weren't supposed to have that off rip. I feel like you had that.
Yeah.
I mean, I knocked them out. I felt really good about
It's
it.
gonna be hard to match
Okay, yeah.
this, but also we have 12 teams in LEC Versus, so maybe that's their chance. Anything, you guys? Any overreactions after week 1?
Like personally, like maybe it's not too much of an overreaction, but I think Navi's going to make it to finals.
What?
I think this team has been so insane. Like Paris and Relec have been working so well together. Sam D, well now Sam D, was the best AD carry over the last week. Like this has been such an insane pickup for this team. Like it feels like with some of the teams taking a step down, Navi has a chance here.
I don't know. It's kind of giving week 1 Andy. Now, on the other hand, Nako is going to make it to the 2026 finals. No, not finals. MVP for 2026.
For the whole year. You
yes.
think he's going to be the best performing
Yes.
player? Usually this one is reserved to Caps.
Yeah.
I feel.
Hey.
For the past 2 years. But yeah, he looked pretty good last week.
He looked very good, not only last week, but also last year. I think top laners, they need a little bit more time to come in. Sometimes they're a bit rough around the edges. I think he will really take this split by storm.
Do you think people care enough about top laners for him to win MVP though?
It's 2026. This is the year of top lane. I believe in it.
It's the year of top lane. I mean, yeah, as long as there's delusion, there's hope. That's something that Skimon and Brocketblade told us last week. Thinking about top lane though, we have a new batch of players. They've been pretty impressive, I want to say. Let's check out the top lane class of 26. Of course, Wonder here coming out and coming
the
back
mature
as...
student, yeah.
Did he get held back a class?
I mean, you know, F1
Maybe
had...
a few years.
Yeah, F1 had Alonso. We have Wonder in the LEC. I think that makes sense. I want to come to you, Finn, first. What do you think of our class of top laners?
Okay, I'm just gonna go with obvious. Mainter. Like, what a debut
You
he's
just
had.
gave me crap for Navi.
No, but like, okay, this is the finals game. But Mainter, I think, has come into this year with so much credibility. Usually when you see rookies come in their first years and win everything in Tier 2, this is the sign that you have a diamond in the rough. And I think Mainter is one of these diamonds. I'm really excited to see how he will keep doing. And I want to keep seeing that stable laning phase.
What impressed you the most about Mainter, especially coming as a rookie? Because not often you see players coming with the fire they had, especially in ERL, and being able to showcase that on the LEC stage.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think it's just his patience. I feel like a lot of top laners, they go on the LEC stage and they want to prove themselves immediately. They want to come in, they want to show everything they can. But I think he, only like from day one, he's really reserved and really like well tempered in his gameplay, but still really clutch.
Something that you like specifically for him as a top laner?
I mean, his micro laning phase is really, really good. Like the way he trades, I've played against him in solo queue many times. I think it's one of the best laning top laners we have.
I want to talk about the other ones we have here. Tracing, Empiros.
See, I think Tao stands out.
Tao, yeah.
I think he's been absolutely insane. Like the fact that this guy's come up from the Tier 2, had not just skipped LFL basically altogether, has come immediately up into the LEC. He has been doing absolutely fantastically. He has a really good understanding of where the jungler is on the map at all points in time, how to keep himself safe, and when he gets so little resources from the likes of Yukino, he's been doing a fantastic job of actually getting some advantages in these lanes. Particularly saw it there against the Bows. This guy has really, really impressed me. There's still some, same with Mainter, like rough around the edges at points, but I really think that he is someone that will turn into an absolute jewel, and I'm really excited to see the career that he has ahead of him.
You know, the interesting thing is that I was talking to Calist on my stream earlier this week, and we were talking about this KCB lineup and the fact that most of people were not really regarding him and Yukino because they come from he comes from Division 2. Do you feel like he surpassed expectation, especially from players that, I mean, because you didn't expect him to show that?
100%. Like,
how is he going to match later on?
It was the fact that he was able to hold his own against Kana was really impressive for me. Like, obviously, it was a good matchup. He ended up on the Aatrox, but even then, and into the Scion, and even then, I still think that he's done a really good job of understanding when he can push his lanes, how aggressive he can be in the lane. And as I was saying, like, the fact that he's so understanding of where I need to position the lane because a jungler is coming, or I need to give up a few CS because a jungler is coming. I think that is a really good understanding that is able to be built upon that not many people have.
Now, any take on Wonder being back in the LEC? Because we gave him a lot of like for the fact that he's washed, that he's coming back, that SK is this project where it's only Mickey and friends. How did he do, actually? His screen was slick.
I actually liked him. Like, honestly, I think, look, he's going to have issues coming back, but you can tell from his solo queue that he's trying really hard. I also like, just as SK as a whole, that they are willing to experiment. Like, he took the Kennen, which I think is incredibly strong at the moment with the Hextech Gunblade, but also taking the Ignite in the matchup as well against the Renekton, completely skews that pick heavily in favor of the Kennen, and he was able to have that pop-off performance, right? So I think the ability to kind of lean back into what made Wonder such an incredible top laner in 2019 with the creativity, his ability to understand how to play side lanes. I think this is what SK are going to rely on. They just have to make sure they can get to a point in the mid-game where the game isn't completely gone out the window.
Can we still, at some point, look at him with the same lens we had in 2019? Can he go back to that form?
I think it's hard. I think the game has changed. Yeah, I was going to say,
no,
the game has changed so much, right? And like, as Finn was saying, guys like Nako have become incredibly impressive, both in their individual matchups in the lane, how they're able to play team fights. And I think this is where, for Wonder, it is going to be a case of relearning how the matchup has changed, because as mechanics have gotten better, so much of those small micro details now matter so much more in those individual matchups.
Old man's getting back to the game so far. Yeah, the hands are still here. We have also a professional streamer who's now turned pro player, Baus, in the top lane for Lost Ratons. And I think Finn wants to talk about Bausi. Take it away.
Yeah, I don't know who this Finn guy is. My name is Benny Backseat, and I'm here to tell you about some of the things I read on social media. I saw a lot of constructive criticism towards Baus, and I was just really surprised by it because they are calling out all of his bad devs, but there are no bad devs, and I'm gonna break it down to you why every single one of his devs are, in fact, a good dev. So I asked production to get me some clips here. Here we see 1 time dying, 2 time, 2 good devs in a row. And if we speed it up a little bit, you're actually gonna see that he gets a really nice solo bowler here. And now, Finn, you might say, or sorry, Benny, I mean, you might think that, wait, he died 2 times, but he just got 1 kill. But look at this insane gold advantage that he has accumulated. 64 gold lead for the Baus while the whole team is collapsing. And you say this man has a bad death? I don't agree. Okay, next tape, let's keep it going, because I have a lot more to show you guys. Here we see Baus getting chased by the Korean Nar, Kana, and you think again, wait, it's another bad death, but no. Bowsy has it all planned. He has it all structurized in this great, vast mind of his, because Kana pushes out, gets the base. Wait, 1 more wave, Bowsy, chill a little bit. 1 more wave he's going to take and then loop the loop around. Together with Reckless will look on this Azir here in the mid lane and set up his mid laner for great success. Now, are you not convinced? Wait, I got 1 more for you. And you might think, let's roll the clip. But how can this be a good death? He's just getting solo kill under his tower. And Bessa just gets a freebie. But here you can see the exact moment where Fnatic fans start to believe they won't have a mediocre split. It's right there. You see it sniped on that moment. Tell me, is anyone that's not named Bowsy that could do that feat? Now, that was all from me, Mr. Benny Backseat. But next week, we're gonna be back with Put a Doran's ring on it, where we go over Velia's engagement. Now, we're gonna send it to a behind-the-scenes interview together with Shox and Yamato.
Big day for Yamada and Los Ratones. They get another chance at getting the victory here at the LEC after last week obviously didn't go the way you guys wanted. And I wanted to know how you as a group reacted to that and if that was a shattering of expectations in a way and how you handled that.
I was a little bit nervous after the KCB loss in terms of how everyone would react, but I feel like the experience really kicked in. I think everyone's aware of what the situation is because it's very easy to sink in kind of a hole after being 0-3. I've been there before. But I feel like the KC game was the best showing we had, and we've just kept building on that, and I feel good about that being enough coming into this week.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great start. I think it was pretty heartbreaking that you weren't able to win that game. What was the biggest reality check, you think, from seeing the group perform on the LEC stage? Because sometimes it felt to me that they weren't even playing to the strengths that they usually have or that we saw from them.
It's been very difficult in general with the new patch because I think it really exacerbated some of the issues they had throughout the year with like how they connect, how they play together. They've been very, very self-sufficient, and we've been forced to like really face the reality of how you should play together. And I think that when you play the stage games, some of the things ring a lot more true. You see it a lot more clear because usually things are decided in like 1, 2, 3 plays, while in scrim there's like blood, messy, 50 kills. So you get to like, you know, look at details that might not matter. So it's just about the slowness of the games and recognizing what is important, and hopefully we've done just that.
That makes sense. You're up versus GX now. Can you give a little line to the camera for the Los Ratones fan who really want to win? And your speeches are famous, man.
I don't know what to say specifically, but honestly, I feel very, very confident. Our scrims were good, you know, and that's the main thing we can hope for. I think when it comes to the matches, we have to just take it day by day, and I feel like the positive momentum starts today against Giants. They just happen to be our victim.
Okay, it starts right now. I love it. Thank you. Good luck. Los Ratones versus Giant X right now.
And here we are getting ready for Los Ratones versus GX. I'm Dracos, joined by Jack Spectra. Worry not, you will see the players soon. In fact, you see the players now. I got used to walkouts last week. They wanted more time, so not as much walking out this week. But maybe more to be excited about on the Los Ratones side. Maybe this could be their first win.
Their scrims were good.
Their scrims were good.
I mean, that's definitely speaks very well for them. I'm assuming their scrims weren't so good before, especially with what he said, when they struggled with the new patch and everything. And also just, I mean, they were 0-3 and didn't look the best. But
and there's a new patch this week.
There's a new patch this week.
But it's very small changes.
Yeah.
I think if you missed it, the only thing you really need to be worried about for Pro is maybe less or no Jace jungle or Malphite jungle, but most importantly, Varus got buffed!
Yeah.
If that doesn't make any sense to you, you're not alone! We don't know probably for solo queue. But as a result, it's now, you know, 1-card Exodia, it feels like.
It's absolutely incredible. Just does so much damage. My prediction would be for until Varus is nerfed, it's going to be like a red side ban always, and that we won't be seeing it picked. Maybe in a game here or there, but we'll see. I mean, I think everybody in the league at this point plays some Varus. It's kind of been like a staple in the pro meta for so long at this point. So I'd be really surprised if somebody just like it goes unpicked or anything.
Top lane flex pick, maybe?
True, it's very
Bring
OP top.
back
Because the thing is, it buffed both the AP virus and the lethality. And the AP virus, I don't know if you've seen the Dawn and Dusk.
I have, yes.
You know, you auto attack and then you use the spell with the other auto attack, and it procs both PTA and all 3 Blight procs, and it's just absolutely a menace. And you see it there, the 3rd red side ban from Los Ratones, as we're jumping into draft here. Let's see what they got. Oh, it's a red side first pick. Always throws your brain off.
It does
a
throw
little
my,
bit.
it does throw my brain off. Yeah, I don't like it. Red side first pick makes me feel unwell, so it'll be the blue side counter pick. But it doesn't really mean too much. However, let's try. What do they want to use this pick on? Presumably something strong, safe in the mid lane.
Yeah, I love the Azir. I think with the Orianna taken out and the Rise, there's not that much else for Nemesis to go to, and this just provides that scaling that they really need. But
the instantaneous Yone lock-in makes me feel like GX saw this one coming from a mile away. Now paired with the Sejuani as well. Isma in a more supportive position this time around. And honestly, this pairing is pretty lethal, so hopefully Nemesis is ready for this particular mid lane matchup.
Yeah, melee mids was where Jackie's made his name known. I think always just, when I think of him, the Akali, the Yone. So especially with Isma, that supporting role, we don't see much Sejuani. It's the first Sejuani picked. And in general, she's kind of fallen off, but she always excels with those melee mids. And then just the Corki lock-in for Crowny. Not the biggest lover of it. It hasn't seen too much success in our league, and I mean, Crowny is 0-2 on it, lost both games. Although they are 0-3, so I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, what do you do?
I don't know, if you lose a lot of games on a champ, then for me at least, like mentally, the reset to pick another champ is nice. Cool. But maybe Crowny can handle that kind of burden that's at the back of his mind.
Guys, if you get hired as a caster, you can fire strays willy-nilly and call it analysis. It's a secret 500 IQ hack. Now, Wukong coming in after. But one thing we were talking about, kind of behind the scenes, thinking about how could Los Ratones put up a stronger performance overall? Because they did have a pretty decent showing against Casey on the final day of last week. One of the things we talked about was scaling options. Azir, a scaling option. You've now got the Wukong as well for Velia. This is some pretty powerful late-game champions if Los Ratones can weather the storm of, you know, this Sejuani-Yone combo. See what the final pick is here for AD. Ooh, Noah's Kai'Sa. There's a lot of situations. Last year, you told me about it. You're like, how are these Kai'Sas getting through these Corki lanes? But if there's any Kai'Sa that can do it, it's Noah's Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I mean, Noah looked absolutely phenomenal on that Kai'Sa in week 1. And just in general, he's felt like kind of the captain of this team thus far and the best performing member. I've been really happy watching him play. And I think this game, he has a really nice engaged setup for him with the Kai'Sa, so it's already a pretty nice Kai'Sa game. Presumably he can go AP as well, since he has that AD mid laner, which makes it an even better Kai'Sa game. The only thing is that tough laning phase, but with them being able to ban out some supports and target Reckless a little bit, I think they can for sure weather the storm of the early game, and Veli on the Wukong can't impact that bot lane that much either. So I really like the Kai'Sa, and I think Noah's set up for a lot of good success here.
Is. Now we're seeing supports banned away into the second ban phase. Reminder again, GX will have the blue side counter pick here, so Tony's very likely going to need to blind pick that top lane matchup. Although we'll see where, you know, GX's hearts lie. Maybe they want counter pick for Jun on the bottom side of the map. Maybe they do want to put more emphasis on the bot lane 2v2. Reckless is Nami taken away. Nico taken away from Jun, but could be taken away from any support. Obviously still an incredible playmaker. Alistair now to join as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Nico ban is really, really good from Los Ratones. It's just like a hard lane bully, and it's the one range champion that can play with Kai'Sa, and June as well has showed so great success on that champion. Now I think you just go for something like the Rel or the Rakan, as just like the 2 best engaged supports that are available. And now you have Rakan, Sejuani, Yone, Kai'Sa, all of them want to do exactly the same thing. Jump into the enemy team and just find one target and burst them down. We'll see what Reckless has into it.
Zoe support.
That would be pretty crazy.
That would be pretty crazy.
I think it might be the Bard.
Bard seems more likely, but
Bard doesn't have that great of a disengage. I think I would prefer something that could really save his teammates, but I'm not sure what that would be. I mean, the Alistar being taken out.
Okay, Volibear locked in.
Yeah.
Some applause from Los Ratones fans here. And I mean, again, a boss special. We did see in the game where he played Volibear previously against KCB, he was able to get out of that lane phase as tough as it was and kind of impact mid lane. So maybe we'll be free to do the same here, depending on what Lot wants to go for.
I think Galio would be a great pick for Reckless here, but I don't think he's going to pick it. I think he wants to go for something ranged, always hovering the Braum. It's a decent Braum game because it's good into Kai'Sa, Sejuani, and Yone. It's just a self-counter pick into the Rakan, which is why I kind of preferred the Galio over it, which serves the same purpose, but it's better into Rakan as a lane. But now it's a very free matchup for this Kai'Sa Rakan here. And with the Gnar on 5, I'm worried about this Los Ratones strat because they have quite limited engage. It's all on Velia. And with this Gnar, I think if Baus ever falls behind, then the Gnar can kind of play similar to how Kana did. Just build up a big lead and constantly be split pushing. And it seems like a champion that I feel like Baus has a little bit of like a mental block against, where if he falls behind, it's just really over for him.
Yeah, I mean, that particular game was exceptionally difficult, even if Boss was able to find an angle here or there. See if Locke can live up to the expectations that Kana set down. But maybe the Volibear will have a little bit of a better time. You said it so well, Jack. I think this composition from the side of Los Ratones, if they can find a lead, if they can find advantage, does look really powerful. What the Braum can do on paper, crazy. What the Braum will actually do hinges a lot on how this goes. And on the opposite side, we're looking at Jackie's Yone. Now, if you missed all of the Jackie's games last year, maybe you're not that excited about this pick. But I personally very much am, because this is kind of what we know him for. And we were talking this week, too, that on the GX lineup where they did technically get 2 wins, but some of those wins felt a little bit questionable. A lot of that came down to Noah. And we really wanted to see Jackie's, a guy that this team has been putting up there, has been talking about how great of a player he's going to be, take that mantle on his shoulders, and who better to do it on than on a pick like this Yone. Massive playmaker, comfort pick for him as we get into our first game of the day. GX Los Ratones. Will it be the first win? Whoa, that's a test. What's up?
Well, I think it all relies on Nemesis for me. On this Azir, I think if he can generate the lead and do well in lane, not get punished by the Sejuani, because I think Isma's for sure going to be looking at that mid lane to help Jackie's get ahead. And if he gets some items, he can do a lot of work this game with the disengage of the Braum and also just the mobility that Azir inherently has and the range. He's definitely the carry that I'm looking at.
Yeah. A champion, the one true hyper-scaling threat, I think it's safe to say. Although we've seen Corkis do a ton of damage, it's often hard for Corkis, I think, to play at an optimal range. Admittedly, a lot of those Corkis have been playing against Yunara. Yeah. Maybe it's a little bit easier against Kai'Sa, but again, against Noah's Kai'Sa, it could be a bit tricky.
Yeah, especially with this Rakan into the Braum. You're going to have a really chill laning phase, and I don't think really anything will happen on bot lane. I think Kai'Sa Rakan can slightly bully this Braum Corki out, just continue pushing them in and out-sustain them, which feels pretty bad as you're the one picking the Corki. You kind of want to be the one having pressure, especially since Noah opted for the Ghost as well, which would be maybe greedy in a different game, but in this game, because they have such a nice laning phase, he can go for that scaling option, which allows him to be even more aggressive in later team fights.
Yeah, which is going to be super annoying for someone like the Boss or Velia, because once they use that initial burst of mobility, whether it's the movement Caesar and the Boss or the dash from the Wukong, it's going to be really hard to stick to Noah in a fight. Really easy to just get kited out, outspaced. For now, a quiet early game. No solo kills quite yet.
No solo bolos, huh? I mean, Isma is just clearing down to bot. Velia is doing the same. They could look to fight over the Scuttle Crab. But since Giant X bot lane has such hard prio, I'm assuming that Velia is probably just going to look for the top grab and play more with Baus instead.
Feel too bad. Baus going for the first recall, a little bit of AP early on. We'll see what the build he wants to go for in its entirety is, although...
He bought a control ward. That's new.
Oh.
I've never seen him buy... I mean, he usually doesn't buy potions, so this is really a step up here.
I mean, they had a good week in scrims.
Yeah. That's
progress.
True.
They've maybe been dominating. I don't know what a good week means. Again, a good is such a relative term.
You know, yesterday, Forsen bought a control ward. He said it was the first time he's ever bought a control ward. Isn't that crazy? I just had to say what I
yeah, I mean, no, you're cool. You're doing good. How many kills did you get last time you guys played on stage?
Well, as many as in this game right now.
Okay.
So.
That's a little bit rough. Well, luckily you're not on the stage right now, so the pressure's off you, Jack. You can cast judgment on other people.
Yeah. Pretty bad trade there from Los Pitons.
Mister, take it down a notch.
Jackie's here, going on to Nemesis.
Yeah, this is always a bit frustrating landing against Yone, although Nemesis is doing what he can to bully him out.
I mean, early game, I think it's frustrating for the Yone. He's really wanting the Sejuani to try to bail him out a little bit. As Isma, I'm not sure if he avoided the ward. He might have. I'm not sure if Nemesis spotted him. Looks like he didn't.
Nemesis
there are no pings coming down.
See if he walks up here, looking at maybe a Q flash from Isma.
Now he's spotted on the ward.
Yeah, also really relying on the permafrost stun follow-up there, because it's pretty easy for Nemesis to just dash out to safety with the shifting sands.
Yeah.
Akizo getting some decent trades, and yeah, this is... Ooh, missed a Q. Bit rough there. But Nemesis gets pushed. That's all he cares about. You just survive. You just weathered the early storm. I do really hate seeing a Yone on the enemy team, though. It's like, you go back and buy components, he comes back with tier 2 boots, and it feels like he's a completely different champion. You get like a book, and you feel exactly the same.
Yeah. I feel like you're a bit biased against Yone here. I mean, Azir is also pretty damn broken. Like, laning against an Azir, and he's just constantly auto-attacking you from 1,000 range.
Okay, I don't want to self-report too much, but you know the approximate elo that I play at. How many people do you think can make it through lane phase on Azir?
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah. We're talking sub-100 APM here. People are not clicking fast enough to play Azir in the pits. A lot going for the back cancel. Boss feeling okay here. Press the attack. Brock, a little bit extra shielding. Lot just zooming on out to safety. So did cancel the recall, but Boss probably pretty content with that trade. Both sides still have access to the flash, although now level 6 taking over for Lot, as well as the Rage is Reckless Velia. Shifting a bit of attention mid lane. Jun about to spot him. Concussive blows there, only 2 stacks.
Yeah, always so hard to get onto Jun. That's also one of the difficulties that Los Ratons will have, is all this mobility that's on Giant X. With the Jun on Rakan, Isma on Sejuani, and Jackie's on Yone, there's just so much tools.
Brownie.
He's in trouble.
Forced to flash out. Nice little sidestep there on the Void Seeker, but won't get much else as Jun goes into the initial knockup. And right now, GX just playing for push. So a lot of fishing around the mid lane. Bit of action on the top side. Overall, 5 minutes in, 700 gold lead for the side of GX, as Jun just barely able to make away from the initial bit of CZ. That's just a big old ulti. 2 members hit. One of them just a clone. Doesn't matter too much.
Ends up being only the heal. No, Reckless used the heal? No. Not even the heal burned. What's a great ulti by Jackie's, though, as they get full control of the river, and that will lead to Drake for Giant X, and no return play for Los Ratons.
I'm just saying, he went back and bought boots too, and suddenly it looks like he wins lane.
That's true. That's true.
All right, GX now starting the Drake. Will take him a bit of time, thanks to the durability buffs at the start of the patch, but Crownie did just reset. So no one here to contest. First Drake to the side of GX, as well as a pretty decent gold lead. So smooth sailing so far. Not the early game lead I think Los Ratones were hoping to find with picks like the Corki, but as you said, with the Braum, getting through the laning phase is always going to be a bit of a struggle.
I think top lane, though, is where I have my eyes, and I'm a bit worried.
Wallop, knock back, flash forward. Finally going to ulti there. Dan, first blood. There he goes.
Velia's there, but he can't do anything. It's just a solo bolo. Velia goes in, though, while we're also fighting on board.
A little bit more damage on the Jun. That's going to be the kill back. Crownie firing in return.
Crownie takes matters into his own hands here and just kills Jun under his turret. So you see the top lane is such a struggle for Los Ratons as Baus gets solo killed, and even though Velia's there, there's no return play to be had. As Lot now, nearly 1,000 gold lead. He's going to be such a menace on this side lane, and I'm not sure if Nemesis will be able to assist him much. This is one of the problems as well with having both AP mid and top, is that now when Lot gets that Merc Treads, and once he gets his first item and he buys more MR, that really hurts both Nemesis and Baus on the side.
Yeah, it can be really tough to contend with. And top lane is, yeah, it's not getting any better. I think you could see kind of what Boss was doing, sticking around there, hoping that he could input buffer a piece of CC, or rather immune a piece of CC with the ulti, but the chain CC with the W and the ulti from Lot, ultimately too much for Boss to contend with. Good that they got the kill back.
Let's see if Ben says that's a good def or not.
Yeah, where's Benny backseat?
Yeah.
Get him up here. Like how Finn told absolutely no one that this character was going to happen, and just did this. Just took it upon himself to put on some glasses.
Who's
You're right. Oh, that's my bad. That's my bad. I forgot.
Yeah.
It's been too long since Betty has put on a costume and dressed up. I forgot the rules.
Brownie might be in trouble here. He has no teammates around him, no
Let's
flash.
have cleanse.
He's dead.
Bapped out already. Really nowhere for him to go. Cleanse for very little, but at least gets one back in return. Loses out on the way, but grabs his second kill.
Not a terrible trade for him. He's going to lose some of the minions, as you said, Dracos, but overall doesn't feel too bad. As Noah picks up another plate. It is still, though, Giant X, nearly with 1,000 gold lead now, slowly starting to pull ahead. And that's kind of felt like, at least my feeling when I've been watching Los Ratones, is just kind of the sinking feeling that the game is slipping out of their grasp. And the only game that really made me feel a lot of hope was that KC game.
Yeah.
That's really the spark that they want to recapture here.
Yeah, and look, they've got tools if they can get to a team fight, but right now, GX, outside of maybe a couple of missteps around the bottom lane, Jun dropping down in that initial kill, are really comfortable. A lot with an almost 1,000 individual gold lead. We'll see if he's able to get out of his lane, kind of spread this advantage, or how much bigger he can make this lead. Is starting to get a little bit more money here as he breaks that plate on the top side.
1.1k gold lead there for Lot.
Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, Volibear's a champion who has some crazy trading patterns, right? Can be so oppressive, but when you fall behind, you just feel so helpless.
This man, Velia here fighting, as Velia takes one little grub, and he's happy with it, as Isma's going to take the other two. Mostly due to just how strong Lot is. You see Lot moving and hovering around the area, and Velia knows that he's in trouble and needs to get out. Soon Velia will have the Trinity Force, and that'll be a big spike for them. Crowny already with the completed Essence Reaver. It's looking decently strong. I'm a little bit worried from this game as he decided to go the Essence Reaver over the Trinity Force, which just means that he's a lot squishier to this full dive comp that Giant X has constructed.
Yeah, gonna be vulnerable. Has a Braum to protect him, but a lot of pressure. The Unbreakable can't block everything. And it's just, yeah, the side lanes are gonna be tough.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things. There's not a lot that's going to be easy this game. Jack, what's going to be easy this game for Los Ratones? Because we could talk about how incredibly impressive GX's side laners are, the simplicity, the ease of execution of their composition. But I want some silver lining for this Cloud, Jack.
I mean, Reckless with the engage here.
Going all in.
Yeah, nothing really comes out of it, as Reckless ends up investing his flash and his ultimate. Drake up now in 50 seconds, so Reckless will not have either of those crucial spells for it.
It's a little bit tough, but at least they, you know...
We tried, but I think you can see a little bit the desperation and some of the weaknesses of this Los Ratones comp is they don't have really a great go button, and then you compare that with Giant X, and they kind of have 5 champions that can go. I mean, if Noah goes alone, it's not good, but the other 4 especially
but he can
really
go, and that's what's important.
I mean, Crowny can do the same.
It's true. It's very similar, not potentially threatening go.
Yeah.
Baus
does not look fun. He's down 2 levels. Wow. This really does feel like Kana all over again.
Yeah.
Maybe even a little bit worse.
I mean, maybe something that Los Ratones have to look at in future games is just a Gnar ban. Something they did a lot in their, you know, regional play.
Yeah, it does feel like an
Gnar.
oversight to go into 4-5, especially blinding the Volibear, who really struggles against range and getting kited, and then leaving this Gnar open, which I think also just works so well with the Giant X draft. But Los Ratones want the Drake.
Flash, immediate change CC, follow-up is there. Nemesis able just barely to walk out as the layering was not falling. Looks like Jun is going to fall as well. Velia continuing to spin, but it's Lot on the flank doing a lot of damage. Another ulti to come out, Reckless to fall as well. A double kill for Noah. Initially did not look that bad, but when the rest of GX arrived, very different case.
It's Lot with the teleport. He's the difference maker. TPing behind them there. He has the shield as well with the roll quest, and that just seals the deal for the team. Baus had already TP'd up in the top lane, so he couldn't match it. Seems like there maybe was some miscommunication there because LR, that was actually the one kind of starting this fight. They wanted to do the Drake, but then with Baus, no TP, it's a 4v5, and it's just a clean house for GX. As Jun flashes in here really nicely onto Nemesis, and Nemesis is able to flash the Yonel to avoid the chain CC, but it doesn't matter. Lot is behind, it's a strong Gnar with the big shield as well, that just seals the deal. Crowny can't join the fight, Velia ends up going down, and so does Reckless.
Yeah, and that is the difference in resources.
GG, guys.
Okay. Fair enough. Confident.
Oh, wait, Nemesis.
Hold that thought.
It's not GG yet.
Jackie's caught out.
Hey, no, it's not GG yet.
Oh, that was a bit premature.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 1,000 gold lead. It's pretty crazy to say GG. I mean, I like the confidence. I kind of have the same vibe. Like when I'm playing a game and it feels really good and I see that we're getting ahead, like, you know, I'm playing the Kaisa, I'd say GG. But maybe it'll come back to bite him.
Yeah, I was trying to pull up a quick little Noah graphic, but he's 17 and 8 on the pick. So
pretty good.
You can understand why when he's got, you know, a couple kills to his name, maybe he's feeling like the game is just immediately over.
Yeah.
But for LR, I think we just need to see it manifest into more than just a couple of kills here and there. They're always good at kind of being scrappy and finding 1 or 2. Ooh, maybe 3. Perhaps Jackie's overstays on side. Isma's on the way. Does get spotted. They see Velia.
Velia should know that he's been spotted. His boss here might be in trouble.
Maybe not dead. Lot doesn't want to fully commit. Volibear can be quite deceptively tanky. He's the all-in happens on the bottom side. They want to delete Velia, and they're going to get exactly what they want. Crowny on the way out. The Q3 coming in. Snapback is there. Isma wants to finish the kill, and will finally grab it. Noah just now getting involved as Isma tanks the tower. Looks like he's going to live. No, Reckless. At the very least gets one back, but this is... it's disastrous.
It's a massacre. Giant X are the ones moving first on the map. They're the ones making the plays. Nemesis is going to get some pity plates in mid lane as a reward, but with Crowny going down and Velia, you just see the damage that Giant X has, and they're the ones with all the tools, as Lot as well, putting pressure on the wound here as he's going to get first tower top.
A lot of wound.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like salt in the wound, too.
Yeah.
But I'm not familiar enough with Bold there. Maybe there is some hidden power spike in the midst of...
He does have the Dusk and Dawn now.
Pretty good.
That could be a power spike, but I do definitely think the scaling really favors the Gnar, as he just will become faster and faster, and he'll get more range as he gets the level ups as well.
Yeah. And also, it's usually you want to be able to really dunk on one half of Gnar if you're playing against him, and you don't really beat Mini, and Mega kind of just gets to throw you away, so...
Velia might be in trouble here again.
Velia now going to keep spinning. Reckless going for the multi-man knock-up. The initial damage not quite there, as Jun is able to make it out, but a lot of damage blocked by Reckless. Velia getting the heal to make his way out to safety. Nemesis off to the side. Pushback is there, but it's too late. Jackie's grabbing another. GX content to just grab 2 kills.
I love that ultimate by Noah. It was such a good find onto Nemesis. He was a little bit in trouble as Velia was trying to go onto him, but with that, they're able to just pick up Nemesis and get a freebie.
Yep. And Crowny finally gonna get something back in the mid lane, but on the top side of the map, you can see that Lot just shoving waves in. Boss dropping down, Nemesis dropping down. Only gold advantage in the game on Reckless. It does mean he gets the Bandle Pipes, but I don't know what song he's trying to play. It's really gonna have to get the energy up.
Yeah, definitely gonna need to boost the morale. This is looking more and more dire as Crowny gets cancelled there. Forced to walk away as we get a replay of, this top lane fight. Let's see, Lot is running down Baus.
I imagine he's just going to continue to auto attack.
And then kill him.
Ooh, just clipped.
Yeah, that's rough. As we see here, Noah is getting engaged on by Velia, but as soon as that happens, he ultis onto Nemesis and takes him down with the help of Jackie's. And then after that, there's no fight to be had for Lost Stones.
Wait, someone killing top? Ja, det är sladdröret.
All right, we're going to need a paternity test, folks. Just to confirm.
I think the gameplay's done all the talking.
I think the gameplay's done a lot, but sometimes you need science to step in, Jack, just to understand what the familial relationship might be. As, damn. Ultratronics fans, I don't want to do you guys dirty, but you're getting clobbered right now, and it's kind of hard to, it's hard to, at a certain point, we're just coping.
Yeah.
And the tank of copium ran out like 10 minutes in, and we're at 17 minutes now.
Yo, Crowny bought the Fiend Hunter bolts on Corki. I've never seen that before.
I mean, you can reset it on command. As Jackie's going all in on the Baus. Melee matchup.
Okay.
Boss wins these?
I bet Noah's coming.
Noah is.
Baus is dead.
Locked away.
Oh, he dodges the
flash.
W. Okay.
All right. So
Wait a minute.
if they put him in a melee matchup on side, maybe he can actually just beat the Yone.
Yeah.
Might not be able to beat the Herald charge, though. GX finally going to break open mid.
Let's go a bit back to this Crowny build. So, the Fiend Hunter Bolt has a very low cooldown, but okay. I'm interrupting here. There's a Drake setup. Third Drake for Giant X. Isma's onto Velia.
Immediately going to cast the Cyclone.
Crowny.
Panic there. Reckless ulting. GX getting a lot of ults for free.
Yeah, a lot of desperation there by the support jungle of Lost Ratones, and that's going to be Drake for Giant X with 2 crucial ultimates gone.
But of course, in their defense, they have no vision. So the second that they see someone jump on top of them, they're assuming that there's going to be more of an immediate follow-up. We get the privilege of seeing the whole fog of war.
It's a very difficult spot for Lost Ratones to play. I mean, the problem was that Baus's TP was so late, so they had no setup. And now Baus might be in trouble here.
Level 14 to level 12.
Yeah.
Both have 1 item.
Yeah, their items are not that different. Their inventory is maybe Lot is sitting on a lot of gold.
I mean, Boots 2 completion also pretty expensive these days.
True. Baus is taking a lot of damage.
It's really tough. I don't know if waiting for that shield was worth it. Oh god, it's not getting better. He's just going to walk him down. Oh, they get the flash.
Yeah, this is tough. This is tough to watch.
Question. No.
It kind of reminds me of like when Seri was really OP. It's just like this inevitability of like the mosquito. It keeps hitting you and then suddenly you're dead.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people don't remember when Frozen Mallet Gnar was a thing. And you used to just get walked at.
Yeah.
And there was no coming back.
Yeah.
That was literally 10 years ago. As Crownie might be dead. He's going to cleanse, but he's just got nowhere to go. Isma grabs the kill. GX find another 5k advantage. Soul point.
I gotta say, Crownie in the mid-wave allegations, they're really not being beat.
It's a little bit tough right now.
Oh, his Baus is off to the side here. He's gonna be fine after having pushed in this wave, but it's nearly a 5k gold lead for Giant X. They have 3 dragons just waiting for that Cloud Soul to make it even harder for both Baus to play the side lane and for LR to have any chance of winning a team fight.
Yeah, Isma really fearless here. Knows that he's got mid-wave pushing in, got topside pushing in as well. It's really unlikely they can find a kill as Boss is doing what he can to clear the waves.
It's just such an easy game for Isma to play as well, because like realistically, if you face check them, how are you dying? Like you get Braum queued and the Braum passive, but then you just queue out. Then you can see that Giant X are not scared in the slightest as they start off the Nash here, but this could be Lost Ratone's chance.
Delia on the way. 7k. They're going too slow. Fast. They're going way too slow.
It's GG.
Yep.
It's gone.
It's already gone.
Yeah. Well, that really feels like the last hope snuffed out for LR. Only thing they can look forward to now is that final Drake fight. But they need to find a miracle.
It's just really going to be hard to survive on side at this stage.
Bausy might be in trouble there on top.
Bliss. Walking a bit of damage there. Crownie can cover, but only 2.5 items. Stank. Well, Q3 crew just happy to get a decent chunk there again, costing Isma a bit of health, but still quite tanky.
Yeah, they get the tier 2 here. Lot getting even more gold into his pocket. As Nemesis is trying to push on his own, he's going to be able to get at least a few plates on this tier 2 bot. Probably not going to be able to take the whole tower. Jackie's already there. He might be chased down as he ends up just teleporting out.
Very conservative play, but doesn't have perfect information on who else could be there. So again, taking that option.
Yeah, you can see just how scary it is for these LR carries to play. As soon as enemy support from jungles in fog, every lane feels super scary to farm.
No, yeah, it's a little bit cooked.
It's definitely quite cooked.
But well, I think what we've learned, if anything, over the course of this season, is it takes 2 games for Los Ratones to adapt. It was 2 games to J4 before they swapped out of that one. Hold that thought. There's a TP.
Oh, Baus.
I don't think this is going to be great. Baus! Wait, what is he? Why did he have no HP? What? He's a bigger fan of Noah's Kai'Sa than I am. What was that?
We're going to need a replay there.
I think he panicked minimap TP to get away top lane. I just have to assume.
Yeah? Maybe? Definitely not Baus's best game thus far.
I just think the Gnar's got to go.
Yeah, the Gnar's got to go.
The Gnar has got to go.
It's doing too much to them. I think they really need for Baus to be up against a champ that can't really split push as well as this Gnar. And now Cloud Soul spawning in 40 seconds. LR are going to try to look for a play onto Lot, but he has the Merc Treads, he has the Sterax. Maybe he's going to run into Reckless.
Okay. Reckless gives him an extra bit of distance on the hop. That's unfortunate.
There's just nothing there, you know? Like there's but they don't have the tools to really ever start a fight.
2-3. Jackie's just out of range as boss goes in. Photobow back. Immediate ulti, a little bit more damage. Entirely marked, but he might live. The casters! Oh, he survives.
Jackie's there misplayed a little bit, missed the Q3, but you can see now.
Away.
Oh, Lot.
This might not work out very well. No, they're gonna just get knocked to the wall. Value finally gonna go in. Lock gets one. He's still living. No!
It's so tragic. I think Giant are just gonna end the game very
I mean, Lot's stocks are doing good right now. That's all
true.
I'll say. Lot's stocks are doing well. GX, from start to finish, doing pretty dang well. One or two kind of oopsie daisies in the death department, but overall, it's just been a slaughter. My God. Jackie's on the Q3 ready to go.
Very dominant game from Giant Axes. Noah kills Velka in his own base as they're going for the boss
continuing
as well.
to go for a little bit more. The Bao's finding a stun. Jun might die. No, he's still living.
I mean, Giant Axes are just playing with them as they're going to take the Nexus towers here.
You know, we were optimistic about Los Protones. That's a huge one. But there's not a lot in there. Just, good job, GX. But sometimes you come in, you know, you level up for week 2, and it's a massive difference. And sometimes you show up, and you are one half of the coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb team. And I'm telling you right now, they were not the bomb. GX, though, taking down Los Protones. Smooth fashion.
Yeah.
Fastest game of the split, 24 minutes.
That was fast. I mean, it was a really dominant game, and I think it should put some of the Giant X haters a bit to rest, I think, that were saying that they should be 0-3, because that was a great game by them. And especially by Noah, Isma, and Jackie's, and Lot as well. I mean, to be honest, there were no weak links in this game on Giant X. All of them just outperformed their counterpart.
Yeah, super, super dominant performance coming into week 2, so see how they continue to level up. You can vote for your player of the series or player of the game at LEC on X. Lot is Manoa, all great options.
Yeah, it has to be Lot. I mean, Lot had the most impact, I think, with just how much he was pressuring on side and how much he just yapped Baus in this game. I mean, I love Noah, and I think Isma had a ton of pressure as well, but if it's just based on like who most outperformed their counterpart, it has to be Lot.
Yeah, I agree. All right, it looks like we're now ready for an interview from Shox and Noah following that game.
Definitely so, Noah. Congratulations. How was the game versus Los Ratones?
And our team just made us win, so...
You think?
I mean, I was not fighting, you know, like, I wanted to fight, but...
Do you think it's fair? Because last week there were a lot of games where you did need to carry a lot.
Yeah.
So are you happy you got to relax?
I mean, it's happy, but not fun, actually.
Okay. Well, you're on your Kaisa, and there was a tweet that you sent back in 2023 about Ruler. I think we have it somewhere, where you were saying, Ruler, I'm looking up to you so much. It's cut off, but it's Kaisa. I want this Kaisa to look like my Kaisa. So how close do you think you are to Ruler Kaisa?
I mean, maybe half.
Half?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, not enough yet, I think.
Oh, I think you're not giving yourself enough credit. But Noah, how are things this year with GX? It's a great start, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, we lost one game, but I think it's quite a good start because I think we know each other well, so we don't need to know each other, you know, so we can just only focus on games. So I think it's good to start, you know.
Yeah, I see. And do you think that your scrims are the way that your stage games are already, or are your scrims still better?
I mean, for me, my stage performance is better than screens because in screens I'm inting, you know, like I'm running in town. But yeah, on stage I'm playing good, so it doesn't matter.
It's exactly so. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Noah. Congratulations, and we'll kick it over to the desk.
Thank you.
Can I offer you a pour?
Noah, Kaisa, always a hit. Jackies, thank you so much for joining us. You don't have a mic, but you will have one in just a minute. It's fine.
Speaking to my mic.
No, but talking about, guys, before we can have Jackies about this, talking about Noah's Kaisa. Thank you, Shox.
Yes.
Noah's Kaisa, what do you think about it?
I feel like
Always
if Noah looks in Kaisa on stage, I'm like 90% secure we will win. I think it's too insane on this champ, so yeah, I mean, it's too good.
What makes it special about Kaisa when it's not finals?
I think it's an understanding of how far you can push the champion.
Yeah.
Like if you understand, you know, hey, I can actually get into the back line here, pick someone off, and change the entire tide of a fight. I think that's what really separates good ones. And I think Noah has that kind of killer instinct. Like he's willing to put himself in harm's way. And I think it speaks a lot to his growth as a player that he now has that confidence to say, no, I can change an entire game with this pick.
Is that something that you notice, Jackie's confidence level in Noah, and especially in those clutch moments?
Yeah, I think now for sure in this team, I think if our team is fighting, then we make it known in comms. So I think it gives him also the confidence that he needs. And I think as a player, he for sure grew way more. And yeah, now he even goes sometimes 1v5 and we report him after and that's it, you know. But I like it in the player. So.
I'm curious about your yawn because I think when you were coming up, you were kind of, in my mind at least, kind of a yawn one trick. I remember a lot of in-houses, there were some spellbook yawns going around. But I feel like we haven't seen it that much on the stage, but here you brought out really early in draft. What was the reason for it?
I mean, I think Yon, I think he's a strong champion now, but I think the problem is when do you pick it in draft now? Yeah. I feel like it's too hard to draft around, especially with the jungle pool now too.
You said it, but you picked it first.
First pick, man.
Yeah, well, they picked us here.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
true.
The matchup I can actually play.
Sure.
But yeah, I think with the jungle champ pool now, it's all the Jarvans, Vise, it's hard to pick it. So yeah, I don't want to say too much, but I feel like people know about Yon. So yeah.
It looked a little bit scared there in the Volibear when you were one-running boss in the topside river.
I mean, there, yeah, I don't know. I didn't know what to expect. Like, honestly, when I was half HP and he was running at me with Q, this bear looked so scary. I didn't know. I actually got a bit aura farmed or whatever you want to call it. I didn't know if he has the damage, so I decided to not look stupid and flash, you know.
I mean, you don't want to be put in a boss edit on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I would rather look stupid by flashing out than getting solo killed, you know.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, logic. I want to do a scrim check with you because you said in an interview with Sheepy Sports last week that when you guys are scrim gods, usually things don't go. I'm just quoting you here, man. But usually things don't go well on stage. That was a pretty clean victory, so I guess scrims didn't go that well this week?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I was running it down in scrims, yeah. Not on purpose, not on purpose.
Are you sure about this?
Well, I got accused of it, but no. I mean, scrim, yeah, also, yesterday I also almost broke the office, so we had to cancel. So that was a bit unfortunate, but yeah, scrim week wasn't that great, but yeah, I mean, on stage it looked better. Maybe it is actually the way.
Did you say you broke the office?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I spilled water on like 50 cables.
Oh God.
Oh, that's why you had to cancel scrim against G2.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Romain can put this one on the whiteboard at the end of this, please. Any words on Lotsky being Kia player of the game here?
I mean, I think he deserves it, you know. I think no disrespect to Baus, but when I pressed tab at 15, there was a bit of a father-son situation on top. I'm gonna be honest, it is what it is. So yeah, I think Lot deserved it.
The paternity test came back, and yeah, Lot was Baus's father, Finn. Anything you want to say about this?
Yeah, it's a tough one for Benny Backseat later to explain. Benny Backseat is gonna have he's gonna have his work cut out for him. That's what I think.
Jackies, any words, any final thoughts on how the rest of the week you think is gonna go? I know you said you don't want to look at the nameplates. You're gonna have Fnatic and MKOI. That was a really clean victory. So how do we make sure this one sticks?
I mean, I think. I mean, obviously I hope for a 3-0, right? But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think for us, as a team, we are a bit too flip now. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, usually against the good teams, we play good. So,
yeah.
So at least that goes for us, and these are the two good teams. So
there you go. Yeah, should be a 3-0 week then. Keep on running it down in scrims. Thank you so much for joining us. And that's all for us for now. On this side of the stage, we'll be right back in a few minutes for Game 2.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, it's a new map, right? New towers, new objectives. There's awesome.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
On another level, stepping through the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so no one above me.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
it's time for Na'Vi versus KC Blue. And of course, I just got to get one comment from Mainter himself. Mainter, I know you're setting up, but I just need to know how you're feeling going up against KC Blue, the team with which you have so much history.
Like, I don't know, it feels like normal opponent because only one player left, right? It's Yukino, my friend. And the other 4 is new. So like I had some teams like Rinsas in Vitality, or like other teams like Bukada and Shifters. So basically they're kind of the same. And KC, KCB, they're also the same. So it's just normal opponent. I don't think about this before much. I just focus on my gameplay. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Good luck. It's going to be a banger. KC Blue versus Na'Vi.
Completely agree, Shocks. Ready for another banger.
You could see Mainter there. He was lying. He's fuming. He's playing against his old team, and he wants to take them down no matter the cost.
Ignore everything that you saw that would indicate otherwise. He's actually incredibly upset. There's never been a greater level of emotional investment. I like where your head's at.
If he does not solo kill Tao this game, he's going to retire. That's what he's practically said there.
No. That's a lot of pressure. But you know what? Despite that meme, it might happen.
Yeah.
Mainter's been on one. This man has been looking damn good. Dag was talking about Tao, hyping him up a little bit, and I think he did have some cool moments. But this is going to be a big challenge because of the new class of top laners, as Des was talking about earlier. Mainter feels like the very clear standout.
Yeah.
Now, with Reletch aside, too, I am really looking forward to what's going to pop up in the jungle, even if Paparito did take a little bit of a nerf bat to so many of those jungle champions.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Mainter. I think his laning phase, as Finn has been pointing out, has been so fantastic. And just his consistency in each game. I will say the one thing is he's played only Cassante. So kind of want to see some more versatility, especially as we're heading into Fearless eventually. And see what other champions he has up his sleeve. But his Cassante's been damn good.
There you go. We were talking about it last week, though. It is the Evie effect. You got to play... We need to see more than just the Cassante before we can, like, all-in fanboy over the potential of who he could become.
Yeah.
Now, Na'Vi have chosen second pick, so it does look like we have another red side first pick here.
Oh yeah, so I was thinking it was weird that blue side was banning Varus, but since you said it now, it's actually first pick red side. This is always going to throw me off, I think. Maybe eventually I'll get used to it, but it feels so strange.
I think we should dedicate 90 seconds of every one of our casts to complaining about it just a little bit.
Wait, what is this? Blue side is not a first pick? It's always start off like that.
Jace jungle?
Yo, we need to pause. Something's bugged.
Rumble red side first pick. Oh man, 2026. All the new sentences you got me saying. Okay, so Tao is going to opt for the Rumble. That said, Mainter's played the Cassante Rumble matchup a lot. Has weathered the storm.
They banned Cassante though.
They did ban Cassante. Thank you for paying attention. That's important.
Yeah, they targeted him. We'll see.
What else can he weather the storm on? Or the fire? Survive the heat. Weather the storm isn't the right turn of phrase.
We'll see.
We'll have to wait. I think they're going to pick higher priority options here.
I mean, I think they'll look top lane for sure in the first 2. I'd be surprised, but it's going to be the Yunara first, which makes sense. Very high priority ADC. So you see 78% pick ban there. And it's going to be looking like it could be the Sion. Yeah, the Sion is also a great tool into this Rumble to just survive. Very similar to the Cassante, just a little bit like a weaker champion. Ooh, but the Trundle here is a great pick into the Sion, as you can always block his ultimate. You take all his resistances with the ultimate yourself.
I also really like Pillar against Yunara. Really easy way to force her ult, throw the Pillar behind, force her to ult, and then kind of dash away.
Yeah. I think it also provides a lot of that early game agency for Yukino if he so desires it. But it's going to be the Aphelios for Hazel. I mean,
come on, get excited, Jack.
Okay, I played against Hazel.
This is like 30% of your personality is talking about this champion.
That's an over-exaggeration. But I played against Hazel in 2024, and back then he was a big Aphelios connoisseur as well. I believe it is by far his best champion and his most comfortable champion. And he is quite a good Aphelios player. He tried to pull it out last week as well against Vitality, but did not work out so well. But into the Yunara, it's a really good matchup for Aphelios, where he can kind of always out-trade her. And then into the Sion as well, you're kind of happy because you have so much tank shredding. It's going to be the Jarvan locked in for KCB. A bit of an odd choice, as you already see that enemy ADC has some ability. And it doesn't provide too much into the Sion, and now with the Azir locked in for Poby as well. I'm not fully convinced by the Jarvan lock-in. I think they just felt like they needed some sort of engage. That might have been what they wanted to go for.
It is kind of, I feel like, the generic stable Engage are one of the generic stable Engage jungle champions. We did just see Sejuani in the previous game, but often without a melee pairing for the Sejuani, it just doesn't really make as much sense.
Yeah.
So I don't love it either, but I can see the arguments for picking it up. Now with the Azir locked in for Poby, we have a really very straightforward front-to-back composition brewing for Na'Vi, which I think sets them up pretty favorably. Like, both these teams have had some solid execution in their games, but the mid to late game hasn't necessarily been the biggest or the strongest point for either of these lineups. So when you have a team that just, kind of team fights better, scales better, it does feel like it sets you up pretty well.
Yeah, I think especially later on, it's really on to Hazel a lot to do enough damage to get through the Sion. And if Na'Vi now can pick up some real threats for this Aphelios, just makes it so much harder for him to play. I think like Aphelios, Rumble, Jarvan, they don't have that clear synergy together. With Rumble, you typically want more of a utility ADC to set up that equalizer. And with Aphelios, you typically want more frontline to just peel for him. So I think there's some disjointedness there in KCB's draft, but they're just kind of trying to stick to comfort. While Na'Vi has, I think, 3 champions that just all want to do the same thing. Play a slow, nice front to back. But we'll see how both teams can round out these drafts.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that's so gross about Yunara and Azir is they're kind of like 2 of the hyperscaling options that are in their own right really strong playmakers. Like Yunara alt dash into the W slow is so impossible to get away from if she has any follow-up. Same with the slide and guide from the Azir. So Na'Vi, to a certain degree, getting the best of both worlds. Obviously still less than you get from a really early game champion, but nice to have that extra bit of utility.
I mean, here's the spice. It's always been Relec, Na'Vi's jungler, who's willing to play what many others are not, as it looks like it's going to be the Aatrox jungle, unless they do Sion jungle, which would be pretty crazy, but...
They really like their top lane jungle flexes that are actually have not really been flexed at all. They're pretty much set up exactly as you would expect them to be.
But the Aatrox here, it's a bit of a strange pick. I mean, I'm not sure how it is in the matchup into Jarvan. I could imagine it being decent, because you can always avoid the flag and drag with that Aatrox dash, and then you should beat him when eventually he comes melee range. But yeah, the Kali lock in there for Camilo. I mean,
you wanted a little bit of dive to potentially disrupt the carry back line. That said, this is going to be a tough one.
I think it should be Rakan here for Prime here as last pick, as it just pairs up great with the champions they already have. But they could go for the Nico as well. That's a lot of ability power with the Kali Nico Rumble. But it's a good laning phase, so they could look to abuse lane here, and that's what they're going to go for. They lock in the Nico, and it does have a great ultimate. You now have the Jarvan ult with the Nico ult to set up that little wombo combo, and you have a really hard winning lane. As I think Paris will now go for the Rakan or the Alistar, probably just try to have a surviving lane. He could also choose to opt for something like the Karma or the Lulu even, to try to kind of match fighting power a little bit and have a ranged option. But knowing Paris, I think he's just going to go for the Rakan or Alistar. Wants that melee engage and just something to survive the lane. It's going to be the Alistar.
Yeah, Alistar as expected. So again, we have a composition on one side who, outside of the Aatrox jungle, which is that little bit of spice that we've come to know Na'Vi for, very standard front to back, but a draft that can fall behind at early stages of the game, right? Rumble can be oppressive if he finds a small lead. Sion will admittedly just get to build MR and not care about Aphelios probably until like 3 items, so that's great.
Yeah.
But there is just so much magic damage on the opposite side. Double range on the bot side for KCB. A lot of setup here to at least have control, maybe bot lane, top lane, mid lane, of course, a little bit of a different story. It'll depend on how comfortable Camilo is in the Azir versus Akali matchup.
Yeah, definitely a really hard out-scaling draft here for Na'Vi. KCB does have the bot lane they can play around, and Aphelios, he's always a champion that can kind of find miracles and find great plays if you're able to get a good ultimate, especially with that blue gun. But just the front to back of Azir, Sion, Alistar, Azir, it's really difficult for KCB's lineup to get through them. And I'm worried about the MR that Na'Vi will be stacking up against this lineup, but we'll see how they do.
We're just going to have to find out. Second game of the day, Na'Vi versus KCB. KCB already finding that first win up against Los Ratones. See if they can find a second here against Na'Vi.
Would be a pretty big upset.
Would be a big upset.
Especially with how I think people are starting to position Na'Vi and seeing that they can be such a strong lineup and such a strong roster. I think Relec now on the Aatrox, he's really starting to differentiate himself from the other junglers, because it kind of feels like he doesn't want to play normal junglers. He's just a top laner in disguise, to be honest.
Yes.
As he mostly likes the Ambessa, now the Aatrox. And it's a great patch for him, as that's what Riot has been you know, pushing now for a few patches.
I will say, this is all hype, but I'm just gonna warn him of the Mirwin trajectory, which is it's all great until people start to wonder if you can play the normal stuff. There will come a time where Jarvan or whatever, or Wukong or whatever, is the correct choice. So as long as he's got both, that's pretty spicy. If he doesn't, he's still a very entertaining player, nonetheless. As early game, see, you know, Camilo, how much he can just survive here. Obviously, Kali has a lot of damage just baked into her kit, even at the early levels, but so much of it is from her passive, and it's, yeah, pretty impossible to proc against a ranged champion.
Decent trades here by Na'Vi in this bot lane. As now, Hazel forces Samdi's barrier, and they get the PTA proc as well. And the big thing with this lane is it's going to be pretty hard winning for KCB in the early game, but you have that Alistar sustain that you're really relying on to get through those early levels.
And I will say I like how aggressive they're playing, specifically in just stepping into Samdi just to try to chip him out. Essentially just walking past Paris, knowing that this Alistar level 1 isn't real, doesn't do anything. So trying to make the most of that brief window of opportunity is, this is one of the reasons you can pick the Jarvan, right?
Yeah,
easy way to enter enemy jungle and try to contest some of these camps.
A very cool cheese here. He only did 2 camps, level 2 invading. Very rare that we see this. It's usually you always go for the 3 camps to get that level 3 before you go for the invade. But with the earlier timer, he's now going to be able to pick up that red buff and potentially could look to wrap around and try to make something happen bot lane. I think that could be a really good game plan if they're able to get more chunks here and look for this bot dive.
I think Na'Vi have to be aware, though, because they do have a bit of vision in enemy jungle. There were some pings coming out onto the enemy camp there, highlighting that, yeah, where the heck is the J4 right now? They know something is afoot, as they have at least two of his camps warded, and now that they see red gone, they recognize that he's probably on the bottom side. That said, Relech is not moving to cover.
Yeah.
Samdi and Paris are going to have to survive this, and yeah, again, Jarvan a very linear champion, but
this is a very greedy play by Relech here to not cover his bot lane. We'll see if it pays out.
Arm Prime walking in. Flash gets the double root! The follow-up there. First blood. Hazel can now move in and look for the root of his own to try to kick things off. Instantaneous root. The follow-up, and that's 2 kills on the bottom side for KCB. The heal won't quite get Yukino out. So there's going to be 1 back.
A bit of greed there from Yukino. Decides to hold on to the flash, but it's a great proactive play by KCB. Really sets Samdi behind. He's now down 14, 16, 17, 18 CS onto Hazel. And it's a 400 gold lead already for the Aphelios. But I kind of have to blame Relech for all of this, because you know that the red buff is gone. You see that your bot lane has such bad conditions. I would love for him to just walk into Yukino, face check him, and protect his bot lane from this dive. But he ends up taking the selfish route instead and gets himself ahead. We'll see if it pans out. He now has a decent camp lead onto Yukino.
He does have a pretty big camp lead.
He does have a big camp lead, but bot lane is going to be struggling. And I think having the Yunar in a good state in this game is really, really important for Navi's success.
Yeah. Well, it does feel like maybe it's worth when you watch the Aatrox fearlessly walk in and start laying down a bit of damage. It is going to be Samdi and Paris suffering on the bottom side. Keep in mind, Hazel has access to the Ghost as well, so a single misstep from someone in this bottom lane, and they can just get run down. Relech on the way in. Yukino. Initial stack of the Dark Blade does hit. Flag Drag forces Paris back. Hazel has good setup to get the root onto Relech. Poby now on the way, but Relech is getting damn low. Slow comes from Samdi to make sure they can walk away, but that was a really dicey exchange.
I think KCB was too scared there. I think maybe because Camilo was chunked and he was calling them back off with Poby moving. But they could have definitely killed Relech with Hazel still having the flash and the Ghost and being able to run him down. I think they misjudged the circumstances a little bit, but still a good play for them as they force Paris' flash, and now they're getting some good trades onto Samdi.
Some damage here. Hazel burning through ammo pretty quickly. Next swap over will be the white gun, so the all-in threat does just continue to grow. Here's on the top side, Mainter ignited, and now in trouble. Tau, quick flash out! Solo Bolo on the top side! We were talking a lot of smack, Jack! We were saying it was Mainter who was gonna get the solo. Tau's not hearing it!
Now Mainter's actually mad after this one, but you see him off the Cassandra, suddenly he's not looking so scary anymore.
1 game sample size, all we need. Time to make sweeping conclusions. We were wrong.
Tau is the best top laner in the league. And the Baus is the second best.
Stop, bro. The strays are so ruthless. KCB setting up on Drake, having a phenomenal early game. I think it's important to note. The Rumble early pick paying off as they are able to punish and get that solo kill on top of a, a decent CS lead, even if Manter does now have a little bit of MR. Bot lane going well, punishing Reletch. In mid lane, not a lot to say, but kind of as expected in the Akali Azir matchup. Now that level 6 is there for Camilo, maybe we see him get a bit more active on the map.
Yeah, I think we should give credit where credit is due. KCB, we talked about, is the top lane and the bot lane that was winning for them. And both sides have been able to amass quite big advantages here, especially in this top lane as it's been completely solo. He has 580 gold lead with a freeze now up against Mainter. Very, very nice by Tao. Looks a bit funny.
All right. just tank it. That's fine. Yeah. Two champions trading shields. I am concerned for the side of Navi as to what this kind of mid-game looks like with Reletch on the Aatrox, because I do think that the Kiana and Ambessa both have these really fantastic go buttons that make them, like, no matter what kind of happens in the early game, they'll always kind of be at least a little bit relevant.
Yeah.
Aatrox really doesn't have that. As Paris goes all in here, red-white for Hazel means it's still a pretty easy fight for them, although no Ghost means they don't want to over-pursue. You can see with those Chakram there, though. He's really just desperate to keep the auto attacks going.
Yeah, but Hazel was a bit far back there. I wonder if he could have walked a bit more up. As you see, Prime is posturing so aggressively, but Hazel is not quite matching his aggression. And with Pars having no flash, I wonder if that could have been more. It's now Camilo and Yukino take to the river. Camilo just taking some plants here. He's been surviving in this mid matchup. Only down a little bit of farm here up against Poby's Azir.
Yeah. A lot of, I think Camilo's relevance in this game, though, will be judged on how much of a threat to Poby or Samdi he can be.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's a lot of good peeling tools. Poby obviously has some of those himself. Paris, Mater can do what they can to get him off that back line. But as long as he poses that threat, stops Samdi from being too comfortable. And he's already a little bit uncomfortable in this game, right? Down, 10 CS. Lost out on at least one more assist. And I will say credit to Prime. Prime has been super active with the ranged option into the Yunara Alistar.
Yeah, definitely making this Nico work and showing a lot of that value. And especially as he hits over to level 6 now, we'll see if he can find any high-value ultimates. And that's really the big benefit and power of this.
He's level 5.
Yeah, he's still level 5.
He's still level 5. This is the worst thing about casting Nico. Is
I didn't get baited. I said as he's going to hit level 6.
Oh, as he's going to hit level 6. That's my bad. Sorry, I got to jump on my moments.
Yeah, okay.
To correct you.
You stupid idiot. He's level 5.
Shut up, Jack. Jack, stop talking now, please. The people are done. They're fed up. Do you see Aphelios on your screen? No. Not your time to turn. Not your turn. Turn to talk. Time to turn.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Paid the dog, by the way.
Well.
As Reletch takes one grub. And he runs out. Yukino is going to take the other two. Unless a fight might be brewing. No.
That seems not.
Yeah. Well, 2 grubs for KCB here as they scare off Reletch. And they got the first Drake as well, with the second Drake spawning in 2 minutes. Really phenomenal early game by KCB. And now, with Prime being level 6, we have to remember, Nico, unlike most other ranged supports, is not useless after level 6. So that's really, really nice.
Hey, don't forget about brand. Come on.
True.
Your solo queue brain isn't active right now. No, I agree. Nico's still a wild set of design choices for a range support. But
yeah.
If for pro, it does make a lot of things very hype, as you can see Prime using the clone for a bit extra vision. Tao might be in trouble, forced to flash away. Reletch on the way up.
Yukino is here though. If Tao can buy time.
4 seconds on the equalizer. Tao just needs to stay relatively healthy. Full stack Q on Decimating Smash now overheating, doing a heck of a lot of damage. Reletch trying to get out, but he burns to the ground. Yukino's here. Does he have the damage? Yeah, he's going to walk him down as the Conqueror. Yeah, he's going to work through that health bar. Mater knows there's nothing he can do. Focused instead on just clearing the wave. KCB completely outplayed that on the top side. Reletch and Mater, I think just a little bit greedy to full commit there.
And Yukino holds the wave here to set up Tao for success. I mean, it was a really nice stall by Tao, and he just has so much damage with the Ignite, with the Equalizer, that he's able to burn down Reletch. And now it's just KCB that are continuing to build up this gold lead.
Only mid lane really an advantage for Navi right now. We take a look back here, nice flash, gets a bit extra movement speed, but turns out Rumble does a lot of damage.
Yeah. I mean, it's a like good sidestep by Tao on the Xione, which forces Mainzer to have to wait for this Q a lot. And even though Reledge gets all the Qs, it's just too much damage from this Rumble, and then by the time Yukino is here, Mainzer is in trouble with this red buff. He just gets ran down, and he already recognizes that he's dead. So he just Qs the wave to try to clear as much as he can.
And I gotta say, Tao going for the Ignite, something we thought we'd see a lot more based on what we heard from Strems with the new top lane changes, because you can still get access to teleport. But it's really paying off. It was the Ignite up against the Aatrox, which I think stops so much of that effective healing. It's now KCB set up for their second Drake of the game. Reletch on the way in. Objective getting lower, and they managed to steal it away. Well played by Reletch. The knockup coming in, though, from Prime, and Camilo now into the backside, but he's going to get pushed back by Poby. Reletch, Paris, Poby, all trying to push a little bit forward on the Hazel. Terrible guns for a fight from Hazel, but the snare coming in just in time. Alongside the flash, make sure he can at least get it out. Hell of a steal from Reletch.
Yeah, great steal by Reletch. Kind of secures that objective for them and makes it, I'd say, a winning fight, as it ends up being a 1-for-1, but crucially, they end up getting that Drake. And if you look at the summoners, there was no flashes burned from Na'Vi, while KCB used all their flashes. As we watch the replay here, Yukino tries to flag and drag back to the Drake, and Prime gets a huge Nico ultimate, but it's just only to kill Sandy. We really need to take down Poby as well, as he's starting to become one of the main characters in this game.
Yeah, and Tao, again, where so much of that gold advantage is. The rest of the team otherwise really, really even. The good news is Hextech Gunblade finally finished for Camilo as Equalizer popped on the top side. Reletch Q flash back going in. Good damage coming in now that the Ignite is not in the picture. Hazel trying to follow up with an ulti of his own, but Paris there to keep the CC going. Red-white, though, means Hazel might be able to do a little bit of work here. However, the Scion's too tanky. The CC is too much, and just like that, Na'Vi even it up.
Na'Vi made the comeback happen, and it's all on the back of Relec. It was so good spacing by him, and he bought so much time that even though they tried to burst him down, they just didn't have the damage. And he's really, I mean, it paid off. He decided to play greedy this game. He played very selfishly, was willing to sacrifice his bot lane. But damn if it wasn't worth it.
Sometimes it feels like, you know, you really want to teach the audience the right lessons about how League of Legends should be played, and sometimes the wrong lesson prevails, which is be selfish, because then you're going to do cool shit like this!
Yeah, I mean, the flash away from the flag and drag, he just buys so much time, even with the Ignite, it's too little too late, and then he comes back in after Mainter lands the Q onto Hazel to finish the job alongside Poby, and it's 3 quick kills for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and now Reletch 800 individual gold lead. Top lane is still admittedly looking a little bit dicey, but Mainter's only going to keep getting tankier and tankier. And Hazel, while the Collector is a nice early item purchase, he's just not going to be able to kill that Scion fast enough.
Yeah, and it feels bad that he wasn't able to get a good BF sword base for that Stormracer. Much, much stronger item on Aphelios right now, but the problem is the build path is maybe the worst thing ever.
As a side note to Riot Games, maybe make the Stormracer build path not so terrible.
Yeah, that would
maybe be less broke, Jack. Have you ever considered that? Maybe farm better.
Hey, it's the pro players. You calling Hazel broke?
Whoa, I don't know. That seems like too much information for me as a caster to have. That would be wild commentary.
That's true.
Prime. And up, Reletch will get caught here, taking their time, making sure they layer the CC effectively. Reletch able to dash out for a second. Sundered Sky almost keeps him standing as Poby lays down the Emperor's Divide. Yukino will now get cut down as Poby is on a killing spree. Good turn to make it a 1-for-1. Jungle for jungle.
Yeah, great flash by Paris there to try to buy some time for Reletch, which crucially allows Poby to secure that 1-for-1. And we're really starting to see Poby's strength now. It's 1k gold lead on the Sakali, and just has way, way more pressure in fights than Camilo. And it's only going to get worse as the Azir continues to scale up, and it's really a lot of burden onto Prime and Yukino's shoulders here to find this perfect engage to catch out Navi's carries.
Yeah. Thought Camilo with the Gunblade would be a little bit more effective, as we see Prime very briefly turn into a control ward.
Very slow.
Maybe they can get something done here. Again, Camilo no ultimate does make it a little bit tough.
I think with no ult on Camilo and this HP, yeah, even though he's here, he can't
Double
even
buff
get the
on
wave.
Poby. Yeah, I mean, Poby's just going to chuck him out before he can even walk in, although he goes into the Shroud, sees Paris on the way, and realizes it is time to leave the top side of the map.
Yeah. And that's going to be Herald as well, as Camilo has the base here. He does have the teleport, but with still no ultimate. I think KCB has to drop this. See what they decide to do.
Well, they've decided to drop it, as predicted. Hazel just going to run mid and hoover up as much CS as humanly possible before the next big objective spawns. 30 seconds till Hextech. KCB could look to grab their second Drake of the game, and Hextech Soul for either side, it probably just ends the game.
Yeah. And crucially, Camilo will have that ultimate up for the Dragon, as Paris here is looking for a play up in the top lane. Camilo already used that Shroud. Doesn't look like he spotted the ward. Oh, I think Camilo's in trouble. He has
That's
no
going to
Shroud.
be tough. X Flash over the wall, Darken Blade to follow. Camilo barely able to make it out of the range of the Infernal Chains, dashing through with the ulti to try to escape. E over, R2 to make it out. Perfect execution used for a less than ideal escape, as now Na'Vi just continue to put pressure on the top side of the map.
It's going to be the Drake, though, in return for KCB, but... Oh, Camilo! Oh, he's fine.
He needs to be more scared of backing in brushes, I think.
Yeah.
The lesson that we've learned is Yukino, as you said, will eventually just take down the objective.
It's going to be a tower for Drake trade here, as they're also sieging onto this mid tower with the Herald. It's pretty healthy, so I would be surprised, but this could be a good
Prime
try.
flash forward, 3-man engage, the follow-up coming in from the Rumble as well, but the targeting not quite perfect. Enough to lock up Han Sam-D. Right, Relech also backing away. Mainter caught in the cataclysm. Camilo off to the side. How much damage he can be able to do? Paris finally dropping, but Hazel, importantly, completely untouched. The Aphelios unleashing in that fight. Mainter dropping down.
I mean, Prime is finding these fantastic Nico-ults. It's just magic what he's doing here, as he's able to find, what, a 3-man? Yeah, 3-man, and they lock down Sandy with the ultimate from Aphelios and the burst. They take him down immediately, which secures them such a good fight, and after that they can just chase them down. Paris has no ultimate, so he's just dead. And then Mainter as well, he has a lot of MR, but he has no armor, so he's just melted by this Aphelios.
Yeah. And initially I was a little bit critical of the ulti, but it did force the flash out of Poby. He had to play so far back, just Camilo existing in that Shroud stops him from being able to step too far up. Although, second item now going to be the Rylai's. Poby knows that his whole job is kind of just to keep a lot of these people at arm's reach. Cal, though, waiting in the brush. Question mark pings abound as Prime wants to move down to the bottom lane. Initial slow there onto Poby. The Rylai's to push back into Relech, and Tao, that is definitely not what he was looking for. The Ignite's still ticking. Paris now on the way. 3 members stacking up onto Relech. The healing coming in. He's going to get the reset on the ulti, and now he's running for his life. Umbral dashed out. Darken Blade almost ready to go, but the Sundered Sky healing tops him right back up. Yukino with the E1! He hadn't procced it on you yet! You're just feeding him autos. At least they get Paris the root.
It's not going to be enough to take Relech. And now Hazel is forced to stay bot lane here, as Samdi will get this mid tower, but Yukino, I don't think he can actually kill Relech here, since he still has another Sundered Sky proc.
Yeah.
And Samdi is moving.
Yukino trying to get tricky though. There. Yeah. Goes back over. Yukino, you're getting too weird with the movement.
Oh, maybe he can flag and drag over.
Flag and drag over. Swimpy swap. He's just trading places, but now Hazel's waiting in the rush, and they can definitely kill Relech.
Bro, both junglers are kind of having fun with it, but it's Yukino that ends up on top here in this bloodbath of a game, as Yukino is looking for more. Samdi wasted his ultimate as well.
Now they want to take out Yukino. He'd really like to take the camp. Ooh, doesn't get it. That was a confident thumbs up. You
I
gotta
would say
respect
this
it.
whole play probably wasn't worth them.
Do that more. I like whatever that was. That like 30 seconds of arena gameplay we had on the bottom side of the map, that was pretty cool.
I mean, I like this initial play from Tao, but I think without the flash, he could have maybe tried to space the ultimate a little bit better, but it's really difficult as a melee champion to the Azir. And then Prime throws out the Q to secure the kill, but now he's stuck with Alistar and the Aatrox. And they tried to run down Relech, but
613 HP, by the way, off an auto.
And he gets 900 off of the next one. Yeah. I mean, Conquer fully stacked up, Sundered Sky, and the Aatrox ultimate.
Aatrox ultimate healing, yeah.
Yeah.
So, you got to be careful. Sometimes you feel like I'm going to do the damage to finish Aatrox, but sometimes you're just giving him a Sundered Sky proc, and you mess with the math, it'll look a little bit rough. But again, the good news is Camilo does get that kill onto Paris. In the end, Relech does go down. But all in all, and at the early stages of the game, very, very much KCB favored. Now the gold not super far apart. I think 800 isn't a massive difference. It really is just Tao on the side of KCB and Poby on the side of Na'Vi that we're going to be keeping our eyes on.
And Poby is starting to look like Chovy in this one. We'll see how he plays the team fights. I thought you'd laugh at that one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was locked in on what was happening. Team.
Okay.
I was really hoping they were going to fight topside. I didn't try to shut you down.
So it's kind of good.
You thought Chovy was... You thought... Did you say Chovy or Chovy?
I said Poby starting to look like Chovy.
Yeah, he should have Chovy, bro. That's the meme. That's the OG meme. That's why I didn't miss it. It's the... Otherwise, it would have been with.
Well, they're on the Nash. It's 10k. And Maynter is being chased, but no, it's a bit awkward now.
They are all immediately pulled off.
Yeah, very awkward. As Relich might be in trouble. I don't think he is. This is so awkward.
The lust for blood is palpable.
Maynter ulting
now,
in
Maynter's
here.
in the backside. Hazel's got red and white, so he's slowly shredding through those HP bars, but that's Yukino's ultimate. Lays down the flag for vision, and then Navi are just going to try to hold on to their composure and push mid.
Yeah, no flash ulti on Maynter there. Drake spawning in 10 seconds, and Navi has full control. Looks like they want to go start Nash again. It's...
Prime has...
This is so weird.
I mean, they've got really good Aphelios guns if he just gets over the wall. Yeah, or doesn't even really have to with this setup.
Yeah, they got the
Decent
blue
guns.
trinket though, and now they're going to go off the Nash again, I assume.
Are they? Or are they going to full? They're going to get off the
They're
Nash.
going to have to get off the Nash, yeah. And now they go back to Drake.
You got to feel for Baron Nasher. Dude's just showing up, hitting you in the face, and then leaving, and then coming back and doing it again. Is Relech is just going to be pretty content to get that second Drake for free.
I think KCB misjudged a little bit there with the initial play onto Maynter. I think they could have stayed on the Nash, and they had a chance of actually trying to burst it down. But then once they tried to go onto Maynter all 5, everything kind of fell apart, and ends up just being a free Drake for Navi. And a lot of tempo lost for KCB.
Yeah, happy to just be overheating here as...
Decent bit of damage.
Tough now, though, with a
lot of MR on the Sion.
A lot of MR and that little bit extra healing. If you're not willing to commit the Ignite and the ultimate, eventually you'll win out, but it's going to take a bit of time. And Tao down to commit a little bit of his time. That's the equalizer used. Overheating now.
Surprised he decided to use the equalizer here. I mean, if I'm Tao and I fight the Sion in the Tribush and I do 0 damage to him, I'm not going to think like, oh yeah, I'll kill him now.
Yeah.
But he wanted to try to kill him as Hazel.
He's got that, he knows he has a lead in the game, and I think he's got that dopamine and that pressure kind of going for him. Because a lot of people in this game have been like, C hero, immediately alt hero.
Yeah.
Which I think is...
I say hero.
It's the old IG thing from like season 2.
You know who also calls champs heroes? Who? Forsen.
Well, you know what? I'm in good company.
Yeah.
I can tell you for sure, though, that I can hit a piece of CC on a stunned target.
I'm not sure.
I'm not trying to audition for your jungle position. I'm just saying
I've played with you in Arena, bro. There's been some stuff happening.
Don't take that on me, bro.
Oh, he miscounted.
How are you feeding at my elo, I think is the more important question. Is now... Look, the game kind of, it chilled out. It got even. I'm waiting for the next fist fight, Jack.
Well, it might come here, but probably not. Well, the lane assignments here from KCB are a bit strange. Like, Tao opens towards bot, but then immediately leaves. I feel like, for me, what I'm seeing is KCB as a team had a fantastic early game.
Yeah.
And now they're kind of falling, I wouldn't say at the finish line, but like in the the middle hurdle, everything is kind of falling apart. It's not like they're losing the game, but just their macro is a little bit off, their decision-making is a little bit off. And they're not really showing that decisiveness that they showed in the
maybe you don't need to say everything is falling apart. That's a pretty strong. Hey, I don't want to, be too much of a doomer here, but everything is bad.
Everything is bad and is lost, and they should have found.
No, it's a pretty close game. It's a 1K difference. Again, we go back to some of the initial commentary that we had in Pick and Bans, which is this comp for KCB is just going to end up being harder to play, most likely. There's a dream world where Prime continues to get these insane engages, because he really has been killing it this game. And you have the follow-up from Hazel, the follow-up from Tao, Kamilu, and team fights just fall apart for the side of Navi, but hasn't been the case consistently this game, and Poby just continues to, build up a CS advantage. Chovy, as you said. Push back, forcing the flash out from Tao. Nice to have ahead of the next fight.
Yeah, crucially Drake and 140. I think both teams don't really want to start the Nash since the game is so close. Could be an easy way to lose the game.
That said, like Navi with these two champs and a Sion.
I mean, KCB as well, with Hazel having good guns, can do it incredibly fast.
But Azir is like the king. It's not, Akali doesn't do anything.
Okay, Aphelios is definitely the king of taking Nash fast.
Over Cassio and Azir?
Yes.
Oh, because of turret?
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah,
like,
it's
Aphelios
a
can
lot,
do
it's a lot.
Nash in like 4 seconds. Not the new one, because it has so much armor. But the old one.
Yeah, but in a different version of the game from the past? Yeah, sure, bro.
Yeah, but the Nash also has MR, so
Okay.
the Azir is also doing it slower.
Okay, fair. So now we got a Sion all coming down the mid lane. Main turn. Looking to find his man. Gets the initial slow on to Tao. Yukino whips the flag and drag. Combo goes in. Na'Vi happy to have Tao. Know that the flash is gone. Camille's going to respond by split pushing on the top side of the map, but losing Tao ahead of the next objective fight. Pretty big. 40 seconds left on that death timer.
Na'Vi might look to start Nash here with that pick. It's going to be a 5 versus 4, as Yukino as well with no flash. Does have the flag and drag to try to enter the pit, but reduces a lot of his playmaking options.
Keep an eye on Yukino. Lost out in the Smite fight previously. Camilo on the flank has been spotted by a piece of vision, crucially. Prime ready to go with a play of his own. Flash, Proto Belt, the ulti. He's got all the tools that he needs, but now it's Camilo who needs to just, yeah, get out.
Now they're sniffing.
TP.
Now they find him, but Drake up in 15 now. But might be a similar situation where now KCB can be the one to rush down Drake.
Yeah, Camilo taking the more defensive option there, just really wanted to TP away. Didn't trust that he'd be able to recall in time, and the team didn't want to wander into Na'Vi vision to try to turn that into a salvageable fight. Mater, forced to flash away from Yukino's ult. As the objective again has been started. Samdi off on the side. Engage going in though for Paris. Yukino still relatively healthy. Prime flash in, another 3-man ulti to kick things off. Aphelios ulti as well. Poby marked up, about to fall down, but he just barely manages to live. Hazel with the tower set up over the wall, but they'll burst it down instantly. Yukino doing his best to survive, but it's just not enough. The kills have started coming through, and it's Relets once again to take over the fight. A triple kill for Samdi. Na'Vi dominating.
Relech is the world ender, and he's ending KCB's dreams in this one. It was such a fantastic engage from Prime, but there's just not enough follow-up. Camilo doesn't have the damage to take out Poby. Nobody's taking down this Aatrox, and it's a clean ace for Na'Vi as they also get both the Nash and the Drake. As we watch the fight here, Yukino and Prime try to go onto main, but Yukino doesn't quite get the buffer away from Paris, but then it's this huge 3-man sneak ult that looks so fantastic, but Poby doesn't end up going down. Camilo ults in, then flashes and dies, and then Relech is just so damn strong that he heals off of the front line from KCB, and Hazel is left standing, but not for long.
Yeah, and again, the initial fight, you get the Nico ult with the power of that Aphelios ult marking, but they just don't quite kill Poby. Camilo instantly is melted. Samdi gets to free hit that entire fight.
Did you see the coach? The Rock was not happy.
Nope.
I mean, I guess this is a match that, as Na'Vi, you really want to be
Prime.
Prime.
Poby goes golden. Should set up a guaranteed route, or just about, but Prime's going to give his life as Samdi now unstoppable. Wanted to make that creative fast play, but it is going to cost him his life as Mainter tries to get the pressure down in the mid lane. This Baron will be pretty big for the side of Na'Vi, especially as they now have 3 Drakes as well. I imagine the member already down that they start to break open the inhib line. Hardest thing though is for Camilo. Again, there's so much MR here.
Yeah.
He's just not doing much as Na'Vi will break open the base of KCB.
Feels like Na'Vi now can just push towards the ending. At least getting to inhib. Mainter is so tanky, they can't make a play on him. Poby just has so much damage in range. So they're gonna back off after they get this bot inhib. Looks like they might recall and play for this tier 2 top.
Yep. Hazel also in that awkward position where you're stuck on purple. You might want it for the CC, but it's a very hard gun to get rid of. So just going to clear through that as quick as he can. And the objective bounties are up. The game close for a decent majority. KCB in the lead in the early game. Relech playing a bit selfishly. We thought it might cost them, but in the team fights, he has been a big difference maker for this lineup as Na'Vi continue to push their vision line forward, ready to kind of descend on the top side of the map.
Oh, maybe KCB, they're looking for a big kind of a cheese here. But Na'Vi are playing it slow, they're pushing the waves, leaving no counterplay for KCB. So we're just gonna have to drop this tier 2. And now the gold lead is gonna balloon up to nearly 10,000. Now Prime needs to find another one of those crazy ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, we've been asking for a lot of engages from Prime.
Yeah.
It's a tough spot to be in, but again, you are kind of the linchpin. You and Yukino are really the sole engage options for the team. Sends a clone out, hoping just to zone Na'Vi away, and will be successful as one more wave coming in, 17 seconds left on the Baron power play, just a little bit awkward. 15 seconds less, and KCB probably could have held this tower, but that last wave does make all the difference.
Crucially, there's no flash on Samdi, as Prime was able to burn that in the last fight.
Relech. Worst of all.
Yo, what happened to Prime's HP bar? How did he get... He just
I don't know.
died.
I missed that context. Is Major?
That's not flash.
Major maybe not the target you want to engage on. The rest of the team here getting pretty quickly.
Hazel, big damage.
Hazel, good damage. Good
Big damage
follow-up.
to
Major down. Paris is just getting burned. Major drops, as does Paris.
Okay, Outbelows. Big damage. Love to see it.
3 items and the Infernum. Gives them a bit of a reprieve here, some time to farm up super minion waves and try to even out the gold. Now it's still going to be a situation where they have to fight for this soul.
Yeah. They're going to be able to farm some of these super minions, especially with Aphelios wave clear. It's going to do a lot. And it is the C44 new item on Aphelios. Hexoptics, I think?
Hexoptics. So the further away you are, the more damage you do. And they buffed it this so that this game, so more champions
They buffed
have
it just for Hazel this game.
Just for Hazel this game, actually.
Yeah. So if he gets a kill as well, he gets 100 extra range.
And that's a big one. And then also, the further away you are, the more damage he does, which is interesting with the Fez because it's kind of anti-synergy with the white gun.
Yeah.
But
I don't think you want to go close range to Aatrox.
No.
This game anyway.
No,
so.
I would agree. Also, a big old red pot, just to make sure that he has some vamp.
Yeah.
And that sustain is going to matter a lot because Relech is a pretty big dive threat.
It's crucial though, the Sandy is up a full item on him. So as much as we talk about this Aphelios, it should really be the Yunara that is the star of the show. You never know. I mean, Aphelios always has that firepower.
Yeah. And I think the tough thing now is that Camilo, even if he plays perfectly to zone away one carry, there's a second carry waiting. Major, gonna take a decent amount of damage. Force the flash. Yukino. Prime gonna turn into a minion here on the bottom wave. Walking forward as a melee.
Just play super slow here, waiting for those inhips to do their work.
They have double TP. If KCB overcommit here, it's only soul point. Tau on the flank. Camilo off to the side. TP going from Poby. Poby's going to try to end the game. They need to immediately win this fight on the side of KCB or they're going to lose it here. Stun onto Hazel. TP back from Camilo. He has to win the individual 1v1 as Hazel keeps this fight going because the Drake is already down. Poby might fall, but Na'Vi have secured the soul. He won't. He gets the 1-for-1. So damn close. But at the end of the day, Na'Vi get the soul. They get what they wanted. KCB traded up. They traded a member. They can turn their attentions towards Baron, but they need to clear the base.
It's a game of inches here, as Hazel will be able to defend the Nexus alongside Prime. I don't know how Camilo was able to take down Poby. I thought for sure Poby would just be able to end the game, but Camilo must have played the fight damn well, as we'll see in the replay here what happened. Both of them decide to TP. I mean, this definitely favors Sakali that Azir is right on top of him. Okay, and then placing the Shroud.
Okay, hold that thought, because we're just absolutely fist fighting in the jungle. Relech going forward.
Yukino has the GA.
Oh, the fact that that does not get procced. Oh, that is the silver lining on what is becoming a pretty big cloud to the side of KCB.
Yeah.
But the deficit now only 6K. The Soul does have a pretty significant gold value, though, even if it doesn't necessarily show on the scoreboard.
Oh, they lost mid-inhib.
Minions. All right,
Nobody's
KCB.
really clearing mid-wins. They really want to try to contest this Nash, but
Hazel, so awkward. Ulti ready to go if they group. Every Aphelios player sees the moment. They see the dopamine, the old days, the 200 years days. But it does not look like it's going to happen. Major keeping this going. A lot of damage coming in as Yukino dives forward. The ulti completely whiffs. It's disastrous as Major just continues to zone them back. Relech still a little bit low. Na'Vi know that they don't need to commit for the Baron. They got supers pushing it on the top side. KCB eventually are going to be forced to respond, and that's when they'll start the objective.
Yeah, Nash is going to be going over to Na'Vi here. I really think KCB has to drop this.
On back Prime, initial knockup is just not going to happen. Too much damage. Deleting the support of KCB before he can get much done. Is Yukino finally going to fall here? objective marked, but down it goes. Na'Vi taking the Baron. Very likely this is their victory lap. 49 seconds on Yukino, 30 on Prime.
KCB, they felt desperate. They wanted to try to contest the Nash. Na'Vi running it down mid lane, 5 versus 3. This should be it.
Hazel isolated the target they know they need to hit. An early flash picked up. Tau there as well, but they just don't have the wave clear. Ulti goes down. Paris spots out Camilo. Flash forward. Somdi burning. Somdi gonna drop Camilo down. Going all in on Poby!
What's happening?
Camilo just going! Coming alive in the final moments. The Relich has too much healing. Hazel completely untouched. Major eventually going to fall. Na'Vi a little bit over-eager, and it's gonna cost them. KCB turning. It's a TP down to the bottom side. It might just be the old switcheroo, the LEC Classic.
No way. They had Nash, they had Soul, they had everything, and they still all end up falling.
Do they end?
I don't
30
think they can
seconds.
end. I don't think
Relich on the way.
20 seconds on.
Elder in 230.
Yeah, they can't end. They can't end.
Surely Relich dies. No, he will back away.
They definitely can't end. I don't think they can even play for Inib. I mean, they shouldn't play for Inib, I think. I mean, they can play for Inib.
They're gonna play.
They can play for Inib.
It's gonna be okay, Jack. It's gonna take a breath.
Okay, they're gonna get the inhibitor.
Okay.
Paris is up, Samdi up in 5. They're not gonna play for the end, are they? Don't play for the end. You guys
I think they're gonna play for the end.
Don't play for the end. You guys
Prime,
can end.
Prime pretending to be a minion.
Oh no, they're gonna play for the
Feel
end.
ready.
No, guys, run
Open
away.
for
You can't
Somdi.
end.
Plus you opposite park on Prime. Paris, heal, ready to go. Relich starting things off. That's the ulti back. Hoping for the moment. Flash from Prime, only gonna connect to one. Hazel hoping to find a decent ulti angle, but here comes main. He really hasn't been able to do much damage at all yet. The CC is beautiful. The Aphelios falls, dies. The dreams of KCB cut short. They wanted to end it. They felt like it was their only option, but Na'Vi was not about to let that happen.
And KCB, they found so many miracles, but they fall at the final hurdle with the desperation to try to finish the game. As now Na'Vi, after a hard-fought back and forth fist fight, will take down the Nexus.
They're taking their sweet time, though. He's clearing the minions
this
first.
This time is not doing too much damage.
I gotta say, a banger of a game.
Yeah.
Na'Vi well fought. KCB had him in the end of the game. Na'Vi mounting an excellent comeback. Full control in the later stages to pick up their 3rd win on the LEC stage.
That was a fun one.
Yeah.
And I think you can see a lot of the raw power on these rookies, on this KCB lineup. You can see that the macro isn't quite there, some of the decision making. I think it was pretty clear that they shouldn't have went for the end.
They felt like they it was 2 minutes and 30 to the next objective.
Yeah, but I think you should kind of feel after you win a fight when they have Nash plus Soul that you can actually win the game.
Yeah.
They won a fight 3v5 with Nasher and Soul. So they could have won this game. And I think if they slow down a little bit, my point is just
Your
that
dad energy is there. Look, there's a lot of good options, a lot of players to vote for on that poll you saw just moments ago, but Shox is standing by with Paris. Let's hear what he has to say.
I am indeed, Paris. We're going to go over there to the mid lane, I was going to say, the middle of the stage. What a game! You almost pulled the shifters.
Yeah, it was a tough one.
Yeah?
Like, we choked early game a lot, I think. I can't pick support, but I lose lane hard. That shouldn't happen. We were, like, more behind than we should be. We got dived on bot, that's illegal. So, yeah, we need to watch the game again.
Again? Yeah, I watched it and I think you were incredibly resilient. So that's more optimistic.
Yeah. We had a really good team fight come, to be honest. Like, when you have Azir, Yunara, and you have 2 tanks, Alistar, Sion, if you don't in the team fight, you cannot lose, kinda.
But you didn't.
Yeah, we didn't.
A little bit. Okay, tell me about the final fight, particularly the fact that they were, I guess, they didn't try to end like all the way, but they were trying. So what was the calling there?
First, we thought maybe they could end with TPs, but when they start hitting slow, they didn't go fast really. I was going top, and I'm Alistar with ultimate up. I cannot die. I'm like, okay, if they fight here, we will win the fight for sure. And they didn't have flash. Aphelios uses flash last fight. Sayin got his flash with ultimate. So we knew if you could 5v5 there, we would end the game. And it's what happened.
It is what happened indeed. We saw some views of your coaching staff backstage. The Rock looked pissed, man. Is there anything you want to say to them?
I'm sorry. Like, he has every right to be mad. I think it was kind of disgusting game from us. Not like first weeks.
Yeah, I mean, the first week was really good, but I do feel like you're being quite negative, and I get it, right? You don't feel happy with your own game, but when you look at this squad and some of the players that step on the stage for the first time in LEC Versus, it's normal, right? Can you give yourself that grace?
Yeah, like it's morely about first week we played really well.
Yeah.
I think it was kinda big fall down from the first week, you know? That's why I'm disappointed kinda.
I see.
But it happens, obviously, it's just start of the split. So yeah, we'll see.
It does. I know that the team atmosphere is amazing, and actually you also have this game where you do impressions of champions and then your teammates have to guess. Now Relech is standing by with Finn to do a breakdown.
Yeah.
Can you do one of your impressions?
Like one of the ones I did in the video?
Maybe a new one? Whatever you want, really. Would I grab your mic for a sec?
Okay. It will be the easy one.
What?
Should I do easy one?
Yeah,
or?
yeah, the crowd can also guess. Go ahead. Oh. Oh. Come on, it's what you played, no? Is it?
What is he playing?
Come on.
You break it down for me, Relech.
Olaf, I don't know.
What did you just play, dude? Aatrox, yeah. Wow,
You got it, you got it.
briefed it.
It's okay, it's okay.
It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna thank you very much. We're gonna have a breakdown with Finn and Relech
you.
right now. Congrats.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Shox. And well, that was definitely one of the Aatroxes. Another Aatrox was Relech that game. And I want to give a little anecdote. I did a lot of individual coaching for junglers playing Aatrox this off-season. And I was mortified when I saw Lock it because jungle players could not play Aatrox at all. But then there was one moment in the game where I was like, okay, Relech, he knows how to cook. So I want to break down this play with you. And I want you to tell me, why are you contesting this crab? Rumble is first. And your support is in your base. You can see behind you.
I mean, here I knew that Jarvan no flash, Rumble no flash. We also know that Jarvan no ult. So, like, Jarvan is also stuck in pit. If he uses EQ, he will insta-die. He's no flash. He cannot dodge my Qs. So here, I'm like, if you play, you will see I'm trying to bait his EQ, like playing on the edge, like trying to make him use EQ on me. Either he will use EQ on me and try to fight this for the scrap, or like he will just EQ out and I will get free grab. But he EQs me, I just flash out and we win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked how you angle that flash, because usually you see a lot of Aatroxes, they E first and then they flash. But actually, if you flash and then E, you can angle it a lot easier. So really insane play. I think this just highlighted that you are really cracked on these carry champions. And I want to see if you can bring up your champion pool as well behind. The champions you've been playing are not something that other people are playing in the LEC. What makes you so confident to keep pulling out these champions like the Aatrox and the Fury?
Like, first of all, I'm playing jungle role, the most broken role in the game. And also, I'm playing top lane champ in jungle role. Like, it's double X broken. So, yeah, that's why, that's the reason. They are top lane champs and they're so cracked.
Are you gonna let Mainty get out of tank prison soon?
I mean, that's his choice. He likes
Is it really his choice?
He likes to be in that prison, but yeah, it's up to him.
Okay, thank you so much, Relech, and well played again on this Aatrox. And we're not gonna toss to a break, coming back after this.
And Prime talk? Hello, hello. How are you guys today?
Hello, I'm Prime.
No Prime? No, you're not Prime.
I'm Prime Camilo. We'll see if it pays out.
Smart Prime walking in. Flash gets the double root! The follow-up there. First blood. Hazel.
If he EQs, he should die. Look Rumble, look Rumble. If he EQs, he should die. Look.
They have
Look,
numbers.
Jarvan.
I'm coming. I'm here. There's no flash.
However, the Scion too tanky. The CC is too much, and just like that, Navi even it up.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but You have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Alright, headsets on, guys.
Just give up.
Welcome back to the LEC for Game 3. We're getting ready for Team Vitality against Team Heretics, and it turns out that Team Heretics has the right of first selection, which sounds really metal. What does it even mean, the right of first selection? It's, yeah, you pick side or you pick first pick.
And most teams pick either second pick or first pick.
True.
And then the other team picks side.
You're right. Most teams pick either first pick or you're right. That's how it works. I think all teams pick either first pick or second pick.
You can, with the right of selection, you could also choose which side,
Yes,
but nobody
yes.
does that.
True. Sometimes they do.
No.
No? Have they never done that?
I don't think they have.
It's hard to say.
I'm 100% certain because it
I'm
has
not.
no
No, I believe
strategical
you.
advantage
I
to
believe
pick
you.
just red side. There's no
strategical advantage.
Yes, if there's a coach that thinks the way we should draft, we need to go on blue side or red side, then that coach should probably be fired. Strong words coming into this third game here.
Whoa, okay, hot takes. Calm down.
But nobody cares about red or blue side. We care about the picks. We care about the draft. And looking into that, let's jump right into that draft. Let's get it up on the screen. Didn't quite. I thought
Snap
of
your
the
finger one
timing.
more time. Snap it. Let's get it right up on the screen. He snapped, and
did you ever do
draft.
that when it's like
the green light, red light, and you're like, "Am I psychic?" Green light.
No, I would
turns.
I would have toast in the toaster, and then I'd be like, and now, and then like
and
try
for
to time
3
it, you know?
seconds, you're like, "Do I have superpowers?"
Yeah, kind of.
Right now. No, I don't have superpowers. Anyone else want to try? Audience? Somebody got it.
Yeah.
It wasn't one of us. Whoever did it, good job. Here we are. So, Team Heretics have chosen second pick, which means, again, goofy draft, just a little bit backwards.
Yeah.
But we've got the J, Span the Way, the Azir, the Renekton, as well as the Pantheon. So Knock Knocko's Renekton becoming a bit of a menace here in the old LEC. They do not want to give it to him again, and I understand why, because he's going to pick Ignite, he's going to run at you, and based on all evidence thus far, he's going to do pretty good.
Yeah. And it's going to be the Virus Span, third by Vitality. They're just taking that away. And Knock Knock has been an absolute menace. Really a test here for Trayson. I feel how he'll be able to fare up against him. Now with the Renekton gone, maybe he'll be able to do a little bit better. It could be a similar situation as with Mainter, you know, where the Cassandra is really, really scary. I mean, Knock Knock will look great on the Aatrox as well, but not that same like lane domination as he had on that Renekton. So maybe that can neutralize the pick a little bit and make it easier for Trayson to play lane, as we'll see what Vitality is able to first pick here.
Okay, they're going to opt for the Rumble, so not super surprising. Obviously, Knock Knocko, someone who can pilot it pretty well.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing about the whoever is first picking, right? It's like you're not going to get last pick on top lane, so you might as well pick the priority top laner.
Yeah. I think as well, like with the Renekton out, now Knock Knocko is kind of back in his comfort zone because he gets a champion that's very similar to the Renekton in the sense that you can just go Ignite and absolutely beat down someone in lane. And that's what Knock Knocko is going to be looking to do, and we'll see how Trayson can hold the fort as he's going to lock in that Cassandra that we've seen with pretty good success into the Rumble and in general able to hold his own quite well.
Yes.
And
Some of those Cassantes were succeeding against Trayson's Rumble, however. This guy hasn't had the strongest overall start. So I do think that week 2 is an opportunity for him to bounce back a bit. We've seen one good game from him. It was on the Ambessa, obviously the takedown of GX. And Isma's jungle Malphite. But now you've got the Cassante, you've got the Ryze, and Ryze looked great last week for Saren. So ready to see how Vitality want to respond to this. See if they can shut Humanoid down or set Humanoid up for success, rather.
Yeah, I mean, with the Ryze, you can definitely alleviate some of that pressure from the Rumble. You can always look to roam top once you get that mid-prio.
Wukong.
Yeah, decent combination there.
What's next on the Control Mage tier list?
I mean, Orianna's out, Azir is out. Yeah, Talia could be a decent option. You don't have that great setup from your jungler, but looks like that's just going to be the go-to. So you get that global to match the Ryze. You have very good damage, good CC. Yeah, Talia's just OP, actually.
She's really strong.
Yeah.
Against Ryze with Phase Rush, it can be really tricky, though. You have to be careful. Once he starts to zoom, it's pretty tough to connect with a lot of Talia's key abilities.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on that landing phase, see how well Humanoid can perform. But we got some nice setup here. You got the semi-global from Talia. You've got the Wukong ulti paired with the Rumble. You've seen this top side probably hundreds of times in the last few years. But Team Heretics, they liked what they saw last week. So they're giving it a bit of the old run back with Sheo on the Mundo in the jungle. And again, Mundo really good against magic damage champions. Really good at limited forms of CC. You can just tank the first... the seismic shove or the cyclone from the Wukong. So this feels like a pretty ace pick in terms of what Vitality are showing topside.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised because it doesn't like immediately speak to you as a Rumble angle or as a Mundo angle, I mean. But I think especially now you could look to target some high DPS ADCs as well and get those off the board. And that way this Mundo can be really, really unkillable in this game. And it makes sense that they're gravitating towards this mid jungle that worked well for them in the game against Giant X. They also had the Ryze and the Dr. Mundo in that one. And now, I mean, Sheo for me had a bit of a rough start. He didn't really come off as that carry player that we saw him be last split. I think he was just such a pivotal player for Team Heretics and by far their best performing player that we really had high regards for him and had high hopes. And he did not live up to them, but I think now on the Dr. Mundo looked a lot better last week. Maybe that's been kind of his confidence pick and a way for him to regain his footing. The Corki and the Rakan band and then Karma on the other side, not really choosing to take away any of those high damage hyper carries, instead just choosing to take away some of the stronger laning options. And the Karma ban makes a lot of sense because Team Heretics already has such a strong front line, and Karma is fantastic into Rumble because whenever Rumble puts down that equalizer, Karma can then choose to use that mantra and the shield on her whole team to both shield the damage and give them movement speed to get out of it.
Yeah.
So it makes a lot of sense there. As we'll see what Ice chooses to blind pick here, as I'm assuming they're going to look for that last pick support.
Give Stend a few more options. But I like what you're saying. Now, Ice was in the Varus last time they picked here. Scaling has always been kind of what we've known Ice to be for, was a bit of an insurance policy during his time on BDS. And could look to be the same here for Team Heretics. Now, one of the nice things about Aphelios is that Jack will get to speak again this cast, and he really does love speaking.
Yeah,
but
that's
Purple
nice.
Gun does give you a bit of setup, which they are thus far sorely lacking. So it does give you some, like, yeah, it's not the greatest thing in the world, but the Aphelios ult into the root, or just the root itself does give you a bit of options on top of having a pretty good scaling threat. And they banned the Corki away just to make sure the lane is easier, but Carzzy is not interested in making the lane. Okay, we're fist fighting, never mind. Aphelios gets no time to sit, scale, be comfortable. I thought we were gonna handshake. There are no handshakes happening. Well, there is now, because Renata's here, but otherwise there's no handshaking on the scaling.
Oh my god, Kalista Renata, what year is it? It's been a while since we've seen this bot lane pulled out here, but it has such strong explosive firepower, and it really, they're picking this duo here to try to shut down this Aphelios, and now Sten needs to find some sort of pick. It's going to be the Thresh, which has a really good laning phase to provide some safety for the Aphelios later on. Dracos is not a fan.
No, you know how I feel about a Thresh. I've explained it to you before. When you're winning the game, Thresh feels like the most broken sport in the world. Every other stage of the game, Thresh feels kind of meh.
I mean, the problem is that they don't have many great options here. I think they could have went Rakan, but they themselves banned out the Rakan. Now, Rakan is not good into Renata, but it's a very safe support that can always kind of survive lane. But with the Karma and the Nico out, you have not really many ranged options that are great with Aphelios. You could have went for the Lulu. I think maybe the Lulu would have maybe made more sense, as you then have even greater scaling for this Aphelios. But with the Thresh, they have a lot of ganking options for Sheo if he ever comes behind. Sten can lantern him in and look to flash in. And overall, I think we can keep the camera pretty much locked on bot lane. I think a lot of action will be happening. Carzzy, my prediction would be Carzzy's either going to be like 5-0 this game, or he's going to be 0-5.
That's what I like to hear. Those are the stakes I like to have set for the early game. All right, all eyes on the bottom side of the map. Kalista Renata, notorious powerhouse 2v2. And honestly, Aphelios Thresh, old school kind of scaling option. The Thresh offering that additional mobility in the form of the Lantern that Aphelios so sorely lacks. And we'll see if Ice and Sten are on the same page, if they can make the 2v2 work as we get ready for our third game of the day here. Look at that angle.
Wow. Yeah, so we jump right into it. I mean, Aphelios Thresh has also been infamous for being a great bot lane duo, not just in the later stages, but in lane as well, as you can always set up that Thresh hook with the purple root. And crucially, Ice deciding to go for the barrier instead of the cleanse up against all of Renata's CC. That allows him to have a little bit more survivability, while in contrast, Carzzy is sitting on the cleanse, worried about that Rise root and the Thresh hook, which allows him to be a little bit less scared of the CC, but at the same time, barrier advantage for Ice should allow them to play a little bit more aggressive in that early game. As Linces is off to an early cheese here, but he's going to get spotted by the ward, and we'll see how Team Heretics can respond to this Raptor start from Linces.
Keep an eye on it, of course, as the game progresses. Sheo wants to just kind of agree to the split map that is more or less being proposed by Linces as he invades on the opposite side. Level 1, always a bit tricky for Aphelios. The early guns are so good for landing, but you don't actually have an ability yet.
Yeah.
And also, you're playing against a Kalista. Well, you've got the extra sustain. Nice to have the fleet footwork. Lethal tempo wins a lot of early game trades.
Yeah.
If you're going to do more than 1 or 2 autos.
I mean, the big thing when you're playing this matchup as Aphelios is it is just like a scaling sort of answer into the Kalista. You're going to be losing in the early game unless you get some crazy spacing out trades with that extra range from the green gun. But due to the fact that Kalista just has so much more all-in power and the strength of the Renata, it's really hard for this Aphelios to do anything in the early stages. And it's not really up until they get that blue-purple that I've really got my eyes out to see if they can make something happen in this bot side. As it is going to be, Linces ended up just going for the Raptors and then going back to his own jungle and securing his own Raptors. Already cleanse burned from
Nice
Carzzy.
handshake. Actually getting a bit of extra poke there. Forcing the cleanse out from Carzzy, definitely good to have, but Might be tough to follow up on as Vitality are already crashing this wave into tower. You highlighted it well though, Jack. He only took the Raptors, moved up to top side. This makes Lince's pathing, or Lince's initial clear, a little bit slow. He's just spent a lot of time walking across the map, even if he did deny that initial camp.
But what I do like about it is that it kind of makes Sheo's pathing a little bit scuffed, because Sheo had to go from blue buff to his red buff to his Krugs to then his top side. And that means that what Sheo would have wanted to do is just full clear to bot, and then after his full clear looked for a bot gank. He's not really going to be able to do that because he was forced to enter bot side so early, worried that Linces would take all of his camps. And then, in contrast, Linces is actually the one that's going to be bot side now for quite some time, and presumably going to be able to secure the bot side crab as well, which just allows him to have a lot more pressure, and you can see that the Aphelios and Thresh are not going to be able to try to abuse this Carsey lack of cleanse whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely a tricky lane to play out. You would love to land a hook, force a short trade here, but even throwing it out can cost you a lot of space, a lot of pressure in the lane. As Knock-Knocko doing well thus far in the 1v1. The CS is even, but the pressure very much favoring him, and obviously a difference in summoner spells being taken. We mentioned before, Knock-Knocko. We know him for the Ignite Renekton, also a fan of the Ignite Rumble. Not too surprising, but does mean that Trayson has to be careful of those potential all-ins, as Sheo and Linces might start trading blows around this bottom crab.
Yeah, Linces able to get the crab here, and he's going to run to blue buff. Sheo's able to pick up the respawned Raptors that are... It's pretty nice for him, to be honest, this pathing, because now he gets a leveled up camp, while Linces recalls without picking up his blue buff and is going to run to his own Raptors that have leveled up. So Linces' path is... Both junglers have a little bit of like weird pathing, based on just what they would normally have, but I do think that in the long run, it will probably benefit Sheo because he gets that Raptors on such a short respawn timer in comparison to Linces, who's now doing the same clear, but you can see much slower as he's doing the Raptors, and Sheo's already finished the Krugs.
Made the timing suffer a bit. Ward in the brush will give Vitality a little bit of advance notice if a Lantern play comes through. Lantern flash play, classic play. It's like we're back in Season 2. The hook connecting as well. Well played from Sten. That's the root fall up on the Graviton, and down they go for first blood. Team Heretic. Damn, that was clean.
Yeah, great gank by Sheo, abusing the power of the Aphelios Thresh there, just showing that Lantern gank and neutralizing any sort of pressure from this Kalista Renata in the early game. And now Sheo, with the Giant's Belt and the Ruby Crystal, setting himself up for big success here. And Ice as well with a great purchase. Gets the Serrated Dirt, gets the boots. He chose to not opt for Stormracer despite getting the BF Sword. Makes me a little bit sad, I'm not gonna lie. I really think if you get the BF Sword, I mean, Stormracer has way higher win rate.
But lethality and Collector are dopamine, and that's what you have to remember. So people like pushing an ability on Aphelios
Ice?
real hard. Ice, gonna take a lot of damage here. Double root. Hook connecting onto a minion, not ideal. But they still got that first play, right?
They still got that first play. And Carsey is the one who hasn't based yet, so if Ice can lock him in lane now, he's going to be pretty happy.
Already popped both stacks of the refillable though, so it is a little bit difficult. Both sides reliant on that thought is Humanoid knocking back Saren, very smart, does not waste anything on Sheo, hitting the rise, keeps him alive there. Does cost the flash in the end, the Ghost up shortly, but it's gonna make things a lot more difficult, especially as Saren has a flash of his own. See Linces waiting in the shadows, maybe ready to cover for his mid laner.
Yeah, some good pressure from Saren. Just trying to zone Humanoid off the wave, forcing his recall. And interestingly, both mid laners went Ghost this game. No TP on either of them. So that's gonna...
2 semi-globals, no TPs. We got an Ignite in top lane. 2026 is kind of cool.
Yeah. Sheo looks to solo the Drake here. Looks like it's just gonna be free.
It's gonna take a bit of time. Well, it's already taking a bit of time. We're approaching the end of that particular time.
But it's weird that Drakes, they're like so tanky, but you can still do them, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, they just up the effective health so much.
Yeah.
It takes a while. You really got to make sure your bot lane is going to have push for more than one wave, because yeah, sometimes you're stuck there for a long time. Of course, checking in on the rest of the map. Small lead for Knock-Knocko on the top side. Early M-Pen boots just wants to get that extra movement speed, dodge out on some of those Cassante abilities. Bot lane, they got that one sick play, but as much as the kill is nice to have, it does not make the 2v2 much easier. You still would really like to have the support of Sheo before you go for anything here.
Yeah, I also think just with the Taliyah being always able to ulti bot, it's a little bit scary for Ice and Stand, and Stand not having the flash makes it so that he can't really repeat that Lantern play, while also having to worry a little bit more about any potential gank from Linsus or any roam from Humanoid. And with that ward that put the little circle here.
That's that's not the step.
You just did the most.
You just touched a normal TV, bro. That is not the one you can draw on. That's the one you can draw on.
Well, with this ward that Vitality has.
Yes. Okay. Well spotted.
They got the Fairlights and they got full control of the river. As Saren now onto Humanoid. Gets a great trade.
Humanoid continues to walk up though. That one's a
it's
a
really
bit dicey.
chunked. And Grubs are up, and Humanoid needs the base with no TP. As long as Saren here doesn't fall for a Linsus gank, this should just be Grubs over to Team Heretics.
This is a big commitment of resources. Sheo is kind of just partially because he's playing Mundo, but just wandered into 2 objectives now.
Yeah.
Pick those up. The gold's so close. Saren wants to go for the solo ball. The flick back does hit, but it's enough damage to finish the job.
Bro, Saren's making fun of him. Like, Linsus is sitting there for 30 seconds. He's like, yo, can I go? Can I go? And finally he leaves. Humanoid dies.
Humanoid dies. Look, I don't remember what happened when like the Istanbul Wildcats and Mad Lions played like 5 years ago. But Mad Lions, I'm pretty sure, won that game. So maybe that's a little bit of vengeance, digging deep into the narrative vault there. Maybe
that's the deepest of deep I've ever heard. Like, if you don't even remember the game.
MSI or World's plans. You know,
I'm pretty sure Saren lost once to Humanoid, so that was for that.
Sometimes you just got to be ready to start cooking on the script.
Yeah.
You got to always be prepared for a potential rat battle angle, you know? Saren versus Humanoid. Here we go. Well, Saren makes fun of him a little bit. Humanoid kind of cocky in this laning phase.
Yeah. To be honest, I think Saren is the one who's cocky. He's playing in his face. I mean, Humanoid is just getting demolished.
Got it.
I don't know. Like, it doesn't look cocky to me. It just looks like he's losing every trade. I mean, Ryze is incredibly strong and has so much of that early game power, while Taliyah does have, you know, decent wave clear. She doesn't quite have the same fighting power and especially setup that Ryze has. Yeah. And Saren's making full advantage of it.
And I mean, this is one of the things about locking in, and we did admittedly see the Azir and the Orianna ban, but locking in the Taliyah with the Wukong is, normally Taliyah is so good with those pairings, the Vi, the Pantheon, the kind of like guaranteed setup and damage. But Linsus just has not been able to get active on the map really at all thus far in the early game. Lost out on 2 objectives. Hasn't been able to match the ganks here as Ice just continues to back away from Carzzy. Really just does not want to all in the spot lane.
Yes, I must say, Carzzy is not 0-5 or 5-0 in 10 minutes.
I think there's one thing that we've learned is that, Jack, whatever you want to happen,
does not happen.
It just does not happen. I'm sorry, brother.
I guess to be fair, with Wukong, it's hard. Like, you don't really have a crazy proactive jungler that can make stuff happen. Like, Linsus tried to go for the Raptors invade, and nothing really, you know, like, after that, he hasn't had much chance to do anything proactive.
Can Mundo proc Heartsteel on his teammates if he gets Renata ulted? Does the Zerk last long enough?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Let us know.
I don't think it could last long enough.
I don't think so either. It's only like 1.5 seconds. But you mentioned earlier, right? Ice opting for the barrier does make the lane stronger. Oh, hold that thought. Oh, and in the bottom lane. Okay, nice hook. Instant play. Ice looking for the ball. Forces the flash out of Carzzy. It does cost them the ulti of Stand, but really solid hook in the 2v2, giving them that greater advantage.
Weird.
Now Fleshy can't walk back down to the bottom lane. Team Heretics are now officially winning bot lane. He's got the light gun, so he's just obliterating the tower.
Huge play for Team Heretics there, but Carzzy had the cleanse and decides not to use it. And now being chunked out so hard, Ice is able to pick up a good bit of plates and able to secure nearly a 1,000 gold lead over Carzzy here.
And this is where it starts to get scary, because the Collector Rush gives you a lot of, you know, burst damage on that ability rotation. Carzzy wants some time to win out on those trades. It's Sheo waiting in the darkness.
Sheo is 1v3 here, but he's very fearless.
It does go.
Vitality is the one that's clicking back. Even though they know enemy bot lane is base, they decide to push in this bot wave first. I think Vitality really want to try to contest this Drake, but with Aphelios having the Collector and Mundo having the Heartsteel, I I think this is going to be Team Heretics' objective.
Really tough to walk up.
Flashy gets the fruits here. He'll be able to regen a little bit. That's crazy. And gets the Q3. Ult is in.
All in. Misses the initial Q. Gets the flash from Knock Knocko. I think has to just be happy with that.
I mean, a great early lane by Tracen thus far, keeping it completely equal up against the Ignite Rumble.
Teo blocks some initial damage. Ice looking for the root there. Is going to mark him with the Calibrum. Has the follow-up if he wants to root Fleshy instead, turning his sights towards Lintus. Humanoid on the way in. Sheo already ulted, healing up a lot of health, forcing the flash out from Sten. Sten not sure when he has the Lantern, but waiting as long as he can. Hook connects on the Humanoid, but Lintus already there with the Cyclone. Good damage from Saren, wants to keep the fight going. Ice looking to snipe, but doesn't quite connect. Lantern in, but Ice knocked up for a second and won't be able to do anything else. Did already use the ulti, as you're right, Team Heretics getting the Dragon and Vitality just kind of bullied out.
Yeah, it's Team Heretics with the HP advantage as they force all the bases from Vitality. 2 early Drakes from Team Heretics. 3 Grubs as Humanoid. Okay. He's starting to get back into it. Forces the flash from Saren. Flash for flash. It's going to feel nice for him, especially with Linsus having that flash. Might be able to look for Saren eventually now. But still, all early game objectives over to Team Heretics. All kills over to Team Heretics. A great early game by them. Their one hard losing lane was top, and Tracen is completely equal with Knock Knocko.
Right where you wanted to be for Tracen. Again, had one good game, 2 pretty rough ones last week. This one doing well, like more than you could ever expect. Losing a little bit would have been totally fine here. Dying once probably also would have been acceptable in the context of the 1v1 up against an Ignite Rumble, but he's doing even better than that. And while he has to respect the physical damage that could be put out by this Vitality bottom lane and has opted to swap, still doing really, really well. Yeah, and I gotta say for Vitality, this is a really hard game to play out now, because it's gonna be Mountain Soul for the Cassante Mundo comp.
Yeah.
And Arise, who's also going to be pretty happy about those stats.
Exactly.
Like, I don't know how you do damage.
Yeah, and now with Carsey being in base, Ice is going to get some plates on mid as well with those 3 Grubs. And he's just continuing to extend his lead. And I mean, this matchup doesn't get any better for this Kalista Renata. I think the biggest thing, the reason we saw Renata so much with Kalista, and I think a lot of people didn't fully understand this that well, is that it provides a ton of scaling to Kalista, because it allows her to be playing way more forward with the Renata W to revive her through death, and also just the Renata ultimate having so much value. So it's not like if this is Kalista Nautilus, then I'm really feeling worried for this Kalista. But due to the fact that she has this Renata, it's not like come 20 minutes, the Kalista is useless.
And we talked about this last year too when they made the changes, right? Like the way her auto attacks work now, they changed the AD scaling thing back. Like in general, she does scale better. It's still going to be tough out for Tracen. Now going all in on Knock Knocko and doing a damn fine job. Q3 though, not going to connect means that Knock Knocko is able to walk away. Does burn the Ignite Equalizer used just to clear the way to ensure there isn't any kind of follow-up dive. We'll start to retreat now.
Oh, Humanoid is looking to ult there on the stand, no flash. There's the plan.
Blast Cone is still going to get stunned. Flick still going to connect. Sten likely to go down here. Nice little pick from the side of Vitality. But Team Heretics want to turn into a bigger fight because Ice is ready to absolutely pop off. Carsey caught off to the side. Carsey now set to fall. The Mikhail's coming in, but it's not quite enough. Healing there as Saren wants to get the job done, but he manages to get the execute.
Oh my God.
The reset is there. Vitality take another life.
Team Heretics are looking to continue chasing with Tracen on the run. Vitality are going to get out. Oh, but still tense here as Linsus gets over the wall. But you see the power of the Renata there. Even though Carsey's in the midst of it, with Saren trying to take him down with the revive of the Renata, he's able to survive, but it's still Team Heretics with the tempo gain that able to get mid tower here as Linsus and Sheo are kind of just looking at each other. Sheo really wanted to kind of cheese and start the Herald while Vitality was base, but now Linsus is the one starting Herald. Sten has the hook. Linsus?
Lantern pulling back. He can't go anywhere. Oh,
he did.
That's a very sad monkey. No. Oh no.
I liked what Linsus was doing, stopping Sheo from starting the Herald.
Yeah, but he stuck around
intelligent.
Too long.
But then he did something unintelligent and started the Herald himself.
It's been a rough one for Linsus.
This game?
Yeah, he has just not had the presence on the map that I think he wanted to. A lot of that is Wukong by nature. Yeah. Maybe though, Carsey and Flesh can get a bit more pressure down onto Ice here in the mid lane. Relatively low mana. Stent is on the way though. 2026 home guards, making it pretty easy for him to get back to mid lane. Herald will finally fall for Team Heretics, and they continue the trend of taking every single objective on the map.
Yeah. Overall, a really good game for Team Heretics thus far. I think now with Ice slowly approaching 2 items for this Drake as well.
Unstoppable, humanoid.
Oh.
Q3 ready to go. If he doesn't dodge the Q3, ooh, but he does.
I wonder if Tracing could have just ulted him off of that W.
I mean, humanoid has no flash. If he just, yeah. But the window of opportunity here, I think Tracing not quite confident in the flash timer cooldown.
Yeah.
Humanoid, though, still has to be careful. Pathmaker mitigating that CC. It's now 3rd Drake coming in 30 seconds. Saren matched up against Knock Knocko. I think he's really tough for Knock Knocko, though. Rise so mobile.
Oh, Humanoid might be in trouble here.
Oh,
I think they can just
oh,
tank
the
this
BB
tower.
boys are here. The flash, the wall, but there's no CC for the Mundo.
Good flash ulti there by Humanoid to get out. And that is going to be most likely the Drake going over to Vitality, as Heretics is choosing to opt in to going full for this top side here, getting this top tower with the Herald. And also Ice spacing now, I believe, for his Infinity Edge. Let's see if he has it completed.
Gonna get a decent amount of damage in on the top side, but Vitality are double dipping here. They protect top side as well as go for the Drake. Extend tries to throw in a cheeky hook, so good to take that away. Slow at the very least the Drake stacking of Team Heretics.
Huge spike for Ice here as he gets the Infinity Edge. Now with the Collector IE, he's gonna be doing so much damage in these team fights. I think especially with the blue gun as well, if he can get a big ultimate, can really be the carry to watch in these fights.
Shibuya speed for Humanoid means he's able to catch out Saren. Again with the Roa, it's just so hard to keep the rise low. Linces is sticking around bottom side though. Fleshy.
Oh, he misclicked the ult.
Oh.
Oh. I mean, it was a good pick, but I mean, he misclicked.
He misclicked.
It happens. Everybody misclicks.
The good news is they didn't lose anything for it other than his ulti. And a little bit of pride.
And maybe the game.
No, what? Stop.
Well, maybe there's a different reality there where he gets ulti, Ice dies.
Doctor Strange, take it down a notch.
I'm just saying, if
he's suffered enough whipping the ult in front of all these people.
Imagine if Ice dies there, Carsey takes mid tower, suddenly it's a 1k gold swing. That's all I'm saying.
We come out of the game, Ice looks at you, he says, what if I just gave you $1 billion and you're super rich? Dang it, Fleshy. We could have been living in that timeline.
Could have been.
Said we're in this timeline.
Yeah.
Where I don't know if Ice has $1 billion. Probably not. But maybe.
I don't think Ice is a billionaire.
You don't know. But if Fleshy had hit that ulti, he might have been. We never know. Saren runs up, roots him. Just a ghost for ghost trade.
Wait, so your theory is if Fleshy hit that ulti, it was
no,
a
my
win
point
trade?
is
Is that the point?
No, my point is it's just like it's fine. Not that much happened. You don't need to like make up an imaginary scenario where this is the play that could have won Worlds or whatever.
Well, it could have.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to. We're not doing multiverse theory.
Okay.
We've all seen enough Marvel movies. I don't need someone making a joke about Ant-Man. We're fine.
Well,
we're all good.
They're making a play on mid lane.
And it might not have mattered. See, he doesn't have the ulti, but it might not matter because Humanoid is here. The flick back onto Ice is there. They didn't even need the ulti.
He's not getting $1 billion. He's there. As they move up to the Nash, they have the Kalista Renata. Big damage from the Talia here. Let's see if they can do it.
In a good position to start it. Might cost them dearly, but Trayson really cannot walk in. They don't have a mid-wave in their favor. TP now coming from Trayson to group with the rest of the team. But again, Kalista should make this relatively easy to pseudo smite secure with the Ren. 4K getting lower. Trayson knocked into the wall. 2K on the objective. They managed to grab it. The initial ult is there. Good damage now coming through. Swiss manages to make it out courtesy of the McHales. Team Heretics just in time to watch the Baron fall. Well played by Vitality.
Yeah, beautiful secure there by Carsey and Linces to sync up the smite and the Ren. But Sheo is face checking it. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Talk to me about that timeline, Doctor Strange. What are we cooking now?
Someone check him PC.
Okay.
Well, Ice dies here as he tries to get out with the flash. And I think, oh yeah, Fleshy flash queued him in there. We're not gonna think about that though.
You're banned from multiverse theory. No more. Vitality, yes, they're 500 gold behind, but now that they have the Baron.
Should be able to get mid tower at least. That's the minimum that they really want to get here. But with all these outers being up, it should be hard for them to really get that much with the Nash, but they have 2 minutes. Let's see what they can get done. First of all, they need to get control of the jungle, need to push out some sides. They break the bot tower, that's great. Now Humanoid's going to be able to continue pushing in this bot side, hover up towards mid, pressure that. Ice needs to back off, no flash. They can get the mid tower, and that's a beautiful Baron macro right there. Although Humanoid is choosing to stay, so they are not getting mid tower. I hope Humanoid moves after one more bot wave.
We'll have to find out.
We'll find out. Hey, I mean, he could also just hit bot tower, I suppose. It's not bad.
Trayson, though, going to continue to fish for an all-in, despite the Baron buff. Sheo waiting the darkness, then, of course, has the Lantern to bring him in if they want. But it is really hard to get on top of the Kalista Renata. And again, Ice, no cleanse, and no Mikhails for Sten yet either does mean that Fleshy's ult can do a lot of work.
Yeah. So they're still choosing to keep this 1-3-1 type of lane assignment, which means that Humanoid is able to get some damage onto this bot tier 2, but not able to break the mid tier 1. I really want Humanoid to use his push bot to hover mid here to actually break this mid tower. I guess it is eventually breaking with the cannon, although Sheo smites it away.
Really determined to hold this.
Yeah, I mean,
it does feel like it just dies
the
on the
longer
next
they
wave.
can hold this, the better it is for denying this Nash. And the fact that they could hold it for 1.5 minutes of the Nash is not bad. It's not bad for them.
No, definitely not. Humanoid will finally break bot lane tier 2.
Yeah. Pretty good Nash, all things considered. I don't think they're getting much more than this, but they break 2 towers on bot and the mid tower as well. And they make around the, what, 3,000 gold swing? And they get the second Drake as well. Not bad, not bad.
Tied up 2-2 in terms of overall Drakes. Taking a look at, of course, items just to see where the relative power is. Still just 2.5 for Ice and Carzzy, so no massive spike there as Humanoid still trying his best to get the gold together for a death cap.
Definitely feels like some what-ifs, though, for Team Heretics. Not to bring up the multiple timelines once again, but...
Butterfly effect.
I mean, Team Heretics had the first 2 dragons, and then chose to not play for the 3rd dragon, and instead, like, go for the top tower.
Yeah.
And you do have to wonder if maybe that has come back to bite them, as I really would have wanted to see them be closer to that soul, as that's just such an easy win con, especially when you're kind of like a more middling team, where playing for Nash, playing for really hard to execute macro plays can be difficult, while just having that Drake win con is just such an easy, nice way of playing the game, and that really feels like it's disappeared out of their grasp now, as Vitality are the ones in full control here, pushing each and every lane.
Yeah. Really nice spot for Vitality to be. Obviously have the semi-global support of the Taliyah. The neutral objective threat of a champion like Kalista 2 is just going to make a lot of these setups so much more convenient as long as Linsis and Carzzy are in sync. Ice, once he gets that 3rd item, though, will be scary. That armor penetration can do a lot of work.
Yeah, definitely a big spike for him. So he should be relatively close to it. Just trying to farm up a storm. And Saren as well is able to push in side waves quite deep. Still doing quite well for himself.
But we're in the calm portion of the game, right?
We're on the calm portion of the game.
Got 1:30 till Baron, 3 minutes till Mountain. I will say that in a lot of games of League of Legends, nothing happened this window of time. Teams fish for cooldowns, small advantages. But in a lot of LEC games, someone gets caught and dies on sideline.
Yeah. And, I mean, Humanoid is kind of known for that. So that's kind of the player to look out for, I think, if that's the angle that you're looking for.
It is true. 5 isolated deaths.
That's only in week 1?
That's in week 1.
Oh my god.
He dies alone
3
a
games.
lot. He dies alone a lot. Look, you have to respect a strong independent mid laner who does not need his team around to make a play. That's how all solo kills start.
But if he's dying, then...
Yeah, it's not very good. But, you know, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take.
I don't know. I feel like Saren is looking pretty strong and independent this game.
I mean, they're both 1-1. Humanoid's even got an assist.
Yeah, but...
No, Saren had him in the mid. Had him in the lane. We know it. We know what it is.
Yeah.
But Saren just
I like better how he's clicking.
He's got to click
Sometimes
more,
it's about the clicks.
I mean, Ryze clicks more, for sure. Has Actualizer now as well, which is just a crazy damage spike. Carzzy, though, also completing 3rd item, as is Ice. We're all kind of just syncing up here. Everybody 3rd items ready to go, just about.
As they're looking to leverage control here of the Nash. Just trying to get any sort of poke as Sheo gets some damage onto Linces, forces the clone. They're going to move into Nash now to get the vision. But Humanoid, really good player actually to push out this top wave while Team Heretics are grouping on mid. So this kind of forces someone of Team Heretics to go catch that top wave and makes it so that they have to drop this Nash vision that they painstakingly built up now. And that is, like, that's kind of the yin and the yang of having a lot of isolated deaths, is that you're willing to push waves that other mid laners wouldn't, which buys a lot of pressure in situations like these, but it will also cost you in a lot of other situations where you just end up pushing that wave that you weren't really allowed to push.
True. In this case, because bot wave is completely even, though, it does just give an opportunity for Vitality to establish their own vision around the pit and reset. Team Heretics taking a bit of time before they get this mid push out.
Yeah. And you might be wondering, like, why doesn't Saren just go bot now? And it's because he doesn't have that TP, so he's really worried about enemy team starting Nasher as soon as he shows bot. So that's why Trayson is the one to recall and going to be opening up towards bot now and look to push that out.
Yeah. It does make lane assignments pretty tricky, not having double TP. I think it's something we've gotten used to seeing in Pro for so long. But
yeah.
Because normally you just always want your AD mid, but there's a world where, you know, because of the way that Humanoid is pushing, that's not an option. And it does really make those lane assignments tricky. That said, we're still in the push battle here as Sheo walking up, taking a bit of a chunk. Footwork from Trayson, gives him a small shield as the Fey Light goes down. Sten with the hook. Ooh, doesn't quite connect. Nor does the seismic shove from Humanoid. But both sides really just fishing and taking turns setting up that vision.
Yeah. Looking on this next mid wave here, as Nako has a good flank.
Waiting. Some damage onto Saren. Realm Warp, he's forced to flash away. Saren completely and totally isolated. He's moving fast, but not fast enough. A nice pick from Team Vitality. The rest of Team Heretics now backing away.
Now they're going to be looking to start up the Nash once again. A great pick onto Saren there. He gets caught out.
I think that's a caster curse from you, Mr. Spectra. Team Heretics, 4 members in the area. Ice still very powerful, and Baron again shredding armor and MR. Back to what it used to be, so they have to respect Ice's potential ult. The hook coming in from Ice. Pullback is there initially. Massive damage from the Aphelios. Now looking to turn it back, knows the hostile takeover. Ice flashing right in! The double! Looking for a little bit more. Sheo continuing just to run full sprint at Humanoid. Sidesteps on the briefcase are decent, but Ice is ready. Sten is ready. Pulls through!
Hey, that's Aphelios, baby!
That's 200 years right there!
Stand up! You love to see it. As now Team Heretics are striking back in this game. Ice with the pentakill. They're gonna get the Baron Nashor. They're gonna look for the Dragon as well as we watch this replay of this fight. It starts off with a great pick by Vitality. They get Saren, they force his flash, but he's able to do a lot of damage onto Linces, and with this new Baron Nashor, that turns out to be deadly for Vitality. As you see that Linces is forced to use the clone while fighting the Nash, he's taking a lot of damage, and Ice is crucial in this fight. Keep your eyes on him. As Sten walks up, gets the hook onto Fleshy, they get a good bit of chunk, and Ice is just clicking back, he gets a great blue ult that pops down Linces, it's taken so much damage from the Nash. Ice has the QSS, perfectly times it with the Renata ultimate, sidestep to Talia W. A wonder class of a team fight from him.
Yeah. Super impressive stuff. Obviously the finish here. Icing on the cake, as is the pentakill.
Penta, 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 penta.
Straight to the point. Clean, efficient communication. Penta, 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 penta. That man knew what he wanted and didn't have a cleanse. He had the Mikhails, courtesy of Sten, so love to see a little bot lane synergy.
Oh, I thought it was the QSS, but it was a perfectly timed Mikhails, actually.
Pretty nice.
Very well played by Sten. Very well played.
6-1-1 now. 3.5k gold lead. Ruh-roh.
Oh,
Sheo, though, one person who really cannot fight this Kalista is Mundo. Look at all those. Oh, never mind. That was like 500 spears. That did not do a lot of damage.
I mean, Vitality's base is getting shattered, though, while all of this is happening. And Ryze could even look to ulti the minions into their base here, as Sheo is just buying so much time. The minions are being ulted in.
They just want to end the game.
GG.
Ice, really good guns for a fight. If they dive onto him, might cost him, but they're going to try to force it anyway. They managed to the initial flick back into Ice, but he gets out with the power of the Lantern, and again, Sten just barely keeping his AD carry alive. Siege on the base, double recall as they manage to take out Sheo in the mid lane. Team Heretics can't afford to stick around too long, but Humanoid is dead! Double kill there. Q4, Q3, Knock, nice sidestep forward. Sendo hits the hook, and that might just be it. Fletchy is here. Carzzy ready to make the difference. The flash forward. Wants to keep the fight going, but Trayson isolates him. Looks to knock him down. A sidestep, a quadra, a second penta. Second penta. To back. Ice, baby. Team Heretics bringing it home.
Oh my god, a back-to-back pentakill for Ice. Oh, Team Heretics is back, Aphelios is back. Oh my goodness, Crit is back. Beautiful, beautiful positioning by Ice and great support play by Sten. My goodness, they turned it on in the last few minutes.
Yeah, they did. That was some really impressive stuff. Making the most out of the Mikhails. I was nervous when they didn't get it earlier in the game, but they managed to get it just in time. And while Vitality clearly had a solid game plan, fell so far behind early, did a good job of punishing Team Heretics to come back into the game. But ultimately, in those fights, Ice, Sten, the team as a whole, too damn good. Player of the game, you go out now, LEC on X, Saren, Ice for Sten.
Back-to-back penta, I mean.
That double penta.
Yeah.
Saren was kind of cooking in the mid lane though, and Sten was...
I mean, it's Sten or Ice for sure. I mean, Sten had some great hooks. He set up the early laning phase really well. The first initial gank was with his Lantern, and he did a ton of work. I think Saren had a good early laning phase, but he got caught in that crucial team fight. I mean, Ice, baby.
Ice, most certainly. Looks like Shox is ready, so let's just send it down to her after that incredible game.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Trayson and Ice, but I gotta start with Ice. Of course, Ice, wow, double pentakill. Have you ever done that before in a pro game? No. Can you tell me about the call for the second one? Did you believe you were gonna get the second one?
No, I don't believe because enemy Kalista and Renata was on mid. So I didn't thought I can do double penta in this game.
Do you want to give some credit to your support as well? Because in the first Penta, Sten did great things, no?
Yes, Sten did great Mikhail thing.
Yeah.
So I didn't expect Mikhail like this.
What? Wow.
I mean, after the play, I heard something like great Michael stand, and I was like, okay, we are winning this game for sure.
Yeah, but you were not surprised that he did a great Mikhails.
No, of course not.
Okay. How was the game from your side? Because, yeah, as usual, top laners, their ADC needs to carry.
I mean, I was chilling on top with my bro. We were farming minions, hitting each other. I got his flash when we won, so I was quite happy with how I played. And in fights, I think I did a good job, but my ID was better this game, so we won.
Yeah, that's sometimes the way it goes. I wanted to show you your quote from an interview that you did where you said that you've been watching for so long and that you always wanted to be on the stage. And I wanted to ask if the reality is living up to your expectations.
I mean, it's insane. It gives me so much motivation to work harder and stay here as long as possible. And the studio is insane. I only heard about the studio. Now I checked it myself, so I can confirm it's really nice. I feel great on stage, so I really want to be here.
Okay, it's awesome to see. You're very welcome to be here as well. Thank you so much, Ice. Congratulations, double pentakill and Trayson, and a win for TH. And when we come back, it is Shifters versus G2.
My team, can you stop shaking the stage?
I'm not shaking.
No one is shaking the stage, it's just a imagination, you peon.
I mean, blow.
Hello?
Yeah, you can't even speak, you're so stupid. I don't give a f***, I'm legit alpha male of this team.
Oh, he misclicked the ult.
Front to back. Kalista.
Nice hook. Nice.
Nice, you can go mid, okay? I think can go mid. I see.
Nice and Drake.
Welcome back, everybody, for Shifters versus G2 Esports, our fourth game of the day, and two teams with very different trajectories so far in the LEC. Starting with Shifters, they should be 3-0, right? Minus some oopsies in day one, right? Who doesn't mess up in day one, especially after not playing for 6 months? But they're so good. Great start to the LEC, if you forget about this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can actually make a legitimate argument, as you say, Lord, that Shifters actually should be 3-1, or 3-0, I mean.
3-1?
After today, maybe, but in general, I'm so excited about this new Shifters lineup, because I really did not expect them to come out swinging this way. I enjoy so much how they kind of piece this team together. The addition of Paddock and Trimby, I think it's working wonders.
I didn't expect, after watching their first game, kind of to see as much synergy as we were going to get. And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. Like, Paddock has had some fantastic games on that bot side. Really looks like he's linking up well with Trimby. And then just the synergy around that mid lane seems to be so important to this team as well. So I'm excited to see what they can achieve.
Yeah, and that's something we can always count on. I feel like when it comes to former BDS, now Shifters, the fact that Nuke consistently good for this team, but now he's got teammates to play around as well. But coming into this matchup, especially, if I were Caps, I would be scared, because getting solo kills on Caps is Nuke's job.
It is,
it's
yeah.
been Nuke's job for 2 years.
Historically, he's always been doing really well against Caps. Maybe not in those like really high pressure moments, but usually when they play, Nuke actually does really well against Caps. And I think especially last year we had a lot of interviews with him where he said that in the last year's BDS, he had to take a big step up in the roles he had to take. But now getting Trimby in, I feel like it's really allowed him to just hone in his mechanical prowess, his own individual strengths, and allows him to shine.
And I'm getting fed up with this against Nuke Duck propaganda. or Nuke, sorry. Because honestly, like, this feels like it's not the year of the Nuke Duck, it's the year of the Nuke. This man has been so incredibly good for so long. And the biggest problem that we saw last year for BDS was not that Nuke couldn't get leads and Nuke couldn't carry games. It was that they didn't understand what was happening in the mid game. I feel like now adding Trimby in with the same kind of style that he brought on Vivo Keystars, this is where Nuke can really pop off and take over in these games, because now they have an identity they can play through in the mid game.
And this is where I feel like Trimby coming back to Europe, he said it, I'm not only coming back as a veteran, I'm coming back to show what I've been learning abroad, what I can bring to this team. He came as an Enchanter player, but he's making steps and plays all around the map, and that's something that's going to help Shifters, hopefully, today.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight, it's the little rematch bot lane. If you remember Rogue, Hansama, Trimby, they played together for a long time and then got separated. Now a little reunion. I really think there's going to be a lot of sparks flying in the bot lane now. Hansama with Labrov, and Trimby with his new AD carry, Paddock. Year of the Nuke, Paddock.
We got both Nuke, Ducks, they're both there. It's all working out.
All the Ducks are
It's all coming up for Shifters, all right? But yeah, I 100% agree. I think Trimby has been such a great addition to this squad. Again, like, bringing the shot calling, bringing that control, bringing that movement that they need around the map. Like, Trimby has really stepped up, and it is Nuke who is developing as a result. Like, it really feels like these guys have found what they need to, well, no pun intended, but shifted up a gear and actually become one of those top teams in Europe.
So many possible puns around Shifters. I love this team already. What do we think about G2, though? Because interviewing them last week, it's kind of like getting the ins out in the first 2 games, and then they show up on Monday, completely different team, but I wouldn't expect less from G2.
I mean, Shifters kind of shift on their opponent, but G2 kind of shift the bed. If you know what I'm saying. I feel like it was really depressing to watch them play, especially the Hansama dive on bot here, the Inib tower. I feel like it was a lot of jitters for a week 1 from a team that kind of stayed together. I would have expected a little bit more cohesion, a little bit more focus, because sure, they can blame it on week 1 that they're focusing on the long run, but like, if you're a team that has been playing together for so long as G2, that went through all these strives last year, I would expect them to come into the winter split a lot stronger than they did.
I think that's the biggest thing for me, is that we're coming off the back of one of the best performances in the last 5 years that G2 has shown it in international. Like, you got 2 playoffs at Worlds, you looked good, it felt like you'd started to figure out all these issues, but then like individual missteps have really come through. I think they will pull it back, but it's can they pull it back here against Shifters? That's the main question.
Yeah, a very interesting team again so far, and G2 got a win against the retirement home, so let's see if it was enough to pull back their groove here in the LEC, but let's send it over to casters for this one.
Thank you very much, Desk, and welcome back to the Casting Desk videos, and I'll take you through the next 3, and especially when G2 and Shifters are involved, anything is possible. I feel like G2, as we see right at first selection at the bottom of your screen, G2 are this weird enigma at the start of the split. Last winter we were saying the same thing. We're like, oh my god, how good is G2? We've got a similar value here again at a 1 and 2 start.
Yeah, I mean, they historically have always started splits off relatively slow. Scorelines like this are not exactly novel to them.
No.
But individual performances like this are a little bit of a surprise. I feel like that we saw some not so great performances from Caps. I mean, the fabled TP that we did see in his first matchup against Koi.
That was good. I don't know what you're talking
A
about.
surprising mistake that we don't normally see from the man in the mid lane.
True.
But also that degree of consistency that we're really used to from Broken Blade is not something that we've really been exposed to so far yet this split. But week 2 means that a lot of things can change in the practice leading up to it. So let's see how their priorities shift as G2, as you highlighted. First pick, and on the blue side, will be taking away both the Nico and the Yunar.
Don't worry, every time Vedia says shift or something related to, I will give a little slap on the wrist, okay? None of that's going to happen here. We've gone through the shifting memes. I feel like there's no more
It's
content.
not a meme, it's just part of my lexicon.
There's no more content. We've run out. We've run it dry, okay? I think we're getting towards the end. Now remember, again, blue side, red side as normal. And if you are just tuning in for the first time here today, you're a G2 fan or a Shifters fan, 26.2. Not as big as the opening season patch, but there are some things that will run you through getting into this game. I want to see if we see more Aatrox here again today as Orianna gets banned. We're looking more at the mid lane rather than my inquisitive thought for top. Vedi, what do you see as open?
Well, with the Malphite being open, last week we would have said first pick, first ban, but of
Isn't
course,
it? Didn't make it look too
that's
good.
the thing. So after the nerfs, it looks like that's shifted significantly in priority. Rumble, though, still going to be high on the list. And for Broken Blade, nonetheless, last year, one of the biggest conversations G2 was having was, do they play Rumble?
Yep.
On red side, they were constantly banning the Rumble themselves. When we spoke to the coaching staff, we heard about how Rumble was not something that they really wanted to prioritize, but they could definitely play it. We saw Broken Play playing it a bunch in solo queue, but they never actually brought it out. And while he did have, I think, like 1 or 2 games on it last year, it was just something that this team did not prioritize. So for G2 to first pick the Rumble, definitely a big shift in their priorities.
It really is. And again, Vedius, you have to be careful that strike 2 of using the word. He's 3 and 5 historically, by the way. So for Broken Blade, you're right, like it's at the bottom of his wheelhouse. He's almost played Rek'Sai more than he has Rumble in top, as Shifters are thinking about what they can do in the jungle here. Cassante already locked down, which we know is one of the strongest blind/answers to anything, really. And that Azir in Europe is still just hovering around. They get smacked down for Nuke, and I think Nuke's Azir is pretty damn good as well.
I mean, I wonder if we'll see something similar to earlier in the day. The Sejuani plus Yone could be a very effective combo into the Azir. Something that, I mean, there was a World Championship, I think it was 24, where we saw that as an answer all the time. That was kind of the mid matchup, Azir versus Yone.
Right with the year, yeah.
Skewmond hovering over his fabled.
That's more relevant, isn't it? But I guess we get the mid matchup that we are expecting at the moment. Talia's open. AD jungle pairing, Vedi, since we have AP solo laners. There's so many AD junglers up at the moment. It's just about what is S tier for G2 here, and what does Skewmond fancy for his game of the day?
That's a great question. Xin would be something we would highly expect last year, but Xin's priority definitely seems a lot more mixed in the current meta.
Vi's also been seen.
Yeah, Vi, but I don't think she's as strong. Jarvan is something we've seen paired a lot alongside it, but yeah, all right, we're just going to see a stock standard Jarvan. This does give Bukada a lot of flexibility. He was hovering the Nidalee earlier. I mean, really good matchup for the Nidalee, can really bully the Jarvan, but into this composition, or with this composition, I should say, that Shifters is building, I think Nidalee wouldn't make a ton of sense. Something like a Wukong, I think they could do.
Yep.
They could also grab themselves an AD carry if they want. That's completely fine. The jungle pool, I think, is deep enough. You could pretty much pick whatever you want here.
Yeah. Okay, Ezreal locked in for Paddock, and remember, we're really excited about this bottom lane. If you didn't hear the stories, or at least throughout the first week of us giving him a bit of hype, coming into the second, he's getting a hell of a lot more for how they played their lanes. This time on Ezreal, we'll see if Trimby gets a partnership deal where he can play a stronger 2v2. Maybe, Vedi, we talk about something like the Karma, something that is like an enchanter, if they can ramp up some
Bard
of the engage.
is my immediate thought.
Bard is also there.
Ezreal is a champion that is quite happy to be independent, and that gives the freedom for Trimby to roam around the map. So why not unlock him with something like a Bard? I wonder if G2 is at all concerned about that. Talia and Rumble as well, because they don't have those built-in dashes. Once that flash is gone, a Bard can be used to set up for an engage. And right now, Shifters are lacking ways to start team fights. So things like Rakan could be really valuable. Nautilus also a potentially good pick, not necessarily the best alongside an Ezreal. But also there's potential for disengage. Poppy can be good. I think the Alistair ban makes a ton of sense. But right now that support pool is really important just because depending on what shifters choose to pick in the jungle, which right now I feel like is likely to be something like the Wukong.
Yeah.
Wukarda's already had 2 games on the Wukong so far this split. And I think that it would just synergize nicely with the teamfight composition that Shifters is already building for themselves. It looks like they're trying to mitigate the AD carry pool as much as they can. While Hans Summit isn't famous for his Kaiser, it is something that I think could be good here. Nope, they're going to look to remove the Nautilus instead. So they want to get rid of some of the lockdown, which can be very effective against an Ezreal and an Azir specifically.
Well, I've got some hot tea, I believe. Our fridge has disappeared upstairs, and as the Nautilus gets banned, you know, my excitement will only build from here. Betty, I've got a very low bar set, is what I'm trying to say. I'm a bit sad. If anyone's seen a red fridge around, please return it to where we can get cold water. By the way, with the Alistar gone and the Nautilus as well, we're getting rid of some of those traditional engage supports. I also think about Labrov as Poppy goes as well. G2 fans might also let us know that Rel is also up and available, so that's on the top of my mind. Maybe a steal away from Shifters here, especially when you're going up against Labrov.
I mean, G2 might be thinking of a Rakan themselves with both Alistar and Poppy banned. They might want to grab that. Question of whether Shifters choose to take it away from them or if instead they've got something like the Bard prioritized. Right now we expect something like the Wukong to come through.
Hold it.
But now I am... Oh, okay, they're going to do a last-minute pivot to Xin. I guess they want a disengage tool. His ulti can act as a way to just push the Jarvan back. But again, a dash into the Taliyah, I think... I mean, I guess Wukong also has a dash, so I guess it doesn't really matter that much, but...
Hard to avoid any kind of dash into Taliyah, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. I think that I guess it's not really too different. You have a little bit more skirmishing power in the early game with Azir, a few more playmaking options. In any case, G2, what are they thinking about going? So again, while Hans Summit isn't famous for his Kaiser, it's something that we saw him playing a huge amount more last year.
Yep.
And it synergizes nicely with the composition that they built. And again, given the Alistar and Poppy bans that we saw, there is that Rakan that we expected. A 6-on-1 scoreline as well for the Rakan so far in the LEC this split, and a very effective engage support that has easy access onto the backline, synergizes nicely with what G2 have drafted for themselves. They've got good side lane presence, they've got good engage, solid scaling. I think the Shifters' main game plan is to play a little bit more defensively. The problem is their engage is quite limited. If they do go for a Tahm Kench, I'd be a little bit surprised.
The 2v2? Okay, there's the karma, all right. So for Trimby, I know we were talking about the Bard before. I mean, kind of a different job, right? Like, their engage is kind of limited. What do you think about how Shifters kind of start this game off?
Well, they definitely have a very winning bot lane 2 versus 2.
That's right.
I think jungle involvement is going to be really important to keep an eye on. Well, basically, Wukarda wants to enable that bot lane, whereas Human wants to shut it down. Because the moment you can find a kill on that bot side, it really alleviates a lot of the pressure that Trimby and Padak are going to want to be throwing down. What I will say about this composition is Shifters have a lot of range available to them.
Yep.
They've got Azir, they've got Ezreal, they've got the Karma poke as well, and Karma only facilitates that because that bonus movement speed she provides with the shield means that she can, you can see how speed, shield,
I get it, sheet, movement sheet, yeah.
In any case, it makes it much easier for someone like Ezreal to walk up quickly, use that bonus movement speed, land a Q, maybe land an auto, and then back off again. So it can be quite difficult to actually lock them down, which is why I think the Nautilus ban makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, it's not that G2 don't have any engage themselves. Rakan is going to be super important here.
They're captains of dive here, Betty.
Absolutely, but there are a lot of ways to escape from this Jarvan ultimate.
Okay.
Like both Ezreal and Azir, very difficult targets to lock down. So G2 are going to have to burn those flashes ahead of these fights, and Labrov is going to be super important if they want to be winning out on these 5v5s.
An important matchup. Remember again that they only face off once. Shifters coming off the first week with what you could reasonably say could have been a 3-0 start, but 2-1 nevertheless. If you're a Shifters fan, your stocks are rising. If they can do some of the damage they did in week 1 now against G2, this would be a brilliant start and a very different look for this organization's debut.
I mean, playing G2 early in the split can be both a blessing and a curse. Because on the one hand, you could argue G2 is a team that typically ramps up throughout the regular season.
Oh, for sure.
So they are an easier opponent earlier on in the split. But on the other hand, going up against G2 as they turn that switch on could also be a very scary thing to play against. So we'll see which G2 shows up today, because we do know that Caps, earlier on in this split, he didn't have the strongest of performances. We actually looked at some of those performances broken out across each of his games throughout the split. as you can see them on your screen right now. So in terms of the laning advantage, you can see that he found himself at a deficit up until they played against SK.
Yeah.
Right? And you can
and then
see
the
how,
stats are kind of skewed a bit.
yeah, and you can see that as the games went on, Caps' performance slowly improved over time. And this is kind of what we mean by G2 as a team typically ramps up as the season goes on, as they get back into the groove of the regular season.
Yeah.
Their players really find their form as well. And Caps already looking to build off of that momentum as he leverages his early push against Nuke in the mid lane.
Well, if you're the Caps lawyer, then I got to be the attorney for my guy in the bottom lane, Betty, because I feel like this bottom lane, not only are we kind of spruiking that, hey, they're looking like one of the best bot duo at the moment, and a lot of people are like, you're crazy. But Paddock and Trimby, what entertaining 2v2s. And you already talked about how potent this lane can be. I'm hoping to see more of those setups for 2v2 duo kills once again in this game.
Well, I heard from Chronicler coming into this split about how aggressive of a player Paddock is. He's a man that loves to fight and loves to play with confidence. And as you rightly said, it feels like that since he's been on this stage, he's done just that. And you saw it replicated in the stats. So we'll see how he performs today up against Hans Summer and Lebrov. Right now, they are leveraging the push that they have. Hans Summer doing a good job of finding what last hits he can, though, as things so far kind of going as we expect across the Rift. Junglers making their way towards the bot side of the map, kind of as we expected as well, because we talked about that bot lane 2v2 being very important in the early game.
There's no ward spotting out, but again, I feel like right now junglers are pretty linear. We just see most of them pathing towards bot lane, especially with, in the LEC, it being the most volatile lane early. At top side, it's Tank versus Rumble, and even though Rumble has come ahead a few CS in most of these matchups, I will say I still feel like Cassante's at that point, Fetty, where he's just like the most versatile top lane in the game. He loves going to level 20. The dude survives pretty much any lane. We're not playing Vayne top or any AD carry. It just feels like he gets away with murder.
He absolutely does. Feels like a very well-rounded champion even after repeated changes to the champ. Still seems to just be the pro player staple. Nice knock up there from Lebrov, but it's not going to stop Paddock and Trimby from continuing their push. Trimby's a little bit low on HP, but he does have those 2 regen pots available to him. Skumon now, actually setting his sights on mid lane.
He's going in deep as well. He wants to get the push out in this mid wave. Flicked back though. Where's the response? He has none. He's slowed down, and if Nuke flashes now, he knows he's dead. He still takes it anyway. To be matched, no. Caps hits him from afar. The threaded volley for first blood.
A nice, easy gank from Skumon, set up by Caps initially getting the knockback. The thing is, for Nuke, he has to decide if it's worth flashing away from that knockback. Is Lebrov getting very low?
But it's in return, it's in return. Lebrov has to get out himself as well. The heal's already burned, he gets out of dodge. Low mana bar to pursuit as well. So for Shifters, they do fight back.
It is skirmishing across the Rift, but it is G2 that get themselves onto the board initially. Caps with a very nice knockback, as we were mentioning earlier, and Skumon mainly there for the assist, and they get the flash out from Nuke as well. He's not going to lose out on too much because he does have the TP available to him, while Caps is running that Ghost, but ultimately still an advantage gained for the man in the mid lane.
Good side step from Nuke there, getting away from the threaded volley this time. I just feel like, again, we were highlighting how Caps is going to ramp up. He hasn't TP'd onto a minion yet, Betty, so this already is 100% stock intake. This is absolutely great. Flick again, side step, or rather step back from Nuke, because Bukado's in the near as well. Lebrov sets up and wants an engagement. It's going to be 3v2 before long. So for G2, as their junglers now getting engaged upon, the fight pursues. Trimby's looking for an angle as Caps is low on mana. He's just run onto it with a shifting sand. Flash is committed. Trimby gets a tether, kept in place. Nuke stands and delivers for a piercing blow. It's 1-for-1.
The supports make their presence known in the middle lane, but it's Trimby that helps his mid laner get something back. That goal difference going to be decreased. Caps going to be forced back to base earlier than planned. Will still pick up the lost chapter, but nice play there from Trimby to help his mid laner out.
Again, with that roam, we were talking about how Ezreal can be self-sufficient as Vedius. The words today ain't strong. I call you Ezreal. And so Paddock was just farming all the time. Skumon now on the bot side. We'll see if anything can be done here for G2 as Shifters still push up, get some good trades themselves. I'm looking at the objective time because remember, Dragon's sitting there waiting, and so is Bukada. Waiting in the brush at level 5. Meets Skumon, sees him. Over the scuttle now. A bit of a brew.
Skumon, thanks to the push that Caps has in mid, means that he's the one with the advantage. Smite secured, level 6 as well. This crab is super important because of that level 6 it gives.
Instant Cataclysm. Instant Cataclysm comes out. Bukata flashes out of it, goes forward instead. Cap's threaded volley is just helping out. Poke from afar. Emperor's divided. Skumon flashes and matches, and here's Lebrov. A turn from G2. Shifters overconfident there as the Weaver's Wall cuts off any chance of escape, and now Trimby has nowhere to go. Lebrov will get the follow-up, and Han Sama will get the double kill.
That crab was so important because of the level 6 that it gave over to Skumon. Bukata had his flash available. He knew that he would be able to disengage from this fight, but Shifters, rather than disengaging, engage onto G2. They see an opportunity to turn their fight in their favor, but it's Han Sama that collapses first. It's Lebrov that arrives in time to assist with his mid and jungle to secure more kills for G2.
It's Bukata who stepped up to the plate instead of stepping back. For Shifters, it costs them dearly. 1,500 gold lead and mid and bot for G2 in a very comfortable position after this set play.
So again, I want to draw your attention to the minimap and just look at the fact that Rakan and Kai'Sa have the control in the river, so they already get to make the rotation up first, whereas Ezreal is lagging behind. This guarantees G2 the numbers advantage, and while Skumon was interrupted in his flag and drag, the fact is he flashes over the wall to assist with the kill onto the Azir, and there's nothing that Shifters can do in response. Trying to take that fight, I think, was just too ambitious from Nuke and Bukata. They didn't respect the ability of their bot lane to come in with the assist.
And Nuke as well, not having flash, is just another thorn in the back of that play. So 700 gold lead already mentioned for mid. Caps already has a lost chapter, so that one item Talia on the way. And while we saw that play happen, it didn't lead to Dragon, so for Shifters, maybe another chance here to contest or trade objectives, as Grubs will be spawning momentarily up in that top side as well. But if you leave one part of the map right now, G2 seem to have the push in both mid and bot. You can see Han Sama just getting up in the business of these minions, so it feels like Dragon should be a foregone conclusion as G2 started off.
Yeah, I mean, G2 just have far too much control right now. Easy push through bot side. And remember that when you're picking an Ezreal plus a Karma, you're mainly picking it to fight through bot, right? You're trying to build advantages, make it very difficult for the Kai'Sa and the Rakan to lane. Well, the Kai'Sa has a gold. The Kai'Sa has 2 kills.
It's not going well.
Yeah, it's that type of advantage that you wanted to build early on is not going your way, mainly because G2 has made a lot of the action focused around mid. I thought that Skumon would be investing his resources to protect bot lane, but instead he's just like, you know what, I'm just going to keep playing for Caps. I'm going to try and enable Caps as much as I can. And both Caps and Skumon have been working very well together with Lebrov coming in as reinforcements.
You can see that Shifters are moving their attention. See, I didn't say the word. I actually used a different word instead. They're moving their attention towards mid, trying to punish Caps. But Caps has been very reserved, very respectful of Trimby's movement now. As Ward gets placed down here in the Phaelite, just spots out that Shifters are starting these Grubs. Having to be pulled away, though, is Bukata, as Grubs will reset. And even with a bit of topside pro, they are paying respect themselves. So no real momentum until Bukata thinks, maybe I should start it a second time.
Skumon is doing his Krugs. He even pinged, I'm doing my Krugs.
He cares not.
He was like, yeah, I'm fine with this. Lebrov, you're welcome to do what you like, but I'm doing my Krugs. And those Krugs have been secured. Skumon going to go back to base and pick up a very, very juicy Sundered Sky to complement this early game.
Yeah, put it between 2 bits of bread, bit of lettuce, some mayonnaise.
I would highly recommend not treating Sundered Sky as an appropriate condiment to a sandwich.
Bro, it's an item. It could be a bit of paper for you know. Like, you don't know. So
you're ruining my fantasy right now.
Why am I?
Yes.
I didn't know you had a fantasy.
I imagine Skumon wielding the Sundered Sky as a weapon as it's meant to be.
That's your fantasy, is it?
No, it's the power fantasy of playing games, Jake. Follow the program,
I was going to say, we're going to have to talk to Skumon about this fantasy because it's a little bit odd in Benny's spare time. No. It is good working with you. I don't know why they paired us together 3 times in a row, but there must be something working here.
Dragon 3 minutes away. So not an easy objective for either side to play for. Easy plates to secure on the bot side, push in the top side as well. Ooh, they're setting up a bit of a roam towards bot side. Trimby sniffs it out. I mean, I pretty much sees it happening.
He sees it, but he wants to get nearby. Caps is hovering, though. 4 members of G2 still here, and even Bukata, as he puts the ward down, he gets caught out with the side big shove, a threaded volley, and an easy engage. Cataclysm down, and there goes Bukata right into the ground. You can't do anything, and bot is still an interesting proposition as G2 layer the wall down, and Cap getting in for the engage. Down he goes as Trimby sets up, flashes away, but he cannot escape. Now it's up to Paddock to survive in the 1 versus 4. Hans Summer takes a turret shot, so even with the barrier, maybe Paddock gets something here. The auto's out, and it's all he needs. A shutdown finally. Taking on the world is this big duck, but how can he do it? 1 versus 3, has to kite around a missing shot that misses Arcane Chip timed well, but a shove means he can no longer move. Caps will make it a trade, but my lord did Paddock try.
He really gave it his all, but Skewmon acting as a wall to make sure that those skill shots did not connect. Means that G2 find themselves with 3 kills for 1. Bukada not respecting the jungle presence that G2 have in that bot side jungle. An easy kill for Skewmon converts into a bot dive. Shifters realize that there's not really many places for them to go, so they have to run to the safety of their tower. Trimby flashes away, gets knocked up, Hanshammer picks that one up. The tower aggro is managed well, but Hanshammer is now isolated from the rest of his team. That makes it easy for Paddock to, at the very least, trade one back.
He also got the cannons, a big dub. Absolutely huge dub. But the problem is Hanshammer is still 1,300 gold ahead. Just finished his quest. 3-1 Kaiser with Kraken already. Hans getting ganked, but Trimby is just going to be able to poke him out, nothing more. And Vetti, I am seeing a game that is just slowly being gapped here by G2. We asked what version of G2 is going to show up today. So far, pretty good one. A pretty solid one.
Yeah, pretty solid indeed. Their week 1 performance was definitely left a lot to be desired.
Yes.
Especially that game versus GX. It felt like they had it in the bag. The analyst desk broke it down. That throw, diving underneath the tower on the bot side of the map. A very egregious mistake from their side. We'll see if they can close this one out cleanly. Given the goal lead that they currently hold on to, it feels like that it's very much their game to lose. The Shifters do have a strong scaling element on their side. Let's not forget that. A single mistake from G2 could be enough to bring Shifters back into this game, as Zia Ezreal is a tried and true combo that has won many a late game before.
Oh, yes. Close for Caps to interrupt. But how well can they space? It's what you talked about. Great engage from G2. Disengage there from Shifters to try and build the space so they can play one of these fights. I mean, they do have the items now to start thinking about it, Vetti. We've got one item here on Nuke, and Paddock now with his Trinity Force just completed in the recent phase. No Manamune makes me question as LeBron might be called out, turns into engage. TP follow up as well. Bukada is in the mix here, and he's gotten down to half HP already with the shove back as well. It's going to go even further. First the fire, then the flames, and G2 bring it in all over again onto Paddock. The range is enough, but where are the kills from Shifters? There are none. Caps gets close to dying as Skewmon thinks about angle number 2. And G2 have just moved to 5,000 gold on the next dragon with each Shifters walk up. There we go, a perfect engage, lay it up. No movement for the Shifters. They got sticky keys.
4 quick kills for G2 as they just rip apart Shifters in the middle lane. Rooster has no TP. There's no way for him to follow up. But that Broken Blade TP to create a numbers advantage. Bukada's positioning again, just disrespecting the control that they actually have on the map. Walking into that brush, face checking into G2 resulted in kill after kill after kill. And again, look at the state. He has the control ward. He's picking a fight with Lebrov when you can see Skewmon taking your blue and Caps is right in front of your face. They pick up an easy kill. Paddock already uses the E. I mean, what choice does he have? The Rumble ultimate was well placed by Broken Blade. And then Shifters, they want to push mid back out. They think, you know what, Dragon's gone, we can push this out, but G2 don't leave, and we're back in action.
We are indeed, but Caps gets the stun up. Flash for flash, Nuke doesn't find anything. Threaded volley is good damage again. Nuke knows he has to get out of there, and a 1v2, Caps is holding strong with Ghost now active. Hang on. Oi, sidestep imminent, needed. Nuke, one shot away from dying. Bukada now steps up to the plate, but I don't think he wants to. Skewmon's on the way, doesn't have flash, but he has a flag, and he can drag. Right on with the chilling smoke. Bukada's getting some movement speed, but he flashes away from the Cataclysm as the rest of G2 are on the way. A long way to go, but I think it's going to be a quick route to the base instead. He does get a trade onto Lebrov, but Hans gets out in time. A 1-for-1. The Shifters get caught again.
I mean, I like the idea from Shifters. You just have to go for something. Look for a pick on a side lane. Try and slow the game down as much as possible so that you can look to try and scale up. But, I mean, G2 turned every single play in their favor. Skewmon with a 3-0-8 performance on Jarvan. It's a little bit deceptive, but still 100% kill participation from him. 3-1-7 for Caps in the middle lane. And G2 have definitely showed up here in week 2.
As we get a teleport from Lebrov. Close to catching out. Paddock does get away though. Hidden in the brush. Herald is up and available, and it does feel like a much later game. than seeing the Herald would indicate, right? Because G2 have run the map from the word go, really. There's been a couple of close plays, but that double kill on Han Sama, that did feel like the rolling ball that nobody could stop. Now with mid turret down as well. How does Shifters play this game, Betty? Need another 25 minutes to be in the game, or?
Well, I was going to say that their items really aren't that bad.
They're not.
There was, because before the fight in mid lane, the items in mid and AD were basically identical. The items are not identical anymore.
Hansama ulti onto Paddock. Now, we can talk about items in a second because Paddock's about to get solo killed. However, there's a bit of help from Shifters. So now Hansama's on an island. Trimby knows. Flash away, forced away, and a mystic shot. Paddock is taking the play, but blocked by Caps, the hero from the mid lane. We start clapping. Paddock is still looking for that angle, but he doesn't have an ult available. Hansama will crawl away.
I mean, I think that's a great demonstration of how skilled Paddock actually is. In a 1v1 scenario where he is outgunned, outmatched, he's still able to get close enough to his support to then give him an opportunity to turn it around, and Q after Q connects. If it wasn't for Caps at the very end there, that would have been a kill in favor of Paddock. 11
HP for Hansama, by the way, if you're wondering. Thank you, production.
Very close, very close.
I mean, still a winning play overall. They've slimmed the gold down 500 as Nuke is picking up the turret plates by himself. He's unmatched, immovable object right now. He will eventually get this as G2 reset, but I guess the next wave will come in.
I don't know if he can stay for this tower.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
thank you, home guard.
The tower's a little bit too tanky, and yeah, G2's already back out on the map.
But I mean, look, gold didn't shift from the play, right? So that's a win.
I mean, the way to look at it is the game slowed down a little bit, a teeny weeny bit. So that's a small W for Shifters. And Rooster's going to get a tower as well in the top lane, so a little bit of gold back.
Where's the Shifters support in our Twitch chat? What's going on? G2 bias there.
Well,
G2
right
always
now,
get biased.
G2 is winning.
Yeah, that's
it's
results-based
It's somewhat
analysis,
easier
Eddie.
to talk about the team that is winning.
Yeah, but true fans root for their teams even when they're 10k gold
I mean,
down.
I'm sure they're there.
Where?
You're welcome to open Twitch chat and look for them.
I will not. I'm a professional. I'm working right now, Benny.
Okay, great.
That's in my personal tower, right?
Okay.
Those are my off days.
Well, Caps is pushing in bot. They've got good control over mid as well. Lebrov and Skumon are making their way back out onto the map in anticipation of the Dragon spawning in 45 seconds. And the vision control around the bot side, just textbook plays right now from G2. Shifters, their best play is to just keep stalling for as long as they can. Try and get to 2 items. It's kind of the only saving grace that they have right now is that the composition does scale relatively well.
Yep.
And I'll have to hope that G2 makes similar mistakes to what they did last week, but Harold's now going to be dropped. G2 do not want to slow this game down at all. Good pressure will be generated on the bot side of the map.
Rightly so.
Dragon soon to spawn. Catch mid wave once more, push that out. Move to Dragon, easy objective pickup, and then you start setting your sights on Baron.
How clean it is right now. Skumon's looking for a pick onto Paddock. He has flash, he has everything. Lebrov burns his, and then Paddock in response. Caps now comes into the mix as well. The shove connects, and he has no chance. Caps on a killing spree. And this has just been a clean Talia game, hasn't it?
I mean, it's been a clean game from start to finish from G2.
Right,
I think they completely punished Bukada twice in the early game for just disrespecting the amount of control. Now, again, part of his responsibility is to be that face checker alongside Rooster, but looking for fights in the early game in the way that they did and just not respecting the control that G2 had led to him getting punished multiple times. But here's Rooster.
Maybe a chance on the Han Sama. He's in trouble, pulls out that killer instinct. This is Cassandre stuff, but Lebrov's going to find him right before he hatches. Han Sama gets another one now. We look for Bukada as Lebrov looks for another engagement. Skumon by his side as well. Left side of your fight is Broken Blade, killing Tremby, and G2 killing the rest. A true shot barrage from downtown matters not. Next Dragon, more blood, more gold. This is G2's map.
G2 just constantly have the numbers advantage. Rooster realizes that he's the target of this play. He can see on the minimap that his team is right behind him, so he thinks, hey, maybe this is playable. Tremby's right there. But then Lebrov zones away the support jungle combo. Rooster is left isolated, and the rest of G2 then collapse to help their AD carry out. Then it's just about trying to retreat out of this situation. A lot of damage comes through from the ulti of Paddock, but it's not enough to pick up any kills. So 15-3 the scoreline, a 9.3k goal lead. And the champions of summer from last year find themselves here in week 2 with quite the strong performance.
A very different start to the week, I would say. Very different indeed. And it is good. I mean, I feel like, you know, G2 fans go on the ups and downs. Obviously, they're used to being a championship team, a winning team. But they're probably used to by now, Betty. Sometimes the split doesn't start off as well.
Well, I mean, the thing about G2 is they just kind of have the history to back it up, you know?
Yep.
Normally, you can't put a lot of weight, especially into these best of ones, as to how they're actually looking. But here in week 2, they're looking much better. The Shifters, though, I think that I understand why you'd want to go for more of this scaling style of comp.
Especially in this league, the slowest league in the world right now.
Yeah, right now it feels like
molecule.
that teams are not being super proactive. But when a team is super proactive, you can see how quickly things can get out of control.
Yeah.
Especially if you feel like you have to kind of fight your way back into the game. You just don't have the spikes needed. But saying that, look at this Ezreal. He's now got 2 items. But my point is very much just cope, because there's a 10,000 gold difference between the two teams. And that Kai'Sa has 3 items with a BF sword. So, yeah, I think the game is over. Assuming G2 can in fact destroy that Nexus.
No, Betty. Have you not been here long enough? A game's not over till it's over, okay?
That's true, that's true.
Heretics last year taught me that. GX this split taught me that. Well, technically, Shifters taught us all that, didn't they?
All right, well, I'm ready to be proven wrong,
Okay.
Shifters.
Here we go. So we lock in, we look for the play. Baron's up. How do they steal it?
That's what they're going to need to do. First, can they protect their own red buff? No.
Okay. -1 then. The Baron's still up. That's a win.
But they can duo it, can't they? Just Jarvan plus Kai'Sa?
Yeah.
I think so. Probably. They've conceded mid-control for now. We'll give Rooster away into the river, but because there's no top control, they're a little bit too scared to make that much of their presence known.
Losing bot wave as well. Betty mids on the horizon. Caps is getting the push there, so Shifters is just slowly bleeding out. Nuke goes and responds.
Very
that
clean.
means top is just open, so yeah, you're right. Clean is the right word.
It's just vision suffocation as Shifters lose more and more of the map. Rooster needs to get out of there, as the tower will be cut off from support. I mean, slow and steady wins the race, as they say.
Oh, he found Paddock. Now, Cataclysm or what? He's waiting. He is waiting. He does indeed do some damage. With that big flag, he does a lot. Cataclysm down. Paddock's thinking, maybe I can. With Redemption, he was close, but Skewmon just solo killed the enemy AD carry. Nuke is coming in to get some revenge. With the shutdown now and the hot pot down, it's Broken Blade who's turned into the ring. He flashes away, and I think G2 are playing with them a bit. 4 members of Shifters are here. And Broken Blade are hard, and someone think, what if? Can we do it? And they probably can.
Well, it's plays like that that give Shifters an avenue back into the game. Paddock very close to getting a kill onto Skewmon. But by denying the jungler, it means that the option for a Baron now somewhat dissipates.
Well,
GG will still secure a tier 2 tower.
He didn't deny the jungler, he denied himself.
Absolutely he did. He said, I'm going for a fight in the mid lane. And there was this mental battle between when he was going to Arcane Shift.
Yep.
He didn't end up using it.
It's classic. I swear, players get bored. Like, in games like this, he's like, I'm just going to do something.
Oh, I mean, having spoken to Jackies last year, we 100% know that sometimes pro players get bored.
got bored.
But he has red buff, so he can stick on to the Ezreal. Ulti comes down.
It was close with the Redemption.
There was the Arcane Shift at the end. Skewmon had to flash, and then it ends up being Nuke that's to clean this one up. Skewmon tries to get in range of his flag that's still there.
Yeah.
So that he can queue away to safety. Try and buy time for Rumble to arrive, but then Broken Blade has to flash away, trying to help his mid laner out.
Yeah.
As both Caps and Lebrov were basing. So that was one of those plays, given that all of the team wasn't on the same page, that Skewmon was very much like, oh, I think I can find an easy kill here.
True.
But
this is when we need a coach check-in for G2.
Absolutely.
And it's in the back burner, it's just
Coach should be giving some
finish the
strong
game,
words
guys.
that,
Stop
yeah,
mucking about.
Stop mucking about, indeed. Shifter's happy with it, though. They get a little bit more gold for themselves. Dusk and Dawn finish for Nuke as he works towards his 3rd item.
Very quick news. Lebrov is 4 assists away from 3,000. So this fight, very big potential on the horizon. The Shifters
I think if he shields Jarvan, he'll just get 4 assists by default.
True. Presses Q, maybe heals Broken Blade or Caps. Hell, even Hansama, it's all good. Bruce is going to approach. So, right here in front of them, Lebrov with an angle, the quickness to get 3,000 assists. He's already hit pretty much everyone. Even if he dies, and he's close to. The Battle Dance that runs out. Shifters are doing okay for Paddock. dead on the rim. Nuke gets a kill in response. Trimby somehow alive. Hang on a minute. Shifters doing better than they would have thought at 10,000 gold disadvantage, but Scumon's going to do it himself. Nuke steps up, but the problem is this Jarvan is unleashed with a big hot pot behind him. A double over, and I'm pretty sure LeBron must have done it there.
G2 just barely navigate their way through the fight. Shifters put up a strong resistance to the G2 engage as LeBron finds a beautiful flank.
Oh, he's one short, Betty.
He's still one short?
He's one short of 3,000.
He died
the last kill expired with the
right.
Oh, no.
All right, we'll look back. Fantastic engage from LeBron onto the back line. Paddock naturally becomes the target. Hans is quick to follow up. Great shielding, though, from Trimby to give his last bit to make sure that his AD carry can stay alive, but it isn't quite enough. Meanwhile, on the other side, though, Caps falls to Nuke, and you're thinking, hang on, it's 4 versus 3, maybe they can do this. I think Bukata just engages too early. He goes in before Nuke is in range, and then Nuke has to even commit his flash to try and just get the GA out from Hans Sama, which he can't do. And then it ends up being a one fight for G2 at the end of it.
So 13,000 gold, but, you know, Shifter's got some fire.
Well, now it's cope. Now it's
cope, but hey, 3 items there, here we go. You know, anything's possible. I'm telling you.
That is not a 3 item, is it? Now it is.
Now it is, but bro, it's not even cope, you know? Just what we've seen. Thank you for these comments. We got any more? Our Twitch shadows are getting more and more fun, you know? Because you're not in the chat, Betty. Sorry, I had to insult you. I felt like you insulted me before.
I felt...
No. You know, all the stuff I've been copying from you today. I tried to say hello to this guy, and he ignored me.
Move past
I can't.
Ignore you.
I thought we were friends. This is kind of like the relationship between G2 and Shifters right now. It burns a hole in the heart, and it's probably for the Shifters fans. G2 about to move to their second win. And this is how they do it. Through top, apparently. The flick back onto Bukata again. Instant crescent guard. The ulti's down. The Zin's out now has nothing to engage upon, or rather to use on the engage. One inhibitor at the very least. G2 are taking it slow.
They've only got one wave of minions to work with so far, but that top lane is making its way closer to the tower. One of the easiest towers to siege, thanks to the wave clear that they do have. They need to try and keep Nuke away from the objective as the poke comes through from Caps. Now the tower's starting to melt.
They can't do anything. They just got to watch. Spectator League of Legends for Shifters. Another inhib. And I guess they choose to fight at the Nexus turret.
I mean, they're going to be forced to fight the last-ditch effort. Brewster stacking up his Q3. He's got it. Scumon goes in.
Here we go, Equalizer down as well. Scumon sent back with the all-out. He's got a GA available, though. He still gets his engage off, and he's tanking the turret. Slow to go down while the rest of the fight continuing behind the Nexus turret. Brewster doesn't get a flip back, so Brookblade survives for now. The engage again, the Cataclysm out, and a double to Hans Sama. He's picking up all the kill credit this game. As Broken Blades dealing with Bruce, you can see Paddock is a one-man army. Hans Sama going to pull out the killer instinct, but with his lethal tempo, Shifter stand, no chance. G2, this is the team we wanted to see and expect here at the start of week 2.
A very strong performance from G2 from start to finish. Picking apart and punishing Shifters in the early game. Sub 30-minute win still, and an overall fantastic performance from them. Shifters, I mean, we didn't really get to see a lot from them.
Not at all. Because it was a quick game.
You can, of course, vote for your player of the game based on that performance. I mean, Scumon, I think, naturally comes to the top of your list, but both Scumon and Lebrov had fantastic.
And he did get to 3,000 in the end, by the way. So big congratulations to Lebrov getting to 3,000 assists here in the LEC. Now, Scumon had a role change there, as you see on the bottom of your screen, but hell, he could play top at this point. He'd be good in any role.
Scumon, congratulations. Kind of a stomp, I'm going to say. Was it absolutely necessary that you went for the enemy ADC in mid lane there?
For sure not. I really thought I could kill him like without using like flash or ult, but I think I just played it wrong, right? But I mean, the game was like kind of won already, so I was kind of feeling it, but it didn't pay off, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's all fine indeed. After last week, how do you feel overall getting such a good start to this one? And what were your maybe concerns after last week?
I mean, not really. I just think we usually always have like slow starts, and yeah, it's just like the time you need to to get back into it right on stage, because the games are really different from like scrims or solo queue, right? Like the pace is like really slower, and you need to get used to, just like play for your tempo and stuff like this. And I mean, today was a good example, I think. Maybe a lot of kills, very bloody, but I think we showed some nice stuff here.
Yeah, it was super fun to watch for sure. Now, you ended last year with, of course, a good performance for EU at Worlds, thanks to G2, also the Summer Championship overall. Who do you think, after these couple of weeks in Versus and in Scrims, will be your biggest opponents for the title here for Versus?
I would say KC, I think they're kind of strong. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of good teams. I think every team has like their own identity. So, I mean, I'm just interested to see like how everybody plays on stage, because it's obviously different than scrims. But I think KC looked kind of strong, yeah.
KC, no honorable mentions, okay.
Yeah, I think they're really pretty good.
Okay, well, this is the opponent to beat for G2, KC, Skewmon says. But for now, you get another victory on the board. Congratulations, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it is KC up versus SK, and I hear that Caps is going to flame his old teammates.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, it's a new map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Alright, headsets on, guys.
Get up.
Welcome back to LEC Versus, ahead of KC versus SK Gaming. Before we get into next game, we have special guest Caps with us. Caps, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So for the previous games, Kumon was player of the series, Kia player of the series. What did you think about his performance? I was talking to him last week. He seems way more confident than before. Is that something you felt?
Yeah, I mean, I think already, like, I mean, I think he's been playing very confident for a while now, and I think he was very tanky on the Javelin today, so it was nice.
Yeah, the fact he was soloing the Ezreal was absolutely insane. I just saw him jump on top of him. I was like, Pidoc's going to escape.
Yeah.
He's fine. And then I was like, no, this Ezreal is just dead.
When is he ever going to die? And he did a great game from you guys. Honestly, similar to the one you played last week against SK, which is why we brought you in today, because you played with Wonder and Mickey, but you also played with Yike. So we actually want to get your opinion on who do you think is going to win this match. So we want you. We got the whiteboard here. SK, I don't know if you guys can see. SK on this side, KC on this side. We want to have your expert opinion on this. Okay, what do you think? What do you think Wonder and Mickey can bring to SK or against SK to bring the victory here? What are your arguments?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely a lot of strengths on both sides. I think for SK and for Wunder and Mickey specifically, I think Wunder likes to get in the head of his opponents, right? Like a bit of all chatting, a bit of vibes going maybe.
All chat, that's one argument.
I think for Mickey, he is usually not scared of dying, which can be a strength and a weakness. And if they want to win this, I think it'll be a crucial...
So do you think that goes on KC's side, or do you think it goes on SK's side? Mickey, not afraid to die.
I would give it on SK's side.
Okay.
It could backfire, but maybe we'll give it some good engages.
Okay.
Now,
and also, he's familiar with Busio, right? Like, he already beat him at Worlds. Can't be hard to do it a second time, right?
Yeah.
Right?
I can see it.
Okay, beat Busio once. But we're also talking, I mean, you played against them last week. We're talking about guys with old man's hands. I feel like sometimes they don't quite work. Do you agree?
Yeah, but we are playing a bit earlier today, so...
Earlier today, that's good. Okay, it's not bedtime for them, an argument for SK. On the side of KC now, you've played with Yike. What do you think Yike can provide to KC to beat SK today?
I mean, I think the big thing is definitely like he has like a champion force, right? I think especially when he gets the trees, the Maokai Diamond.
Okay, let's get the trees in. I'm gonna draw a tree here. Hopefully that helps.
That gives some extra points.
Okay. Maybe some jungle mid synergy. Do you think that could help?
Yeah, I mean, I think KC is doing quite well so far.
Okay.
And like Yike is a big part of it as well.
Okay. So Yike and the Wolf.
Who do you think has the edge in the top? Do you think? Because I feel like Khan has been playing really exceptional. Do you think Wonder can take that there?
I mean, I would say, like on average, I would probably give it to Kana, but I think Wonder has definitely always stepped up when it really mattered, and I could see him stepping up against Kana today.
Stepping up against okay.
So do you think SK are going to win this? Is that because that's what I'm seeing here?
Well, I didn't draw the lines, right? The thing is, on one side they might have more lines, but the other one does have a tree, right?
That is true.
We have the tree. The tree
and that's
twice.
like several rings if we think about it and cut in half. Yeah.
So maybe you can add like some lines going out from the tree, you know, like a bit
of
some limbs and branches and twigs. Okay.
Branches.
I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay, some branches. Okay, that's
I think
more
we end
arguments.
up just about a 50-50 game here.
50-50 game. What do you think is going to make the difference here, Caps? Which player do you think is going to make the difference
I
in
think
this game?
it's going to come down to the junglers. Whoever gets the Elder will win the game.
All right. And in that sense, Dagda, when you think about Yike's experience and Skins, who's been performing quite well, honestly, with the veterans, how do you see this one go?
I think it's going to be interesting to see how Mickey and Skins kind of link up together, because I think that's kind of been the thing that's missing on KC a little bit. Busio has come in, but it's been much more about trying to dominate the lane, like the Caitlyn Karma and these kind of picks. So I'm curious how that synergy between Busio and Yike will be against Skins and Mickey, because they seem to have it down.
Yeah.
And also, I want to see the same flexibility we got to see from SK. Like, I really liked Wonder on things like the Kennen. I thought he did really, really well. The Gunblade, the Ignite.
Yeah.
If you can see those kind of plays, great. But, I mean, Leader didn't have the best of times against you on Monday, let's be real. So I'm hoping it'll be a bit better. Yeah.
I feel like this team is about vibes mostly. And you've played with Mickey, you've played with Wonder, especially when G2 was on top of Europe and on top of the world. Sorry, I'm going to say it. Back then, you guys were the best. It was mostly about vibes. You had your League of Legends on point because the vibes were so good. How far do you think can SK go? based on those vibes? Because so far, so good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it will definitely be tough for them to make it like very, very far.
Okay, so one less point.
So maybe yeah, we will point or two. But Miki is very confident, so we'll see.
All right, do you agree on that?
I don't know. I think it's always hard to put down KC, and I think over the break they've had, I expect KC to come in all guns blazing. So personally, I think it will be KC, but I'm ready for the old man rising up. I'm ready, you know, maybe
Ready
they
for
have
the old man rising up? People keep on saying that Buzio and Kalist could become one of the best, if not the best bot lane we have in Europe. How do you rank those expectations?
I mean, it's possible. I think it's like the first, like, second week, I guess, of the year. So like many things can still happen. I think like both of them did well last year on their like respective teams. And I guess a lot of it will come down to like how they play together as well.
All right, the Blue Wall versus, I'm gonna call them the retirement home.
Yeah,
actually, because yeah, that's kind of the expectation around this team. Let's see if they can show up. Casters, what do you think? We have 4 points for SK and a tree and branches plus 1 point for KC.
Study art. What happened to that tree?
I studied art. I didn't draw myself. Casters, take it away.
I'm sorry, I was looking at that tree having flatulence or something. I don't know what that was, but welcome to the casting. Yes, Trimby's going to be with us for the very start until we end draft and give us your thoughts. And I'm sorry about the loss today, but we have been hyping you up as a bot lane for the first week.
So I'm sorry for that game then. Sorry for that one.
You guys are pretty good. I mean, you're also with a bit of a superstar AD carry.
Definitely,
as well.
yeah, definitely.
Superstar support. That's why the bot lane shines.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, my AD carry is a superstar, actually. I really like playing with him so far. I've been enjoying it. And just the fact that he's really aggressive, but at the same time, even though he's Korean, he has the language barrier, he tries to communicate as much as possible, right? He really, even if he doesn't find the words, he truly tries to show you what he means. So I'm really happy with that.
That's cool. It's a good effort.
Well, it was a rough game today, but of course it's a busy weekend.
Oh,
so,
of course.
There's plenty of opportunities to bounce back. But we just saw on our screens that KC have right of first selection. What are your general experiences and thoughts of this right of first selection thing so far?
I mean, it depends if you want to min-max or not. Like, if you don't want to min-max, I think it doesn't matter at all. But yeah, there is something right to it, like the skill shots and everything from the blue side, right? How it like, it is easier to do this stuff, of course. And then it's just about like the map, how it's like changing, right? Of course, like blue side a little bit more focus on the grabs on the herald, right? Just because of the terrain, right? Same for red side when it comes to the Drake, right? So it's all about what you actually want to do with the comp too, right? Like this is something that I think could be evaluated, right, for the teams. And first pick, last pick, I mean, yeah, it's a bit of, I think it's a bit of pity of a last pick, but I don't know.
Okay, you think last pick is OP? I mean,
like
that shifts consistently throughout the year.
It does.
But right now, it definitely feels like, but also one of the big things is getting that double power pick, right?
Oh, of course,
depending on how many power picks there are in the meta. So jumping into this draft right now, of course, we all know Varus was buffed on this patch. So he's now made his way to the permaban.
I don't know how.
I mean, yeah, on hit was a bit too weak, so we needed to
shift.
Of course.
That's good.
Yeah, shift and give another option for build paths. Very nice.
Excellent.
I like the
versatility. And unsurprisingly, he's banned. Now, Irelia ban.
Yes.
I feel like that's a very leader-focused ban.
It was. I was hoping today that they wouldn't ban it, but sadly, I really want to see leaders Irelia, definitely.
And is Akali.
Oh wow. Okay, that's.
Okay.
I think I saw a video lately about Akali with Gamble being a bit too overpowered. So maybe they saw the video. They're like, nah, we don't leave it. We don't leave it for first game.
Okay. What's his first pick going to be? Like we're talking about Aziz these days. I mean, Talias are there. What do you raise as first pick?
I mean, I would say it has to be Azir with those bans, because you ban Akali, it's either Azir or Orianna with this Akali ban, right? I'm not so sure.
But I mean, you've been playing against Leader in solo queue for years. You probably know about Leader pretty well. Do you think he must have more than just Akali and Irelia?
No, he does. It's just like, I think, outside the comfort zone thing, right? Where like some champions, you can't just truly pick them 1-2, right? And then the draft gets a bit tricky, right? With the fact that you have to counter pick it a bit later to see more about their team comp, right? I mean, they went for Yunara first pick. Let's see how they rounded out. We saw Aphelios, I think, today into Yunara. Looked pretty nice. Let's see where they go with that.
Are you really?
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, you're the master of bot lane, so tell us, how do you find this AD carry matchup?
I have not seen Jinx in a while, I'll be honest with you. And picking it this early, it is tricky. You need to get champions around her that actually not only help her play, but also like define the team comp itself. Because for now, you just show Jinx, they can easily just try to get on her, and it's not gonna be easy to counter it. So let's see.
Jarvan Rumble's not up, but I guess the junglers I'm seeing that have go buttons for Jinx. Vi is also available.
I mean, Vi is available, yeah. Of course, you have the Poppy.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, actually, true, yeah. But Jarvan, you can go Jarvan. I mean, Poppy is open, so let's see how they round it out. They picked Pantheon, though. They did already as a blind as well. They don't see much. Okay, so here's the Jarvan.
And then Azir probably, just because it's safe. Because, I mean, we've been seeing so much support specifically.
Yeah.
Either get the counter pick or they move to second phase.
Yeah.
But in my head already, you must be thinking like, maybe a Bard, maybe a Nautilus, maybe an Alistar, just all sorts of things that have either follow-up engage or act as primary engage alongside the Jarvan, right?
Yeah, especially when you don't get the last pick this game, right? You need to get a champion that not only are you able to actually fight back the Jinx and not give her free scaling, but also don't give them like an option to get like an enchant. Oh, wow. Okay, here we have it.
That's Echo mid lane. I mean, so we did actually see this from Showmaker first in the LCK.
Yeah.
But we were hoping to get something special from Leader. And I mean, everyone knows the Dusk and Dawn has really made this champion a lot stronger,
with
right?
Halo Blade, oh mamma mia.
Yeah,
when he hits you with that E, oh wow.
I mean, the crazy thing about Echo is one of the reasons why Assassins specifically are seen as not that strong is because their lack of wave clear. This champ, when he hits level 7, 8, 9, he one-shots casters.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't interact with you, and when you do, he wants you to interact with him, right? So that is problematic. So let's see. I mean, I'm curious because that was probably one of the better picks because they have Jarvan. He can easily escape the gang, right? So let's see how that one.
So Braum Bam, what does that immediately sell to you if you're on Casey's side right now?
I feel like they want a blind support to get a counter picked up. That's what they're looking for, right? With the Braum Band. They want to make sure that Jinx gets like some kind of engage, but a champion that can both play peel and try to initiate later. I think that's what they're looking for.
Or do you value it the other way around? Blind pick top something like an Ornn for someone like Casey and then counter pick with the support.
Yeah,
sorry, other way around. But yeah.
I mean, it depends what they think about Kana's champion pool at the same time, right? Because, yeah, I mean, of course, Casey is the one who, like, I think they're the one who don't get the last pick, right? Yeah,
I'm so used to it. I was like, oh, KC, they've got options now, but they're red first pick.
Okay, so it's Rel Braum. I mean, those could indicate champions like Nautilus, right? Of course. Like, not sure if you, I mean, you could play it because it helps with your team comp, but definitely give some more option to Bucio when it comes to what to pick into it, right? Ambessa, man, okay. You could blind a tank. You could blind a tank top. They are setting up for it, yeah.
Casey's setting up for Cassante, right?
I think so. Or Sion. Sion could. I mean, it's not so. I mean, into Echo, into Pantheon, it's pretty good. It's only maybe not so good into Jinx, but still. Okay,
I mean,
here's the Nautilus. Okay.
I mean, it's also a bit of a Mickey specialty, right?
It is, yeah. I mean, he's so aggressive, and every time, even if the fight goes not so well, he always finds a way to escape. I don't know how. And he buys so much time that, yeah, it's always worth it.
Okay, so we're thinking right now something like a Cassante, like a Sion for KC, but then if you're on KC, what support are you thinking? You know you see the Jinx plus Nautilus, you need some sort of pressure bots. I imagine things like Nautilus having a hook also deters Bard, perhaps?
Yeah, it is not easy, especially when they have Echo, they're so mobile. I feel like they would either go for something like Alistar, or maybe if you want to be a bit more tricky, Poppy is still available, and it is pretty good outside of everything outside of Jinx. I'm curious if they're gonna go for it. It's a bit harder to play lane, definitely, but if you can pilot it well, could be a nice pick.
We haven't had Poppy support yet, and it's been something that's been banned a couple of times, but not really.
Yeah, I don't think, because Mickey was only the person who truly played it, and I don't think he picked it yet.
Range?
Okay, so we're going... Okay, Leona is the old school matchup into Nautilus. Now, I mean, Nautilus is not really that unhappy because he can play around it. But yeah, Jinx, this game, I don't know if she can actually play. I would like a Kayle.
Definitely. A Kayle top.
Surely not.
Let's see, what he could go into Sion. There's quite a bit, like Kled. I think Rek'Sai could be a thing.
Okay. Is it going to be Kled? Oh, Wonder Kled.
Okay.
This Jinx, I don't know how happy this Jinx is. It's like she wants to play a little bit like back, right?
Yeah.
Like try to hit, and then there's just there a cold deep comes in there. Maybe she's going full lethality with the ult, like right.
I mean, I feel like wouldn't have
Yeah.
something like a Kai'Sa made more sense in the context of this comp?
Yeah, but I think it's just because of the fact that you pick so early, you don't want to show all your cards. I guess that's the only reasoning, right? And maybe they want to make sure that they have the late game insurance, right?
Ah, okay,
but
okay.
Jinx on its own as a late game insurance, I would much rather see Aphelios, definitely.
Yeah.
So which comp do you prefer, Tremy?
Oh, I
As
think
a pro
it's pure.
player.
Okay, to be fair though, playing Leona this game, it is not easy because they can easily kite you, but I would like to play Nautilus this game just because it's easier to actually make things work, I would say. But the whole team comp itself, it is SK style, yeah, definitely. They just want to go in. They really just want to go in.
All right, well, Tremy, thank you so much for joining us at Draft. We know you've got more games to prepare for, so we won't get you for the other game. Hopefully we can get you back on the desk because you're inside. Absolutely fantastic, man.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tribby. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together, Tribby, for giving up his time for us. Thank you so much. Best of luck with the rest of the weekend. It was a good draft after Tribby on.
Oh, I mean, he predicted a bunch of the picks as well, right? He saw a lot of things coming. He expected the Nautilus. But yeah, he was a little bit cautious about SK's composition.
I think we all are.
But I mean, leader on Echo, Hail of Blades, there it is. I'm super excited to see it because as a champion, this is a champ that kind of, the way he gains control of a lane is by fighting early. You really want to try and leverage that Hail of Blades. Level 2 Echo can already get into your face and look for fights. And the thing is, if you think about how Azir works, I drop a soldier, I then from range Q you with my soldier.
Yep.
You drop a soldier, I'm going to dash past your soldier, auto-attack you, and are you going to queue backwards onto you? Because when you do, I'm going to proc my passive, run really fast away, and now your soldier's in an awkward spot and you can't last hit the minions anymore.
You've thought that was so much more of an intricate response than I was expecting, but...
Well, I mean, I'm a big assassin enjoyer, so I've seen a lot of these sides of the matchups, and I know that, I mean, just look at mid lane. Observers, I know the bot lane's really interesting, but look at mid. He's already gotten the push, already. Big. Right, and so this is the beauty of Echo, is that you do have a surprising amount of wave clear thanks to your Q, and Leader is just taking full advantage of it. And so especially when you see he hits with the Q, Yehu has to back off. He has to. Because you can easily use the E to get on top of the Azir, proc the Hail of Blades, proc the passive, back away. And yeah, it's a really cool matchup. I really enjoyed watching Showmaker play it over in the LCK as well to great success. I believe he played it into a Syndra matchup. I forget against who it was. But he absolutely dominated on the pick as well. But this champ is very much about pushing waves, non-interacting, then leaving and starting to roam around the map. Ideally, you obviously want to do that after you've completed the quest. But yeah, it's a really fun matchup to watch.
Just one thing about Echo as well. Lower mana bars, as you see, he comes through his full combo and kind of running through a little bit as well. Parallel convergence, but yeah, who just gets out of range. Leader gets a shield and looking for the next bit of push as the time winder comes back up and available as well. But so far, things aren't too much in his favor. Is Yehu actually with the small CS lead as well with that cannon almost being denied. Now remember as well, another pick we didn't get to talk about was Wonder up in top picking up the Kled. Another reminder to Finn that he's always welcome on the cast, as he was welcome last week that he didn't come up. But if Finn has the burning urge to tell us more about Kled, we do have a spot for him.
Of course, this matchup, like, we've seen Kled into Sion many times, and honestly, I think in the LEC, it's like pretty 50-50. I would say. It's not something that, like, traditionally you expect Kled to be favored.
Yep.
Specifically because of how effective that W is, the changes to Kled in recent history as well. Like, it should be a pretty good matchup, but in the LEC, not many top laners have been able to punish that Sion in the way that this Kled matchup typically needs to go. But so far, Wonder's doing a pretty damn good job.
Anyone can do it. Wonder can. Leader goes into the trade. Quick phase dive. And he gets out with that W passive, and Yehu's okay for now. Skin's coming in, though, with a full bar, and that means only trouble for Yehu as he walks down to his jungler. He's trying to bait it a little bit. It looks a bit obvious. The Skin's now spots out. Ward placed down, and the 2v2 ain't going to pursue.
So now Leader has to be very careful. Yike doing the correct thing of just covering, but Mickey's made his way over. Busio here as well.
Here we go. Let's turn into a 3v3 with the dredge line and the narrow down. Busio is getting close as Leader's actually the one taking a bit of damage on the enemy side as well. For KC, this 3v3 is looking to be neglected as they try to retreat. Mickey needs another dredge line, but he's not going to find it, and everyone walks away.
Wow, so just a flash burn by Busio. supports expending those heals as well to keep everybody safe. Mickey now going to stick around in the mid lane to help Leader push out this wave because he doesn't really have the HP to continue fighting this one. Losing a decent amount of farm. Once he gets a couple more levels, that Q will start to just melt those caster minions on the back line. But credit to Yahoo, considering how aggressive we've already seen Leader try to be in this mid matchup, he's doing a really good job of trading back with him, pushing him back, and staying ahead in terms of farm. So well played by him.
But it just gets de-bicycled for the time being. I feel like the thing that Finn taught me about any Kled matchup is you always just stand there and you fight.
Yeah.
Finn said don't run, always fight. And that's what I appreciate about this champion. It's funny that, you know, calls Skull a coward, and he's right, because Kled is not.
Credit to Yoppa as well. We kind of expected this bot lane matchup to be a little bit scary for him, but so far he's doing a pretty good job.
Sure.
Staying even in terms of farm for now. The jungler's attention has been very much drawn towards the middle lane. Junglers continuing through their clears, and you will notice that Skeens has to clear up towards top side, but red pings have also been dropped on that side of the map. So KC seems to be very much aware of where the enemy jungler is.
Wait. Interrupt. Mickey getting boost here.
This should give KC the confidence to just keep fighting in the bot lane 2 versus 2. They know they also have their jungler on their side of the map as well. And look as well at Leader. Moving into the fog of war, doing what many Assassins players do, rather. And it's just the threat of, oh, I'm in the fog of war. Am I roaming bot or am I staying mid? Adding that subtle pressure. Yeah, gonna secure that bot crab. Not much that Skeens can do about it as he moves through his topside jungle. This is full control around the dragon area. They're gonna start this one off.
Mickey has heal available, worth mentioning because the health bar's already simmering down a bit low. Zap to slow down Khalid. There's the flag, flashed as well. KC about to find their first blood, and onto the jungler it goes. Yike on the board.
The chain CC that came through from KC was far too difficult for Mickey to escape with his life. You'll notice that he couldn't flash earlier simply because E came through from Busio, the stun, then the EQ combo from Yike, which he flash followed up with to connect, along with the slow from Kalist meant that KC get themselves on the board for first blood.
Big first blood as well that I thought would open up the dragon, but it was interrupted. And KC retreated. Yike is going topside now with Tunneler and a longsword extra. Maybe to get his camps and think about what he can do for Wonder, but then again, versus Kled, it seems a little bit too hard of a task to muster. 1 minute 22 Grubs up here as well, as we are getting level 6s across the board. And I feel like it's worth mentioning because level 6s on SK means there is a bit of global pressure, Betty. Skeens, Yoppa, there are things that can fly cross map, you know? Kled, like, this isn't like a semi-global comp.
I completely agree with you. The fact that they have ways to try and play through these side lanes, I think is going to be super important later on to the game. Wonder is going to be using his ultimate to move as quickly as he can from one side of the map to the other. And ultimately, SK is going to be looking to try and skirmish as KC looks to try and scale. We'll see if they're able to pull it off. SK needs to try and get active on the map as Lucio's found Mickey once more.
And Mickey's being found in the Cataclysm. Yahoo is just going to sit there and free fire, and Mickey on Nautilus is about to start the game 0-2. Classic.
Meanwhile, in the middle lane, the stun from the W going to connect.
Does indeed. Emperor's Divide as well from Yahoo. Zedrive Resonance give him a bit of passive. There's the chrono break, but for Leader, he's still not out of here. He has to flash over the wall, but Yahoo is going to match it. His second kill of the game, and KC are rolling in it.
Well, this counter pick is not working out the way the Leader wanted it to. Busio helping out his mid laner as Yahoo picks up a kill. KC now lead with a 3-0 kill score advantage, a 1.1k gold lead. Yike being super proactive on the map, punishing the positioning of Mickey, not once but twice now. And SK find themselves quickly falling behind.
1k gold lead, and even though Grubs is starting to be taken here by Schemes, it does feel like it's very KC favored here in this early game. Kana the only one down in gold, really. Bot laners are quite even across the board, but as a tank, who cares about that? So Grub's going to be taken here by SK. Small win. I don't think Vetty, when they're playing 1-3-1, that's going to be, you know, a little bit more impactful. Solo play comes through. Dredge line not interrupted. Mickey, this game, he is a bit of a naughty man. 0-3.
I mean, what is he going to do against Leona ult with no flash, right? Boostio makes it look super easy. Kalist follows up, and Yike even there as well. KC have committed to this game plan of playing through their top side. I mean, why wouldn't they? Kana on the side, yeah, he's falling behind, but he doesn't really care. As long as Wonder doesn't have any significant impact later on into the game, Kana's chilling. Just continuing to free farm up towards the top side, getting what farm he can. Meanwhile, Kalist now 1-0-2, Yahoo 2-0-0.
Oh boy.
And Boostio with 100% KP, really making his presence felt on the map.
Yeah, thanks to production. Boostio and Leona 16-5 in his career. So you can see this champion, his proficiency is pretty damn clean so far. I want to also share a stat that our fantastic production has given me too. Last time we've actually seen an Echo in the LEC was 5 years ago in 2021 spring, and it was Caps who pulled it out with a win. I don't know who it was against, but regardless, 5 years since the last Echo mid shows you that Leader's given us a little bit more spice than we maybe deserve. Here comes the Skyfall. Schemes has joined in the show. He gets the stun up. Flash, Kalist is in so much trouble. Parallel convergence doesn't need the stun as Yoppa gets the kill from afar. Boostio gets wrangled back in. Yoppa gets over the wall. He's matched by Yike, but as he runs for his life, Boostio's still not out of dodge. Yahoo's ulti turns into a chrono break from Leader. The turret gives him safety, but Yoppa's running for his life. Flag will kill him in the end. KC do get something back, but SK finally pull their trigger.
Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of SK as they finally get themselves on the board. A pretty effective dive as they funnel kills both into Leader and into Yoppa, the two carries that you ideally wanting that gold on. But the response from KC was good themselves. Yike being able to punish the fact that Yoppa was basically isolated. They got his flash out as well, which means that a potential re-gank from the side of KC could be a possibility. But they've successfully closed the gold gap, which is ultimately what SK is looking for. You can see Yoppa gets that turret plate. The ultimate comes down from the Pantheon. Target becomes Kalist. And an easy lockdown on the backside as Yoppa picks that up with the ulti. Then Yoppa just gets a little too close to the wall, not realizing that Yike was coming from that angle. Makes it an easy collapse, and then once Yoppa flashes over the wall, he's completely isolated from the rest of his team.
Can't do anything.
Maybe if he flashed a slightly different direction, there were options for him, but he knew that there's an Azir in his face as well. Boostio looking for the stun onto Yoppa, won't find it.
Fighting again. That Zap connected, maybe next dredge line. As SK's bottom lane getting more and more confident with that BF sword in hand.
Look at the jungler.
I see Yike.
He's sneaking up behind them.
In the dead of night. He can get over that wall silently. Schemes is also here though. Yike has spotted him. Last going to be taken.
He's suspicious of this though, because he's asking himself, why is Boostio in my jungle?
Yep. There's got to be someone else with him.
Boostio would not make that play unless he had proper support. Also, mid laner nowhere in the area. Leader has to go back to base because he just picks up his Dusk and Dawn. A nice item spike for the Echo, which means that Yahoo has full control of the mid wave. He's going to push that one out. Hitting that level 10 as well, but Leader should be able to do something similar very, very soon. We can do a quick top lane check-in as Wonder's been able to build a 20 CS lead. Sure. But you know what? Both top laners completed their quests now. Let's see if they start roaming around the map. Bot lane continuing to be the focus though, as Leader pushes in mid, but Skeens in the area. He walked over a ward he wasn't aware of.
And I feel like with Leader getting this wave, maybe it's going to be a roam out. Yahoo gets the ulti, excuse me. The K always throws me off, but regardless, it's ulti for ulti. So Chrono Break is now down as well. Leader thinking about going bot regardless. But KC have backup, and Yike is constantly hovering. So credit to both junglers, their eyes are constantly on the prize. Bot lane just continues to heat up. Slowly, it's like it's simmering.
It's simmering indeed. I mean, we're expecting this game to be chaotic. It's an SK game, after all.
Oh, yes.
So I'm hoping for a little bit more bloodshed and violence. But of course, KC quite happy to just sit back and scale for now.
Better than the Aurelion Soul game so far.
That
the lane has been a lot better.
Objectively is correct.
That
yes.
is, with no context, 100% correct. If anyone wants to go back and watch the VOD, maybe now's the time in the next 5 minutes. So that we're chilling for a bit, as you said. Slowly heating up. Dragon's being taken. Second one from KC. Mickey has decided to engage. Leader needs help from Schemes here, and he will find an angle onto Kalist, who flashes away. But the problem is, SK, the pieces of the puzzle were just in wrong. No one there yet, and KC take the Dragon and their lives.
A bit of a preemptive engage from SK, as they ultimately started a 2 versus 4, where Leader didn't even have his ulti. So the ability to stall, dive in, threaten, and then ulti back out. Like, look at the minimap once again. Look at the positioning of the other SK members. Jinx is super far away. Pantheon only arrives now. But at that point, Mickey's lost his life. Skeens is like, well, I'm out, because he realized there's no extra play to be made here. So KC picks themselves up 2 free kills and walks away with a dragon.
You know, Mickey's Nautilus, sometimes it's a present that you open, it's an empty box.
Hang on.
Other times,
Leader has not finished his role quest yet. He's been sent bot lane.
Oh, dear.
Can I check how far
He just
off?
picked it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, he probably must be not that far off if he's been moved down to bot lane, so he should be fine now.
You're right, it did take a little bit. What is our average time of role quest? Do you know yet? Have you got the data?
I think it's like 11, 12 minutes, somewhere in the 11 to 13 minute range. It's like 11 and a half, 12 half, something like that. But it also depends on how violent the game is, because obviously kills contribute to stuff, tower plates contribute, all sorts of things can help. And this one has been quite violent in favor of KC. I mean, he doesn't do any damage.
No.
I genuinely was expecting a lot more, I'm not going to lie. I really thought that the Echo would just kind of like run up, hit. I mean, I will say that like in solo queue, a lot of Echoes usually run electrocute, which gives you that short burst of well, damage.
Oh yeah.
Of course, Halo Blade still makes a ton of sense with the passive that he has and Dusk and Dawn. It's definitely not a poor choice, but against, in the face of Yahoo with those Merc trades, he really is just like, I'm chilling, I'm good. I can trade back with you, no problem.
I feel like I'd be more curious as to the next 2, you know, 1 or 2 items as well, right? Because Echo's one of those assassins that, no matter what, finds access to the backline, he one-shots.
He's probably going to go Shadow Flame.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
But I mean, he could go Zhonya's. I would hate Zhonya's. I think he wouldn't have the damage.
There does need to be some damage. Busio, good engage. Solifer, lay it down. KC, let's rock. That's what they said, is parallel convergence over the wall, but Yike trying to bait it in. Leader will not take it. Herald's going to reset in the meantime. And KC, the team with a 3k gold lead, are trying to egg on SK, as SK are looking for some kind of death brush.
Egg on, I like that. I haven't heard that for a while.
Oh, you know, I am an old man at heart. I like eggs, they're good food, good protein, and honestly.
Okay, not how that expression is used,
No,
but I'm
but-
glad of your fondness of eggs.
But I don't know what it's called. Medic would know the word for, like, you know, when you chain words together, when your brain starts going off topic. Because you think egg on, and you think about, oh, how do I get to egg?
No, but it's an expression in the UK. It's like taunting.
I think it's an expression everywhere.
Oh, is it?
What do you mean taunting? Taunting has nothing to do. Oh,
That
egg on,
is.
yeah.
You're it's egg on.
I
That's
read
what
it.
it is.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought I was taunting you.
No, no, you're not.
It's been a strange day.
Well, now you've got egg on your face.
Ah, good one. Good one.
Clever, I know.
Anyone who doesn't understand English or Australian English
Very confused
is
right now.
so in the wilderness.
Why are they
right
talking
now.
about eggs?
I don't know.
Herald being started.
Google. It's gone. Question mark. Yike looking for an angle. 2.5k, and he gets hit by the chompers. Point comes down. Nice from SK for timing, but KC are turning into a fight yet again. Leader takes it as an engage. Parallel convergence into Chrono Break, and the re-engage from Scheme. Beautiful. It is a kill over to SK, but now they're separated. Trying to find out Busio's reset for Yoppa, but KC are picking apart the pieces now for another flash flag and drag, and onto Leader. Yike doesn't have support just yet, but Leader doesn't have the damage to follow up either. KC are holding on by a thread as Wonder finally comes on in, but his whole team is already dead, and Yahoo finding the chase. Still going to get this guy off of his moped yet again. Wonder, you can't park there, mate, as SK are all going to drop. Hit for the Herald, I don't think it's worth.
I thought it was a pretty close fight at the start, especially given SK's target focus. They immediately set their sights onto Kalist. The ulti from Mickey comes down. Leader is there to follow up. Yoppa's positioning is pretty safe as well. And even though Mickey falls at the start of the fight, it still looks pretty decent because you're looking at maybe a 2-for-2 trade as Busio then flashes over the wall. So for Yike to then find the re-engage, I love that confidence from him because he's basically saying, they don't have the damage left. Yoppa's run out of mana, Yahoo isolates Wonder from the fight, and then Yike just straight up kills Leader. Leader on this Echo does not have the damage that I was expecting him to have, and it ends up being, what, like 4 kills in their favor? Crazy fight in KC's favor, and Yike really just having a masterclass on the job in this game.
It really is, and like I said, it's not going to be worth it in the end because for that Herald, for everything that SK committed to top, all the gold given over, on the reset you see that Yahoo is just out of this world. And KC at this game, 4.5k gold lead, 3 dragons. This is looking like another clean game. This is similarities to the last G2 game, where it is just a steam train. And thank you very much for the analysis, Twitch chat. That's exactly right.
Accurate.
Very accurate.
Yeah, I mean, again, sometimes we see from SK they are a little bit disjointed, not always on the same page when it comes to committing to a play, and that's why I liked what I was seeing in that top lane play, or the top river play, I should say. It felt like they were all on the same page, focus Kalist, lock him down, get that kill. But then once they got him, it felt like they just ran out of juice. And comes back to what Trimby was saying in the draft, that I guess Yoppa's that late game insurance. And so now things are kind of falling on his shoulders in this game. I think we've been pleasantly surprised by Yoppa's performance overall this split, even though SK do find themselves with a 1-2 scoreline. But we'll see if he can turn this game around, because Dragon Soul is on the horizon. 4 minutes away is still a ways away, but it's something that SK will have to deal with, and I don't know if they'll get strong enough in time to fight this empowered KC.
Yeah, I feel like, again, it's going to be a great soul for a team that wants to survive first. Quick side note, in 26.2, where we are right now, Fiend Hunter Bolts, remember, bit of an increase here, so a bit more bonus true damage, crit multiplier. I mean, the attack speed also nice, so Kalist has picked that up second. And you can see with that Q amplification, it's just such easy wave clear. My favorite thing from the patch was Bandit Pipe's cost increase, because that item was just stupid for 2,000.
Yep.
It was 100, I think I told you last cast, it was 110% gold efficient. So as we look towards mid, hang on a minute. Let's stop talking about items and start talking about engages. Mickey flashes away in an instant. But Busio with the Solar Flare matchup as well, and a decimating smash. He's going to put Mickey in the grave for the 6th time in this game. KC in a 5 versus 4, hold on to mid, get rid of the Herald before it damages turret more. And another kill over to KC.
I don't think they have the damage to kill Kana. He's just...
You're right.
He can literally do whatever he wants. He tanked up so much damage there. And there's still some tanky members right alongside him too. Kalist is a little bit afraid of leader, but not too much as he catches this wave. That Dragon Timer in the top left is what I'm keeping my eyes on as we draw ever closer to the Soul. A fight that SK will have to take, but as they lose more control over the map, it feels like KC is looking to bring themselves to 3 wins. SK trying to find their form. Trying to prove the doubters wrong. Let's not forget that there is a lot of skepticism around this SK roster.
Oh yeah.
And after they got a big win last week, people thought, okay, seems that we were wrong. But if they then go 1-3, those doubters are going to come right back.
And it was an insane game as well. Just a flashback, like that performance from Wonder on Cannon.
Oh yeah.
Even though it was in a counter matchup, it was just some exceptional individual lane performance. I think that's what impressed me about SK the most, is that these guys still got it. It doesn't matter how old you are. You can do anything. For SK, you know, here in this game, it seems like it's been a different story. Leader hasn't really been able to come out of the lane with the lead. Wonder's been kind of so-so with Kana, but again, props to Kana through his lane. Yeah, here right now is taking down solo side lane turrets, and gold just keeps occurring for KC. Minute 45 to that soul. We talked about Betty, and Baron's now up. Mid is the only thing to crash down that would open up the map even more so. And so far, I will say, we have not seen many side lane plays from SK, but it is probably because they're so far behind.
Yeah.
That the options are mega limited for even them just to get past their turret.
I mean, on paper, Echo is supposed to be stronger than Azir in a side lane, but I just don't think that's true, right?
No.
Second item still needs to be completed for leader, which is likely what he's desperately trying to finish off. This mid tower is getting closer and closer to falling as Yoppa... I mean, he himself isn't that weak. Infinity Edge and Yuntal's completed is definitely a solid place for the Jinx to be. Ulti thrown down from Busio just to gain more control over the top side jungle. SK is... I mean, they're losing so much. Actually, observers, if you could showcase what SK see right now, that would be ideal.
The answer, nothing.
SK really can't see a huge amount. Yeah, they've got a couple wards littered here and there. They've got one very deep ward, which is back here. That looks like a TP into top lane.
Setting up a TP of Flame. Karna's in trouble. Wonder's going to pop the ulti himself, though, as well. Give movement speed to Schemes. The rest of SK here. 5 members, all grouped up. And KC, it's not like they're getting anything on the map right now outside of the mid turret. So a small kill, small bit of gold for SK.
So I want to keep track of what was used, which is Skeen's ulti and Wonder's ulti, and Wonder now could very well die.
Okay, so maybe in the long run.
But they need to go straight to Dragon. SK needs to use this as an opportunity to get Dragon off the Rift right now.
Wonder is dead. It's just about how much time he can buy. It would be nice. Remount coming. No, Cataclysm down. And KC will find themselves a kill and response. Pings are coming down. As you said, Dragon needs to be taken, but Yehu is here. He is a one-man army, literally. But SK are going to start it nevertheless, and Yehu's going to back off. So, for SK...
Wait. But what now KC can do is just go Baron. TP when the Scion is back alive. Yeah, look, they're doing it now. They'll just drop the TP straight onto Baron. They know they have the numbers advantage. 25 seconds into a Wonder. SK is guaranteed to be on the bot side of the map, so they've got to make a beeline towards that objective.
And 20 seconds as Wonder has that TP. Super Mega Death Rocket comes in for KC. I thought they were starting it too late here, Betty, but it looks like SK just have to be on blockers. Splash with Busio for the turn with the Zenith Blade follow-up. Now we wait. Yoppa narrowly avoids it while Mickey drops down yet again. Leader gets out with his Chrono Break, but he's now abandoned the team. Yoppa does get one, though, so an advantage for SK if they keep on going. Yehu's to get out with his flash as well, and KC are on the run. A Zap narrowly missing his leader. Parallel convergence over the wall. A phase dive, but Kalist out of range. Zap again out of range. SK, it was close, and the fact they got a kill back stops that Baron.
They got Yehu's flash as well. Both mid laners end up trading. Wonder's going to push down that mid tower. The goal lead is not going up for KC. That's the good news for SK, but it's still quite sizable. They'll buy themselves another 4 minutes because of that dragon that they secured earlier. And they'll buy more time. That's the most important thing. Yoppa, a man who's given a lot of responsibility in this game. The rookie, the young man, his positioning was good. He got the kill onto Busio. Has he had an opportunity to base it? It doesn't look like it. In case he want to try and punish that, they're straight back on the Baron.
You can do it again. There's a Kled from afar that needs to press that ult button now for Wonder, get max range and run into the pit. Halfway down is the Baron as KC continue their onslaught. Mickey ready to go in first. Busio looking for the turn once again. Remember, Yoppa is the target. Soul Play comes down, but Busio doesn't have his team. A reset imminent, and there it is. Yoppa unleashes Kano at the front line, tanking up, but Yehu can't even step on in. Health bars are low, but SK are doing better than they should. Zap narrowly again misses. Yehu trying to take him to his own hands, but he run into Wonder. About to remount, but denied again. A Cataclysm out from Yike while SK are on the run. Those health bars blinking as the traps zone off KC. They're thinking about Baron again as SK still end up halting the fight.
It looked like such a good fight for SK, but then again, they just kind of ran out of fuel. Yehu was trading HP with Yoppa, and Yoppa could not stay in the fight any longer. He's finally gotten to go back to base, but keep your eyes on this engage from Mickey. A nice two-man ultimate to isolate Busio from the front line so they can take him out first. Leader does nothing on the back line as Kalist forces him to ult immediately. He then tries to whittle his way through Kana's HP, but he can't really do much there. Everything is on Yoppa's shoulders to be the damage dealer, but he just loses to the range battle against Yehu, forcing him back. He has to retreat. I thought KC would start the Baron back up again, but they choose not to. The map is reset, but look at those items for Yoppa. He now has the ability to shred through that armor with the Lord Dominic's regard.
Giant Slayer's back.
And now, again, he is the man that I'm keeping my eyes on because I've got to be honest, this Echo is not impressing me right now.
I mean, you're right. I didn't look at Leader in the fight, but in the replay, but he went in, he went out, and then played Spectator League of Legends himself. Needs backline access. And you're right, Yoppa, the person to watch here for SK with 3 items. And the reason we're talking up SK a little bit here is because this game felt like a foregone conclusion. This game felt like it was done. But for KC, Baron has now been halted 3 times. And even though they have the gold, they have the strength here with the 3-item 80 carrying Kalist themselves, plus the Azir about to get to 3-2. It does feel like the game holds on a balance for now. And no game in the LEC is done, as we say. Sol still up at 1:20. That's an advantage for KC to play towards that Baron as SK. Have to halt that objective as well.
Moment of reprieve as both teams kind of take stock of the situation that they find themselves in. KC with really good map control, given that they were able to push out these waves. 3 items finished for Yehu. Gonna pick up an Amp Tome as well, just that extra bit. You can see the damage that he's been dealing in these fights has been monstrous. Really leveraging the range that he has on this champion. And the Echo has really failed to shut him down at all. Still a monster. Can Leader finish an item ahead of this dragon fight? I feel like that he's not really close enough. I think he's going to go for Zhonya's next. But at best, no, he doesn't have the gold. He's just 2. He does not have the money. He's at about 1,100. He needs 1,200 to complete that arm guard. which is why he's sticking around the team. Yike with a beautiful
Oh,
flank.
yes. And with GA as well, how much time it can buy is crazy. For SK, 4 members spotted out immediately. Not just the angle, but information. TP going to be burned. SK are bringing in 5. Kana's already there as well. Yike now spotted out onto Skeens, the ulti as well, but anti-synergy. Yike blocked Kana. KC now have 2 ultis down as SK enter the pit.
But Yoppa now doesn't have to be afraid of that ulti.
Mating Smash comes in. Solar Flare from Busio. Flag and Drag misses onto Skeens. Looking for Yoppa again. Leader does the same thing as last fight. Went in and went back out. Okay. SK have used a little bit themselves as well as Dragon Soul now up and available. KC begin again.
It's just completely gone. They're forced to play the front to back. SK cannot find any of the flanks the leader is looking for. He also doesn't have the damage really to pose any threat onto Callisto. Yehu, he is zoned away. And Yoppa, even though the Jarvan ultimate was used, he couldn't get close enough. Mickey was forced to back away because of a nice ultimate that came through from Busio. They tempted the Baron start to try and gauge Casey's interest, and Casey said, no, we're good. We're going to go push mid, we're going to push bot, we're going to chip away at this tower. And it feels like now with the Soul, yeah, I think SK has been comfortably outscaled.
Okay. I trust that, but I also don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's an SK game, you never know.
You never know, but you are right. I mean, Ocean Soul again, as mentioned before with this comp, it just feels so easy to fight.
He's going death cap. Okay, I mean, he needs damage.
He does need damage, so I do understand, but...
But it's gonna take him a while, to say the least.
He just needs a good fight, I think, that he can play.
Actually, I see it's gonna take him a while. It's not gonna take him that long. He's actually got it.
Does he?
Yeah.
Okay. He's backing now? Yeah, he's backing down bot side.
Yeah, I think he's got it.
Okay. So 3 item echo. Baron's up against Ocean Soul. If he can pop Callisto or Yehu, I mean, Ocean Soul won't matter if they don't get to play any part of the fight.
Okay, there's death cap, right.
So here we go.
Let's see if this champion can one-shot anymore.
Okay.
Because that is kind of his job.
Yes.
If nothing else, he's supposed to take a large quantity of HP away.
And then make the fight unplayable.
That would be an ideal situation. The problem is, he really needs someone to go with him.
Yeah.
Which he's only got Pantheon for him. Which is kind of why I think we go back to the draft. I know what Trimby was saying about you don't want to reveal your hand too much, but I do think Kai'Sa might have been a little bit easier in the context of the god. In any case, Baron started up once again. Kana going to act as gatekeeper.
Quicker this time. Mickey looking for an angle yet again. Dredge line onto the first target, which is Kana. He's getting slowed down, whittled down slowly. Leader rather looking for an angle onto Busio. It's a time wonder. Kana did take a lot of damage, but Ocean Soul should heal him up. Dredge line yet again buffered by Yike. He has that GA upstanding, and that means that he can go in and out at leisure. Leader's going to go and look towards mid lane. And you look at bot as well. There is pressure from SK on the lanes. So KC are pulling away from the Baron.
I mean, KC is trying to use the Baron as a way to force a fight.
Yeah.
But their execution on the fight isn't the cleanest. They are quite reliant on Busio to find, I guess, that target with his ulti before Yike then follows up. But they're giving a lot of space for SK once these fights starts for Yoppa to just chip away at their HP. And now with the Phantom Dancer done for him, again, he is behind in items in contrast to Kalist, but this Jinx is late game.
Yeah.
You know, so the threat that Yoppa does provide is something you cannot afford to underestimate.
And I do feel like these fights, you know, it was also Trimby saying like how hard this game would be for Yoppa to play on Jinx. Yoppa's been okay in the backline.
Oh, I mean, to me, he has been a superstar. Considering the tools that he has been given and what he is playing against, the fact that he has 1 death is nothing short of impressive.
Wonder found out here, Emperor's Divide. Bear Trap on a rope pulls back as well. He's now going to charge out. Well, that ulti?
Yeah, it's a trade of ults between
Wait, are they starting Baron top? What's happening there?
Wait, they must have spotted. Nope, they're just clearing out the vision.
Okay.
I was like, if they spotted Yike out, maybe it's a play. They've conceded mid-control, but they're going to catch that wave quick enough.
Oh, Yoppa stepping up on a ward a little tad as Yike. He has the angle here yet again. He's been very innovative with his angles for the flank position.
I think Azir is going to get that bot tower, though.
Yeah. Quite easily, too.
Not much you can do about that. Wonder needed for days.
This is a slow burn, isn't it?
It certainly is. Well, I mean, it's become a lot more tense than I think we were expecting. KC, with the lead that they have, should feel so confident to just be like, okay, we fight, we end the game.
Yep.
But they're not. They're not finding really the fights they want around Baron. Now a GA is finished for Kalist. He's going to be a lot harder to kill. This Echo's value is depreciating the later we go into this game. His basically only target now is Yehu.
Yep.
And I don't know if he'll kill him. He also has a Zhonya's, so good luck, leader.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I feel like on the note of KC again, maybe it's comms. You know, maybe there's been some communication errors. Busio is pulling this ult out off a cooldown. As you'll see again, as Baron starts once more, Kana ready to set up. And this is just what we've seen the past couple of times, but this time they're committing. The ulti's going to come through. Skeen's looking for the steal, but he's a little bit too late. He runs into the pit. Leader's going to help him out in a second. Gets the stun up as well. Parallel conversion. Doesn't find a stun, and Yike just doesn't drop down. Kana gets the two-man decimating smash. And this time, Yoppa's in trouble as he flushes over, though. He still ain't dead until Kalist will find his number. Finally, KC gets to pull the trigger, and the lights go off.
This is what we were expecting to happen in the fight. KC, without hesitation this time round, start off the Baron, and they do not falter. A clean team fight as Yehu has found Wonder.
Wonder has found the wall. He will flash over it as Yike finds him too. Replay time as finally the Baron was succeeded.
So Mickey trying to get in range to ult someone. He can't really get a good target off. Kana just turns his attention onto Yoppa, makes it impossible for him to play. Leader gets one shot before he can even ulti. And then Yoppa forced to flash, but Busio and Kana together have made it difficult to play. And like, that's what we were expecting to happen to the Jinx.
Yeah.
That it was going to be very difficult to play against these two tanks when you don't have the kind of support dedicated to keeping you alive and making sure that you can be that superstar. He did his best throughout the entirety of this game, but finally Kana and Busio shut that down. And with the Elder and the Baron, that should be game.
Should have our answers, finally. It's been long drawn out, but now it definitely seems like it's in the too hard basket for KC, for SK rather. No, definitely not too hard for KC. It's 11,500 gold just about, and we got full item builds across the board pretty much. Kalist onto his last item. We'll see where that BF takes him. As now KC finishing touches. All the damage was done by Yehu in the split push while we were watching that Baron play out for the last couple of times. So really it is just the inhibitor turrets that be taken down.
And credit to Yike, I think he's had a fantastic game.
Oh yeah.
A lot of his ganks where he was playing around the map, I think, was just fantastic. A lot of these team fights as well. Aside from the one around the bot river where he just kind of altered schemes, so it was a bit surprising, but aside from that, he's been very, very clean. Busio by his side, helping where he can. Meanwhile, the Siege has broken the tower in bot lane. They now have double cannon minions in the middle lane. Ulti from Kana.
He's trying to finish the job. He's in the base, no one can really stop him. Yehu's ulti out again, Skeens is isolated, and meanwhile, Wonder has once again fallen off. Mickey's up next with the Elder buff. It's as easy as that. KC finally sealed the deal. First team moving to 3-1. Hot damn, it's KC. And clean it up in the end. I'll have to correct myself. There's a couple other teams, but hell, they'll join them nevertheless.
Okay, it was a bit of a slow burn.
It was.
But hey, KC get the dub that they were looking for. They shut down the counter pick from Leader. That Echo really had very little impact in the game. And while Yoppa did his best, I mean, Yike just straight up outperformed Skeens throughout the game. Good team fighting from KC. And again, I think there are still some question marks around this team. I think that the level of expectations that we have of this roster now are very, very high because they did win a split last year. But hey, I mean, not a bad start, 3-1 so far in the split.
I mean, I think those expectations are akin to how they finish the game, how they, you know, push that lead. As you'd expect with teams like G2, KC, and Koi, is Yike, Yehu, or Busio are your players you can vote for. Shox is standing by, as you can see, with the lovely Yike.
Yes, you can vote for Yike, so maybe he's going to make a case for himself right now. Yike, we, as the fans were there, as we saw that, I think you weren't following Mickey around, but you definitely were focusing him a little bit, right?
Yeah, I felt a bit bad. When he was like 4 deaths already, I feel like I focused him too much. I feel very bad now.
Did you stop killing him after?
No, I still kill him. Yeah, I remember I just flattened him in the end as well, but it's competition.
It is, and every win counts. Now, of course, a lot of changes around you, and we know that jungle mid and jungle support synergy is one of the most important things in the game. So how have the changes been for you? How are you vibing with your new mid and your new support?
Yeah, I think the vibes are very good. I think me and Yao are doing very good together, and me and Alan as well, Busu. And yeah, I think this game we showed like very good. Like we were not scared to fight any time, and we just took every fight we took. And then at Baron it was a bit awkward, but it's fine. We learn from this.
It's fine. You learn from those mistakes, especially when you get a W. Now, tomorrow, it's G2 Esports. And I know that the KC fans will be very excited to see that one, as well as the G2 fans. So any words about that matchup tomorrow?
That's going to be very hyped. They looked very good these last two games, G2. So yeah, I hope it's going to be fun. I hope we're going to win. Like, I beat Nicky now, so I'm going to have to beat others next.
Yeah. Who are you going to focus tomorrow?
Let's go. I'll focus Hans Sama, actually. Yeah, I want to go for Hans. Yeah, I want to go for Hans.
Love that. We're gonna look at that tomorrow. Thank you so much, Yike. Congratulations. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, Movistar Koi versus Fnatic.
Can we fight? It's on the play for fight. Let's just stop okay? Let TP on mid turret. Yeah. Let Echo touch me. Echo Nord. I can stop Kled. I'm stopping Kled. Hello, Pantheon.
Jinx is gonna get reset.
I'll flash out. Pantheon no flash.
Yeah, Pantheon back here. I built.
I block it still.
Yeah, you can fight.
Jinx up.
Don't place Jinx. Hey, go.
Jinx done. Wait. Me and Connor killing Jinx.
Don't place
Jinx, no sums.
No sums, Jinx.
Oh, yeah.
We're not a wave.
There's a top wave. Can we end with that?
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win, but not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Welcome back to LEC Versus for our last game of the day. It is going to be Movistar Koi against Fnatic. A game that we saw in Madrid actually didn't go too well for Fnatic. Maybe the story is going to be different this time around for the boys in black and orange. Guys, how do we feel about this game on the side of Movistar Koi? I keep on hearing around scream noises and everything that MKOI is the strongest team right now.
MKOI is good in scrims?
Apparently.
Wow. Whenever I talk to MKOI people, they're always saying, oh, we just went like 0-17 last weekend, but yeah, we went on stage and won 2-0, so it was nice.
Someone's lying.
I'm good in scrims for MKOI. Armageddon is close by, that's all I'm saying.
I mean, they had a pretty good start to the season, and I think about one player specifically, looking at Supa. Ahead of the season, Melzet was saying that Supa needs to step up. He needs to be a player that, if he has a lead, needs to be able to snowball that lead and take his team to the Nexus. Do we feel like Supa has been stepping up to that role?
I think he has been. Like, especially this year. Like, there are times last year where you could kind of put that blame on him, and I think that's what Melzet's referencing. But realistically, the last 3 days, he has been such a staple for them. He's looked fantastic on picks like the Yunara, which, honestly, I think is a little OP. Maybe you just need to get rid of the Yunara, but it definitely has been. He's been strong in the lane. He's been finding his moments in team fights. I think Supa has been just a focal point of where you can find success for MKOI.
Yeah, and I think back to that playoff run, I don't know if it was in spring or summer last year, where he just went Super Saiyan mode and just like killed everyone. But the thing with Supa is that when I think about him, I don't really have that one champion that he really stands out on. He's very stable and very generically good, but like it's not like sometimes you think about Upset Seri or Hansama Draven, like Supa doesn't have that champion, it's like Sivir. I would like for him to solidify himself as like a main threat when he gets his things, because right now he's just so consistently good, so we're just really nitpicking, but I really want to see what he can bring out.
I mean, I see a lot of fans calling him Supayushi or Supace. That's a hard name to live up by, honestly, but so far he's been putting in the work for MKOI. On the side of Fnatic, though, I feel like every year we come into every season wondering what is going to be Fnatic's identity. And I've talked to Calist on my stream at the beginning of the week, and he was telling me that he doesn't think Fnatic's identity is going to be that much different from what we've seen last year. The only downgrade for the team looks to be Mickey, obviously, but he doesn't expect the dynamic of the team to change that much.
Yeah, it turns out if you've already put too much vanilla into something, it just kind of tastes like vanilla. And it feels like that's what we're getting with Fnatic. It's the same, we're going to go bot, we're going to play around bot, we're going to make sure that they're safe, and that just is going to be the continuation over and over and over again. And even though you've replaced some of those pieces like Lospa coming in, like I don't really see that identity changing. We're still seeing Lospa heavily around that bottom side, Razork playing to that bottom side. That just continues to kind of just be that threat for Fnatic.
Yeah, we need some white shock strawberry going on here, because I don't know what's happening. I looked at the stats actually for Lospa. Look at the stats right there. The AD carry proximity at 8 and 14 you see there, and he is by far the highest in the league, sharing that with Reckless on the first one there. So he doesn't leave his AD carry a lot. They're kind of holding hands, being all lovey-dovey down there. I would love to see today Lospa link up a little bit more with Razor, because I think the game is being pushed through that support jungle. We see Alvaro and Elioya do it very well. We see Yike and Busio did it really well the last game, and I would like to see Lospa and Razor try to link up, because not always will good things happen just because you're holding your AD carry's hand.
Something that we're always looking forward to when it comes to this matchup is the Spanish matchup in the jungle, and Shox is actually standing by with Elioya from what I'm seeing right now ahead of this game. Take it away.
Spanish junglers in the jungle, obviously. So, Elioya, I just wanted to know if you had anything to say to Razork before this one.
I mean, we already did just a picture just now. I think it's the 10th of the over the 5 years. So far, he's still beating me in the head-to-head record, but it's just a matter of time. He's gonna fall today.
Okay, love it. Thank you. I'm gonna go ask for a reply. Good luck, Resort. I hope. There we go. Here we go. Razork, Elioya has good words about you, of course. He's saying that you guys have been playing each other for so long that you still hold the head-to-head, but that it might change soon. Anything you have to say about that?
No, I think Elioya is also a very good player, and I think right now probably the best jungler in the league. So I'm looking forward to beat him today.
Oh, I love it. Very cordial, the colleagues. Go ahead. Good luck. It's time then for Movistar Koi versus Fnatic.
Wow. Yes, it is. Thank you so much for that insight, Shocks.
So respectful.
Humble, respectful. Not what we like to
We'll
see,
have
but
to write the trash talk then. Okay, that's fine.
we have before, apparently, and we will do it again. Razork versus Elioya, the Spaniards going head-to-head, and so far, their pedigree of champions this split has been at least fun on one side. Razork's been Wukong, Vi, Jarvan. Okay, that's the business. But Elioya has stepped up to the Jaces, the Ambesses. So I am hoping that Elioya continues to give us that little bit of spice because...
Aatrox, Kiana, perhaps?
I feel like there's so much for him, like you said, to hit on there.
Well, we'll see what he brings out today. Koi left us with quite the shocker after they got obliterated by Shifters in the final.
I don't think anyone saw that coming.
I don't. Yeah, game 4 of the day, everyone thinking, all right, quick 3-0 weekend for Koi after they took down G2, they took down KC. And you're sitting there thinking, wow, confidently looking like the best team in the league. But hey, LEC, you never know, do you? So we'll see which team shows up today because Fnatic, I mean, we heard it from the comms, their final game of the weekend, listening to Razork in that comms at the very end where he himself sat there and said, we'll take the win, but listen, guys, we're bad. We're bad. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how much work they're able to do. One of the challenges of this format is the quick turnaround, right? 3 games into 3 games into 3 games, like is an intense sprint, and you need to perform on the day. So every win is going to be very important. Only 8 make it through to our playoffs, which means that 4 teams will be on the chopping block. Of course, right now, Koi is in a good position. Fnatic themselves, alongside them at 2 and 1. So as we jump into draft, already we've got the first pick coming through from Fnatic. Vladdy going to get himself the Azir with Talia banned. Jojo, will we get to see a bit of a Jojo special? We've already seen the Yone once today. Is that the direction that Jojo might be thinking, or instead will he go more towards the Rise, which we've seen from him before?
Or are we just going to get the Rumble from Mirwin once again? And what seems to be the strongest champion up in the top lane in this patch. And there we go, 100% presence so far in our Fearless.
It's interesting that it's only 3 wins, 6 losses here in the LEC. Not the most successful champion, but teams still prioritizing it. Of course, there are a couple of answers that you can go for. The question is, does Empross play them? Cassante is available, something we've been seeing all weekend long, but there are things like Aurora that you can play into the matchup, which is very favorable to the Aurora.
I mean, I'm so used to Mirwin that my head immediately goes to that Varus, which is of course banned. Yeah. But like the innovation into Rumble top, I like that you brought up Aurora. To me, that is innovative. And for Empross, we've had Ambessa, Renekton, Rumble himself. So this would be the first Cassante from him, but an honest answer, especially when paired with the Azir. It feels like you can't go wrong with comps like this, unless you're all scaling, in which case you can sometimes get a little bit too slow. We'll see how it gets partnered up. Looking for that jungler now as well, especially with the Pantheon already picked. We know Jarvan's up and available. Surely that's just Razork this game.
Could be. Wukong, I think, is completely fine as well.
Another one.
A little bit more scaling, but what will it be? Jarvan.
Ah, what a surprise.
His prediction.
It's not hard when there's 2 junglers right now. When they're open, they're picked. Slow down on the wind grows.
Oh, Jojo, we're down if you're down.
Do it.
Do it, Jojo, go on.
Do it.
You've played against Vladdy many times before.
Best fan from
I have
Italy.
1 color orange as my honor.
Shout out to that guy.
Fan from Italy, welcome.
The long sign though is Akali gets locked in.
Nice. Okay, Jojo getting a little bit aggressive. Right now, Fnatic doesn't have a huge amount of lockdown for this Akali, so I do like it from Koi. Right now they're lacking wave clear. They do have Rumble's ulti, but they have no way to consistently remove minions from the game. So champions like Sivir could fill that role.
Yep.
But Sivir into Jarvan and Azir does make AD carry sad. So
you don't want AD carries to be sad,
no,
guys.
You do not. Absolutely not. Poppy Band does suggest Rakan.
Or something like a Nautilus we're going to get on 4 with an 80 carry counter pick.
Could be.
Support Cryo maybe for MKoi so that they can find out what Super can tangle with. But you are right in the fact that they need wave clear. It's a very good observation considering that for Fnatic right now, their front to back looks very, very simple. And they're trying to complicate it.
This is the comp that we've seen, I think, every team in the LEC play at least once.
That is a Rakan ban, by the way, if anyone's wondering. It didn't pop up on the screen, but that is a Rakan ban. So we are still getting rid of support.
On the side of Fnatic, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. Poppy being banned very much leads to that conclusion. So Fnatic now on a similar wavelength. Do Koi want to keep banning out the support pool is the question. Do they feel like they need more lockdown? Oh, they're worried about dive from upset, so they're going to take his Kai'Sa away. I think that's completely fine. Right now, I think Koi is thinking about, do they want range, do they want wave clear, or do they want scaling? So it's a question of, do they want Ezreal? Do they want Corki?
I mean, maybe the Rakan was gone because they thought that they might pivot into the Xayah Rakan lane. But I'm not sure at this point as... See what this next band's going to be. That's a Nami. So again, Rakan is the missing band on your screen, and Nami. We thought it would be like a Lucian Nami.
Well, I was actually thinking Corki Nami.
Okay.
But...
Bit of self-appeal.
But yeah, well, that's not going to happen. But with Nami banned, that means Alistair. Woohoo! Nice pickup now. Naturally, the response is something like a Bard, but I hate Bard into Akali. I think that you just give the Akali way too much freedom. Yep. You need a little bit more CC. I think things like Nautilus can be really good.
Felios Thresh?
Felios... Thresh.
What do you think about Thresh here?
It would be okay.
Play with Alistar Engage is not too bad, right?
Well, it looks like Fnatic's going for it.
Nice.
Lost has played 3 Alistar games so far this split, so he's going to bring out the Thresh.
Everything's new.
Champion has 100% win rate so far in the split, and it was today. And that Aphelios did get not 1 pentakill, but 2.
That's true, which is like happened 3 times ever in League of Legends.
Am I extrapolating a decent amount from a single game? Perhaps, but the data doesn't lie.
And on that note, you know, stand with, like, again, 12 KDA on this Thresh with 100% win rate to go with. So that's 1 out of 1 games won. So undefeated, as Fnatic have set themselves up a winning scaling bot lane, and Super has now given himself a bit of self-peel to walk away from the potential dive or into it.
Yep, so it gives the bot lane a little bit more trading power, but still Fnatic should be able to get the push with this wave. Similar for Vladdy, he's going to get push in that wave. And Cassantes, we've been seeing them early on get push as well. So I do wonder if Fnatic actually have 3 pushing lanes in the early game, and whether Razork can use this to his advantage. So far we haven't seen Jarvan's going for super aggressive invades, but perhaps today will be different.
Maybe it will. I feel like Jarvan's today have been pretty good. And Jarvan's in the LEC, granted, not only just with a good win rate, but most of the time, Jarvan's been pretty solid all around. We have some good ones. And let's see if Razork can show it up yet again. So far for Fnatic, it has been a mixed bag. Like, Empros had a pretty good time up in the top lane versus Baus, but outside of that, he's been under a bit of scrutiny with his debut in the LEC. There's been questions about how this team is kind of coming together with a new support, with the mid laner that's come over from KC, with the top laner from the Greek leagues who's trying to make his name. Fnatic, a new style versus MKoi. Haven't changed a single piece. They brought in JoJo last year. It's only been an incline. This aggressive mid laner has so much class. Who doesn't know? We don't know where it ends. Let's see how Canada's feeling today. As the winner of this also moves to 3-1. Bit of a misspeak at the end of the last game. Of course, there are 3 teams now at 3-1. It's Na'Vi, Giant X, and of course, after the win as well, it is KC. So it would be relevant if one of these teams could match up 3-1 at the start of the second week.
I'm happy Thresh is seeing play. I can tell you, Medic is happy, Dagd is happy.
We're all happy.
A lot of happy Thresh fans.
It is a fun champion to watch.
I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I feel like Trimby was one of the supports that told me that, like, this champ This was years ago, I will admit.
Yeah, yeah.
But he did say that he thinks the champ is just really bad and what it can do.
Why is that? Because it self-CCs?
Again, I don't want to put words in his mouth. I can't remember what his logic was.
All right, Trimby, come back.
I just always use that as weight because... oh, Dracos is also a massive Thresh hater. He's the guy. Now I remember.
Okay.
Yeah. He really hates
What did he say about it? What's he upset about?
He just thinks it's bad.
Okay.
But it's 100% win rate. So, again, the data doesn't lie.
I just don't understand when people say things are bad, but where's the...
Again, like, I can't be their mouthpiece.
No,
again,
you can't.
It's one of those things where I'm kind of like, cool. Anyway.
They can tweet at us or something and tell us why. Talk to the people.
I think Thresh is cool. I thought Echo was cool. It lost, but it was still cool.
Echo was cool. Wanted to see a little bit more, but it is nice, again, that we're getting some of these fringe picks that... Again, nice counters. The Anivia into Azir has been like one of my favorites, even though Anivia is not the most exciting champ. This season so far, we've had things like, the Aphelios rise back up as well as Jojo. Quick side note, Vladdy is bopping him away. A lethal tempo up and active yet again, and the Akali until 6. Just going to suffer a bit from the range advantage.
Head in farm, though.
That is what matters.
That is what matters. The thing about this matchup, and the thing about Akali generally in range matchups, is that you want to try really hard to play around the electrocute. It is a nice chunk of damage that can very much swing that health differential. Notice that Vladdy has used all of his pots, and so has Jojo. The passive health regeneration that Jojo should have, he's running the Resolve Tree. So I'm assuming he's running Second Wind, because I haven't seen any bone plating proc, which means that when you combine that with his Dawn Shield, he's got a decent amount of regeneration in the matchup. And again, 21 CS, he has the TP, he's going to come back into lane. He's going to be feeling pretty happy. We'll either buy Amp Tome plus Pots or buy Boots. Those are two. Vladdy should look to try and match in the mid.
Should indeed. And we're always picking up Scuttle on the bot side. You can see the quick reset that's come through from Razork to take topside Scuttle. So nothing too exciting, but I really want to see how they try and punish bot early, at least with Upset and Losper. Meaning, what can Elyoya do? Because we know, again, with the solo lanes, Vedi, we talked a little bit about the dive. We talked a little bit about how we're going to get this party started against, full scaling from Fnatic.
It reminded me of that song. Coming after the better, just this party started. That one.
I know. But I can't think about who sings it. I'm coming up. That's Pink.
Oh, is it?
Pink.
Yeah.
Well, maybe too old.
People are always doing this like 10-year-old stuff.
Yeah.
God, I've never felt older than now.
Yeah, Pink was like early 2000s, no?
Yeah.
Like 20
the
years
peak
ago.
of music. I'm going to say it. Peak of music.
The peak of music was Pink.
I'm going to say it.
Not the
no,
Beatles.
Not Pink, just that era.
Oh,
that
okay,
time,
yeah.
That time frame.
Oh, like with, Green Day and Linkin Park and all.
Yeah. When was Busted?
Busted?
Yeah.
Oh, the song?
The year 3000.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Remember? Well, that obviously was
late
the year
90s,
3000.
early 2000s.
I'm telling you, man, there's so much peak music.
I will say...
Kids these days don't know what they were missing.
I mean, it would have been weird for, new players of League to see, Linkin Park, come to League and we'll be like, who are these guys? But for all of us, we're like,
I feel like
oh my
Linkin Park
God.
has to just be that famous, though, right? Surely.
Yeah.
Even younger generations know of Linkin Park.
Yeah, but, I mean...
And if they don't, it's our responsibility to educate them.
Yeah. See, for us, it was just like, oh my God, that's still... I'm still in disbelief that they were there. But, yeah, that's so cool, no?
I was a big fan of Paris. The one that did a world song back in 21.
Yeah.
The one with Showmaker. That was like the lead.
Oh, but is that Burn It All Down?
I think it was. Yeah. I was a big fan of her and her band. And Paris was a cool group.
We've had some pretty cool songs.
Anyway, back to the game.
Yeah, sure.
Losper, you gonna land a hook?
Okay, there it is. Vedi called it, and now Razork's going to live it. Dark Passages there, the flayback, Alvaro flashes, flag. His match, Razork with the fancy moves. Cal down first blood. Fnatic looking for a little bit more, but already used their engage. They'll just take the kill and give it over to the jungle.
Very nice play. Jojo.
All in flash, and big moves from mid as well from Vladdy, but he's just auto-attacking down. Jojo is going to get on out, and he's already used the ulti. That's why he can't reciprocate. But flash burn while Vladdy holds his.
Very close in the mid lane matchup. But it is Fnatic that secure first blood in the bottom lane. Nice hook into Flay, into Lantern coming through from Losper. A tried and true combo that's kind of ironically, like 10 years old at this point.
I mean, more, yeah.
I mean, it's just very solid, very effective. Alvaro did commit the flash, but it was not enough to get him to safety. Oh,
Embros has the ulti right to the turret. The knock up there, flashed away from Mirwin, but he's not out of dodge yet. No way. Embros waiting for the cooldowns to come on in, but unfortunately a little bit too far, and so is Mirwin. He'll get out scathed with his flash down, but Embros uses it as well.
Bonus movement speed. Mirwin got there from his W. Enough to just barely get him out of Embros' range. Having those tier 2 boots probably helped him out a decent amount as well, but ends up being a trade of flashes. Now, Elyoya.
And with those trade of flashes, there's kill threat here. Good stun timing. Elyoya's going to help get the kill to Mirwin. A fantastic punish for MKoi.
Okay, so Elyoya gets himself involved in the action a little bit. Getting a nice counter gank on the top side. I say counter gank, that Razzle wasn't there. But still, makes it work. 1-to-1 in kills. The gold remains dead even for now. Bot lane. Super wants the last hit that minion. Upset doesn't want to let him.
Super stepping up with Crescendum up and available. Upset though, taking a bit of burst damage from the Corki. So pretty even as the push comes in as well. Upset feeling pretty confident with a small gold lead here himself as well.
Look at Jojo in the mid lane. Built up a 200 gold lead just by himself. He has about a 2-wave advantage in the mid lane matchup. Typically, we know this as an Akali-favored matchup. The laning phase can be quite difficult, but not for Jojo.
Steps in, Vladdy pushes him back yet again.
He's
the
got
ulti
kill.
out once again, and you're right, the kill threat is there, but it's going to be used to get on out. Cataclysm follows up from Razork though, and Jojo goes down. Maybe it would have been better if he sacrificed his life as Death Sentence connects in bot lane. There's the ulti as well, and a flash in. Fnatic full commit onto Alvaro with the exhaust and the Crescendum up and available. Upset with his first kill of the game.
Okay, Fnatic. They're willing to go toe-to-toe against Koi. A nice gank from Razork in mid lane. A bot lane 2 versus 2 victory. And I mean, Aphelios Thresh. This conversation, I think, really needs to start happening about how strong this bot lane 2v2 is.
As soon as that hook lands, it's open season. Upset going to go back, and we're going to question how close to this first item he really is. Probably not there yet, but regardless, feeling pretty good here for Fnatic down bot.
Bang going to be started. Upset didn't get a chance to reset. Still has red-white. Very powerful gun combination.
Razork has no ulti, by the way, as Elyoya hovers in that little alcove ready to pounce out. Vladdy's coming in from an angle. No ult for him as well. At 1200, Fnatic are backing off. They think, no, we don't have anything. Leave the dragon be. And MKoi will pick up the first of the game.
Well, I will admit, a decent amount of time wasted there, I think, from the side of Fnatic. Just kind of watching, spectating. Upset ideally would have already gone back to base in that time, but I understand why they would think they could fight for that, but no ult for Razork, as you highlighted, no ult for Vladdy. It was going to be a difficult skirmish for them to take, so instead they decide to back off. Dragon secured for Koi. And we didn't talk about that mid lane skirmish, but Jojo, he realized that Vladdy had flash, so it was a flip. He could either try and predict the flash, or he gambles, goes underneath the tower, and hopes that he can get a kill. He decided to escape because he thought, there's a way for me to get out of this. Yep. But Razork wisely holding on to his ulti so that he could follow the Akali who tried to escape. Obviously then makes it look like that Jojo made the wrong decision. But the logic does track for Jojo. He really thought he could get out.
And here we go again in
and
top.
Mirwin get out.
Cataclysm there, but Elyoya's back again. It's a reverse hot pot, and Elyoya engineers it into an engage onto Razork. The all-out use, but there's no wall. There's no wall for Emperor, so now he's in a 1 versus 2. He's squishy and burnt asunder. MKoi keep counter-ganking top so damn well.
Nicely done by Elyoya. He reads the play well and is ready to react. The ulti from Mirwin as well on top of that. It's so much damage. I love your use of the reverse hot pot, because it definitely very much felt like that. I'm not that big of a fan of hot pot.
It's one of the best mills in the world. You know, it's the community around it.
Sure.
As Mundo says, it's all about the community.
What Mundo says? Does Mundo say that? About hot?
No, he's one of his
Does he say that?
He talks about the community. Yeah, he does.
Of hot pot specifically?
No, it's not hot pot specifically. It'd be strange if he was. But
not that strange.
I mean, look, honestly, who doesn't love... I mean, look, veggies, if you're into veggies, if you're into meat...
I don't love hot pot. I enjoy hot pot, but it's not...
But are you only having spicy? Are you going to Heidi Lau? What are you doing?
No, I'm not only going spicy.
Okay, well...
In fact, I can't eat spicy food. I never go for the spicy.
Then change your broth. You know, change it up. Get
it might be because the the options of broth that I have as a non-spicy eater limit my enjoyment.
No, they're not. There's a pork broth. You know, like pork. There's a mushroom broth.
Never had a pork broth before.
Well, try it out
when we
next
were
time.
in China, I had a lot of tomato broth.
Yeah, that's a rookie error.
It is, really.
Tomato is tomato is a soup. Good. Tomato is a broth. Doesn't absorb. Don't know what that person shouted out, but it better have been pork broth. Otherwise, we do have security around the studio. Now, big side note, as Fnatic hold this 700 gold lead, we're kind of just chilling and waiting towards this next dragon. 2 minutes 15. First item will be built, and that's a bridge towards this next fight. And Vladdy is the person I'm looking towards. With Nash is almost there. He's going to get engaged on Shuriken Flip and everything connecting. Jojo doesn't even just Shuriken Flip back for MKoi as they get knocked up. It's Razork looking to run in. And Jojo gets out unscathed as well. The setup was brilliant. Once again, is Upset versus Super. Here we go. With Severum up and available, I think Super could be in trouble. He walks it out. Big one in pocket. And Losper coming nearby.
Looks like a pretty even trade between the two AD carries. Alvaro needs to get back to bot as quickly as he can, though. No, I was thinking, does Elyoya have ulti? Oh.
Cataclysm, Shuriken Flip. Razork just needs a Q into
Either of
the
them will
fog.
do.
Wait. Oh my God, on the tip. Yeah, Jojo, greedy, but this is his play style, isn't it?
Nicely done by Razork. I mean, this man is doing everything he can to make stuff happen for Fnatic in the early game. 3-0-0 on the Jarvan. The Sundered Sky secured, and Jojo, he just wanted to push out mid-wave. That's all he wanted to do. Normally, junglers shouldn't be here to match him. And he's like, what are you doing here, buddy? Come on, let me clear out this wave. And Razork said, no, not today. Vladdy's going to come back into mid, push out another wave, get himself a plate on that tower as well. And that goal difference between the two mid laners is really non-existent. The junglers have really been the name of this game. 2-0-1 for Elyoya, 3-0-0 for Razork, farming up a storm. And that Spanish rivalry, they showed a lot of respect in the pre-match interviews that Shox did do.
They did.
But on the Rift, it's nothing but fists being thrown.
Yeah, see, there was respect from junglers, but from, KC towards Jojo, that was a different story, wasn't it? If you missed Twitter, this is what's been happening behind. So the rivalry obviously extends further out. I love Jojo's response. You're next, little bro.
I mean, there's been a lot of history, of course. A lot of the banter happening last year as well between KC and Koi. Jojo embracing it fully. Today he was calm from what I saw on social media. We'll see if he throws any fists depending on the result of this game. But I always love the trash talk that we get from Jojo, something that he's brought from NA and has continued to showcase. Currently 0-2-1 on the Akali. Of course, Razork has decided that he will make it his mission to ruin Jojo's day.
Oh yeah, hook, close.
But now with the quest being completed, people move away from their lanes. Around that 12.5, 13-minute mark is when a lot of those quests were completed. Dragon is up. Fnatic will use their mid control to move into the bot side river. But it is Jojo that makes his way to bot lane first. The Dragon already started, though. Fnatic not wasting any time.
Jojo coming for an angle. Maybe the afterthought here for MKoi. Dragon at 2k. Potential steal from Elyoya. Look at where Jojo is. He's tagged out first. Shuriken Flip, though, lands onto Upset. For Fnatic, a flank possible, but Jojo doesn't want to go in. At half HP, Fnatic are taking the front of the fight. Finally, that Akali sends it, and onto Razork, the ulti into the wall. Anyone will clean this up, you have to think, but now look at Upset. With Caliber, with Severum, he flashes over the wall, he gets out, but he's done his damage. He's done his job. Vladdy chased up by Elyoya, who cleans up the rest of the fight. And it looks good for Fnatic if you're watching one angle, but the rest of MKoi clean their mistakes. It's a 4-for-1, and the fight is done.
A monster team fight for Koi as they just completely obliterate Fnatic in the river. That TP from Mirwin was huge. The amount of backline threat that he threw down, you could really see the damage that he was able to do. Keep track of this TP that comes down from Mirwin. He's going to use it to come in from the flank. Joins alongside Jojo, sets his sights onto Razork. Jojo fumbles the ulti as he tries to get away from Upset. Meanwhile, Razork going in, following up on the engage from Alvaro. Immediately shuts down Losper, turns his attention onto Vladdy. And Upset, well, I mean, he's got nowhere to go. After Mirwin lands a really nice ulti to cut off his escape route. Super comes in.
Bro, I think that was the most bronze mechanics of Quali, but I baited them.
He did bait them indeed. I was so focused on him because we've been talking a lot about Jojo, but yeah, it was everyone else who really stepped up to the plate. Elyoya continuing that Spanish rivalry, and junglers continuing that highlight. MKoi put themselves in a fantastic position. 1,500 gold lead. Herald is now up, and they feel like very powerful, especially with Mirwin now heading towards the second item. A lot of burn coming from this Rumble.
I mean, Mirwin is a player that I think I specifically have had my eye on because of the introduction of Alfari to the roster.
Yeah.
We heard about what Alfari was able to do as a coach for Broken Blade in the past alongside G2. We actively saw so much improvement from Broken Blade. And I feel like Mirwin has been so consistent this split. I feel like his lanes have consistently gone very, very well. And of course, there was that Shifters game that did happen. But overall, I think he's been super solid, very reliable, very consistent. Now, of course, how much of an impact Alfari as a coach alongside with the coaching staff has on him, we can only speculate. But cool to see that as a player, he's coming full guns blazing into this LEC Versus tournament. Let's see if he on this Rumble can be the difference maker when it comes to closing out this game, because the lead that they have solid for Koi, but it's not game defining just yet. Upset and Vladdy are on to scaling champions that will progressively get stronger as the game continues. And while right now it is Koi that is dominating on the objective front, 2 Dragons, 3 Grubs, a Rift Herald, everything going the way of Elyoya. Fnatic only need a single fight to turn this game around, as we've seen from them last week.
Oh, yes. And with this comp, I mean, this is a single fight comp. This is a back to front. Betty, this is almost 2-item Felios. Death Sentence doesn't connect. Exhaust is there onto Razork. Ambitious from Alvaro, but he does have Unsealed Spellbook, so he'll just rotate around to heal. Next objective is that Dragon at 145. MKoi have done their due diligence, stacking this up earlier in the game. So it is up to MKoi as Upset just steps up to Super in the wave. Now, Super does do some big damage with that Trinity Force, but with Stormrazers, Upset's looking pretty confident.
He certainly is. He knows that he can win out on these trades, but he's a full level behind Super. Alvaro's been roaming a ton in this game, and that has allowed for Super to get a little bit more solo XP. But again, we kind of wait for that Dragon spawning in about 1 minute 10 seconds. Upset continuing to just farm through these waves in mid. Nice combination of guns for now, ahead of this Dragon fight. I imagine he'll lead through the ammo. Let's see what item he can pick up. Is it enough for the Infinite? In fact, I can check.
Please do.
He's sitting on, well, 5 gold as I switched over. So BF Sword seems to have been purchased.
I think so. So IE coming
Oh my
next.
goodness, but look at Super's items. Yeah.
You like that. Every Corky player like that.
Muramana Spike is a big one. Ideally, Jojo gets those boots. The tier 2 Sork boots are very nice.
Quick side note, I'm just looking up Corky win rate so far. We're at 30%. 3 and 7 in the LEC.
Oh.
After 10 games, and I thought so because I've had some failures with the Corky. Just hasn't been the pick. And I mean, to be fair, we were letting Varus through in week 1, maybe a little bit too much. Everyone's answer into Yunara, into maybe less so Varus. Was to pick up this
People
Corky.
didn't want Varus to still be meta, but you cannot deny him.
We can if we ban him.
That is definitely what the teams have done in week 2.
Yeah, so rightfully so. I think that needs to keep on happening.
I'm a little sad that Malphite just disappeared.
True.
I feel like the nerfs didn't make him useless.
It's just one of those picks here in this region that we're just a little bit shy on, you know?
Seems like it. All right, well, this looks like Fnatic's first objective of the game.
True, but TP means if they're going to get out with it or not is going to be answered. Jojo.
Very little, I think.
Wondering. Fnatic are in a clump, though. Hook doesn't connect. No one to really capitalize on that, and Alvaro wasn't willing to get over the wall. Lack of vision as well.
Carl isn't going to do anything.
Not at all. It just sits there and gets walloped on. And that was a waste of a Herald.
Well, Koi kind of just standing around.
Yeah.
I really expected them to be more eager to contest that. Maybe they felt like they weren't strong enough.
One person clapped, really liked it. All in and the flag and drag. Wow, what a combo. It's clean, but they need to finish the job. The flash out from Jojo at no HP, and he's out. He could go as Razor can't catch up. MKoi, their mid laner, somehow does it. Grabbing him out, though. The fight's not over yet for a flag and drag. Jojo is just simply over the wall, but they don't know. They do not know, and Jojo getting out was true robbery.
I think Super also got the mid-tier 1 off the back of that, and 2 plates as well.
Hot damn.
Earlier, Jojo said that he demonstrated some bronze Akali mechanics. We'll have a look at some challenger ones right here.
Hell yeah.
He gets targeted by 2 members of Fnatic. They know where he is, they just don't have the skills to hit him because he is sitting in the Shroud. Now, the Pantheon arrival is super important because flash into R, into E, and then immediately ults away to safety. Bit of a skirmish in the top lane.
Death sentence, flip. Not taken though. Maybe in a little bit of trouble actually. 2 members of Fnatic running for their life all of a sudden. Flush from Lost, but wants to get out of there. The flip is good, but it's onto Alvaro. Death sentence to follow up, all out as well, but Alvaro just flushes. The Unbreakable Will saves his life. A bit burned, and Fnatic are really grasping at straws here. 2 plays back to back that are hurting them a bit.
Karos.
Yeah,
For a bit of a trade of his own.
But he squishes, he flashes away. They need more than that. LEC eventually will burn his own summoner. That's because Upset has arrived. Double TP. MKoi say, let's go. Baron?
Perhaps a bit over eager. I mean, they really could think about a Baron. They have 1 ward from the side of Fnatic in the area. Jojo, yeah, I don't think you're going to get in range of Vladdy right now. Hang on a minute. But there's a Mewin behind him.
There is indeed. So Vladdy's in the middle of the wave. And the old KC mid lane is in a hell of a lot of trouble. He just used the shifting sands. Empress Divide still available, only gets 1, and in goes Jojo. Mewin picks up the kill. Well, meanwhile, Alvaro went walkabout. That's free range cow right there, and he's brought a friend. Super rolls on in, he's exhausted, he thought I could do it. Barrier, flash out over the way. MKoi are getting real busy, and they're going to bring Elyoya in on the package deal as well. Razzle re-engages, Mewin survives for so long. Upset has all the crescendo, but he gets 1 tap. This game has gone completely yuck, and he sacks into the pen. We go and shut the gate. Razork's flashed out. He's running for his life, hitting the flag and drag, and he finds it, but Super's also chasing. While meanwhile, Emperor says, I ain't going to be a part of this, and just hits the side wave.
Okay, we're playing a new minigame. Can Jojo get a kill? Because every time he comes close, it gets taken away, and it starts with this one on the top side of the map. It's Mewin that secures that pick on Vladdy. Then Alvaro trying to get some deep vision, but he gets caught out by 2 members, the Thresh and the Jarvan. Super is there to help, but the exhaust comes down to mitigate his damage. He's forced to burn all of his summoners, and now look at them, enclosed in this space. Fnatic look like they're lambs to the slaughter as Mewin flashes in, but Upset's able to get 2 kills off the back of that, killing both Jojo and Mewin to turn that situation into
I have 7 assists.
He just complained about it.
Just said, I have 7 assists.
He wants the kill.
There's nothing more frustrating as an assassin player than to just not actually assassinate anyone.
True. The pings are coming down on the team.
He hasn't upgraded his boots.
He has not.
I do feel like that is a misplay.
That is indeed.
Like
he'll get a kill, then he'll do it. Maybe he feels like, you know, people don't buy something nice for themselves unless they feel like they deserve it.
I see.
So he's got to get the kill, then he'll treat himself. He's got 2 items at the very least. I mean, this kill is on the way, but...
Well, while all that action was happening, remember that Emperor did get the bot tower. He just secured the top tower as well. So we're 2-2 in towers.
And the gold has shrunk to 2,500. So MKoi, this game is not secure yet. A dragon over to Fnatic.
Definitely isn't. I mean, Upset is strong with a K. That K
is strong on a ward, by the way. Baron begins. Upset with the perfect guns. Calibrum Crescendum. But he's going to pull off a little bit in the Crescendum tank. Doesn't want to really utilize it now. Fnatic are just going to do their due diligence, as they should, clearing these wards. Alvaro found out, flag and drag, trying to pull the Unbreakable Will. They get him with the Zeke's Convergence. So
that's a big ulti gone, though.
That is a huge ult.
They're just going to go back to Baron. Yeah, they're going to start this one off straight away. They know if Felios is here, just melts through this objective.
The gun choice is still nice. Jojo's going to TP, as you said. MKoi running the river right now. Upset has run through his guns. He's now to grab him. Calibrum is about to run out. MKoi, as they run through this river, it's Alvaro who can't face check, but needs to find a perfect engage. Baron at 6k held onto. Elyoya is not letting it de-aggro till now. Jojo now found out. Mewin running in. Fnatic backing off.
Well, I think that Fnatic's pretty happy with that. They got Jojo's TP out from him. And I'm pretty sure they also... No, Mewin, I think, was already there. He didn't have his TP available.
Going to get mid.
Can they kill this tower, Jojo?
Razzle's going to show up. Couple more autos. In a turret. Ain't bad for MKoi.
All right, so it ends up being a win for Koi because they do get that small gold advantage, and they have position on the dragon as well, which Fnatic now cannot contest. So that's going to put Koi on soul points, which is a scary place for Fnatic to be, but eventually they want to fight, so I guess it's not the end of the world. Vamp Scepter being completed for Upset means he has a little bit more sustainability. But Super, in terms of itemization, is right there next to him. What will Koi's next play be? It looks like they're looking for a fight.
The crowd knows. Onto Jojo. Graviton's there. He finds his way in, gets his kill. And now that he's out with a triple engage from Alvaro, who found his ult again with the equalizer down, MKoi are stonking the fight. All out here from Empross helps out a little bit, but Fnatic have already lost their core members. 3 in the ground, 1 more down. Empross now will find equal ground. 5 dead, and MKoi get the dream jungle fight.
A beautifully executed team fight from Koi. They kill all 5 members of Fnatic, and they only lose 1. An ulti just gets thrown into the jungle. Jojo looks like he's going to die right off the bat, but they one-shot Upset. He doesn't have his flash, he pops the parry, but it disappears in an instant. Look at that Rumble ulti too, right in the choke point. The GA will come through from the Jarvan, but it doesn't matter. The damage is just too much. Super did end up dropping. I missed in the chaos of that fight how he ends up falling. But yeah, I mean, Fnatic know what this means. It's a Baron secured for Koi. A 5k gold lead now to round out the day.
And LEC with GA off the back of that as well. 3rd item on the way for Jojo, and calculating items because that burst is so exceptional. In that last fight, Mirwin, you mentioned the layering of the equalizer. I think Mirwin's had a terrific game, as we were already highlighting a little bit earlier too. LEC has just been switched on, and while these jungle battles have been really fun, it's now clear who the succeeding Spanish jungler really is in LEC. MKoi.
I mean,
insane.
We haven't used the name LEC a lot, but he is the carry of this game.
In context of this year or today?
Today.
Today. I was like, I think we've used LEC's name a lot.
That's 100% true.
Yeah.
I mean, he is confidently claiming the title of best jungler in the LEC. Of course, he's going to have to fight Skumon for that after Skumon's, destruction of LEC after last year's summer final. But yeah, what a performance he's had. Just at the right time, his ultis have been spectacular. And right now, he is working with his team to lead them to another big victory. Imagine that, starting off the split, they get a win versus KC, get a win versus G2, and a win versus Fnatic. The top dogs of last year.
Yeah.
Taking them all down.
That puts them top 4. Of course, Shifters are the best team.
Yeah.
So
I reckon we must be close to the circle of suck now in the LEC.
we must be. I don't know how it connects anymore.
But it's got to be, we've got to be almost there for sure.
It's definitely I feel like every winter, like last year was the same, we were like, hang on, so G2 weren't at the top, and then Koi doing this dance, and then best of ones do that to you.
Yeah,
and it is nice. It means anything's possible, no matter where you are in the standings right now. Okay, Empross, what does he have against Jojo? Both level 16. Jojo, the damage right now. He's got a little bit.
Empross, yeah, that's a lot of magic resistance, and Jojo does not have a lot of magic penetration. Did get those boots, which will help, but not enough, I feel.
There's by the way, 3-level lead between junglers right now. It's worth mentioning.
It certainly is.
Hang on. I want to see some more damage. Oh god, that's satisfying.
An AD carry. This should help.
Yeah. I mean, it was already fast enough, but in the turret down, 7k. MKoi.
Here comes Vladdy. Is this a play?
He'll slowly get there if he was isolated, but you're right, Vladdy's going to ulti out, but Vladdy could be in trouble. Jojo, will he go back in? Yes, he will, but Flash. Vladdy on the hands. Props to that mid laner.
All right, well, Jojo overstayed his welcome far too much. So, I think the AD carry was basing, LEC was basing, Alvaro had already based, and Mirwin was in top lane. So, Jojo overstaying his welcome.
But you're 7,000 gold ahead, and you know, you got to take it.
I mean, he didn't.
He didn't take it technically, but he was willing to play.
That he was.
That's what we respect
on his support Akali, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 2 kills now, so.
That's true.
He's a little bit more dangerous. Getting a Zhonya's next, and.
I mean, his scoreline is dangerously close to Alvaro's, that's all I'm going to say.
Oh, yeah. Alvaro needs 2 kills, and then we need the damage shots. I mean, to be fair, though, Jojo's done a lot of damage this game.
I mean, Jojo's, of course, had a very solid game, absolutely. Just a bit of a blunder there, staying on the bot side. We'll buy a little bit more time for Fnatic. Here comes that soul fight that we were talking about earlier. So it's pretty much all on Upset. I feel like Vladdy has some damage available, but not really the same kind that we're used to seeing from it at Zia.
We'll speak of the Canadian, by the way. Angle being played here. He teleported for this. Upset is the one walking. Jojo, all it takes is a bit of vision here. As you can see on the left side of your screen, there is a ward right there. Now spotted out. Thank you very much, observers. A bit dark. They don't know where Jojo is on this flank. Koi is starting off the Dragon. This would just be Soul. Fnatic have to walk in for the fight. Jojo about to walk towards them. Unbreakable will there. Jojo's angle. I'm still looking towards it. Soul is down. And Fnatic just get hot-potted yet again. There's Jojo in. On to 3. Flash has already burned from Losper. And Upset dead in an instant. The public perfect execution for the mid laner of Koi has done enough, while the rest of Koi clean through the front. Vladdy on his escape path, but Elyoya's movement speed will help out. A double over to the Spanish jungler, and the best Spanish jungler in this game.
Wow, a 5-for-0 ace. A flawless team fight for Koi in order to close out this game. An impressive performance from them as they look to join the other teams at the top of the standings with a 3-1 scoreline.
A 3-1 start to week 2 is big deal here in our round robin of LEC Versus. MKoi will take down Fnatic. And right now we're thinking this could be the best team in the LEC at the very start of this week. The Spanish fans have a lot to be proud of here, as with an interesting game, MKoi cement themselves even further up.
They're fishing for a couple more kills. They get another one onto Upset. But very nice game from them. 8-0-11 scoreline for Elyoya.
Oh,
that man, early game, spent a lot of time helping out Mirwin. He was really good on the counter ganks. He was very good at kind of mitigating the impact that Razork was really starting to snowball in the early game. And then, yeah, in the team fights, he worked beautifully with his team. Koi looking strong. That Shifters game very much feels like a long-distance memory now after a performance like this.
Very, very true. And you can show your love voting for your player of the game at LEC on X, Mirwin, Elyoya, or Super. Man, an impressive team. You're right, Shifters out of the back of our minds, because other than that, MKoi have shown brilliance to split. And you're right about the Mirwin point. The consistency that's come out of this top laner, yeah, it hasn't been super spicy picks, but Mirwin on these solid top lane, well, let's call them dynamic champions that can, play 5v5s, can survive lane. He's been great on that. And it is really good to see Mirwin develop as a player where he can do everything.
We'll see if he can keep up that consistency, right? That becomes the big question. We are, of course, only at the very start of the split. But Koi, to me, they look like the strongest team in the league right now. What matters, though, is consistency. We know this team wants to be a multi-title champion in terms of winning pretty much consistently throughout the year. And we'll see if they're capable of doing it, because remember that G2 ramping up now, especially after their loss last week. We won't get to see these teams compete against each other until we get to the best of series in our playoffs. But yeah, in theory, on paper, Koi's competition only kind of gets easier from here.
KC Blue, GX, Los Returnes. It's all about Koi right now as we talk to Super. Thank you very much, Shox.
I haven't even done anything yet, but he did. Super, he's also up for Kia Player of the Game. Congratulations. How was the game for you?
I mean, I think we started a bit shaky, but I think we were pretty calm. I was pretty calm, just playing my core key scaling,
Yeah.
I will say it was completely chill game.
It was completely different from the Yunara games that you played last week. Some people say you're a Yunara abuser. What do you say to them?
I mean, I just wanted to prove Thef wrong.
Oh.
So I just did it for him. But yeah, I mean, if ADC role right now I think is pretty broken. So if we can choose the most broken ADC in the meta, I will choose it,
Yeah, but we saw a lot of Aphelios today as well with the Thresh. We even saw someone getting 2 pentakills. Like, is that a record you want to break?
I mean, I was talking with Tony about that, and I say, maybe I get a triple pentakill and you get the ball, like in football, no?
Yeah.
But I think it's really, really hard, so happy for Ice.
We're happy for Ice, of course. Maybe you do get 3 pentakills going forward. Now, talk to me a little bit about your year. You just said you wanted to prove something, and I feel like you often have that. You often just want to prove how good you are, which we've seen it many times. So how do you feel in this year so far? Also with the information, of course, coming from Melza, that he's looking at everyone and how they are doing.
I mean, my expectation this year is I just want to work really hard and just focus on what I think is the correct place, just keep improving. I don't mind that we lose into Shifters because I realize some things I need to be more focused in the official. And for me, the regular season is a learning process to reach the playoffs with a really good plan.
Absolutely so. Now you have come into this season, I think, as one of the best teams at 3-1 currently. Why do you think you've had such a good start?
I mean, we could do better in the start.
It's true.
No, but we are doing better than other times. So, I mean, I think we are playing better in the officials than last year's. I think we were really inconsistent in the stage. So, I think we are, I would say, have more experience, no, from the Worlds, from the MSI, and I think it's showing up.
Yeah, it's showing for sure. Mirwin is in PGL. Anything you want to say to your top laner?
Sorry?
Mirwin is in PGL. Is there anything you want to say to him?
I mean, thank you for the kill in the Raptors, Mirwin. I appreciate it. I was not having the more resources, and he wanted to give me back to the game.
Super nice. Muchas gracias a ti. Thank you very much, Supa. Congratulations. And now we'll kick it over to PGL.
Thank you so much, Rox. That's super wholesome. Honestly, 80 carries being happy. They have 7 items now. Top lane is happy as well. You have enough XP to get over levels. I feel like people are happy in League of Legends this year.
Yeah, for sure. What can I say? In the moment you remove swaps, who would have thought that people are happier playing the game?
I know.
You know, you actually get to lane for more than 3 waves. So yeah, and you actually get to enjoy the game a bit more.
So far, so good.
And yeah, I mean, although Sopa was saying, he told me he wouldn't get the kill, like he was going to give it to me, but he just woke up and auto him. So he stole the kill in a way. So, like, he was basically lying.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a
Covering for
liar.
himself. Yeah, fake humbleness here on this side of
but
Empire.
it's fine. I will let him the kill. He's my boy.
Nice. You take care of your 80 carry. That's
Yeah.
what you need. Otherwise, they get a bit whiny and they cry.
They cry.
You
I mean,
never want
Supa
to
is
have
the
that.
biggest crybaby.
You want to pet them so that they're nice to you. Actually, quick question, because I know you're a Varus player, and he's a Varus player as well, of course, being an AD carry. Who's the best Varus at MK?
So in this team, I'm the best Ashe, Varus, Theri, Corki.
Okay.
Probably Yunara. I didn't play it still.
Aphelios?
No.
No?
Aphelios
No.
I'm really bad. Supa can get Aphelios. Kaisa probably too, and I think that's all.
Okay. Any AD carries we can see on top lane, actually? I know you teased a couple picks last time I talked to you on stage.
Varus, of course.
Uh-huh.
Is
Varus AP?
Yeah.
I heard about this tech.
The new
It
build
looks
is so
disgusting.
OP, it's so broken, like it's actually disgusting. So yeah, I mean, if it's a good game that you can actually build a Duskandon, an AP, it's really strong. You cannot do it all the games, but you know, if it's a good game, you will take over.
Dagda, I know people complain often when you can play AP champions on top lane. What do you think about this?
I'm down. I love the variety. That's why I loved when you joined the league. You brought so much variety to the top lane. Like, especially because I started in the LPL. I had the Shy. I had the Anivia's tops. I had the Victor tops.
wow.
I had the Azir tops. Like, I am down for anything that's funky and wonderful up in that top side.
Talking about this game, Elioya was Kia player of the game here. Anything you want to say about El Capitan and how he played and how helpful he's been to the team?
Yeah, I mean, he's always really helpful. He's the best captain I had in any team. You can see it in the day by day, in scrims, and all the work he puts. He motivates you to do better, so
Nice.
yeah, my goat. And today he played really well. I think, honestly, we did really good in 2v2, how we played together.
Yeah.
And we come back the game, I think, by doing good plays, just involving ourselves, and yeah.
I feel like
Nice with the win.
everything is going well for MK so far, and I was telling to my analysts before the game, when I talked to teams about scrim results and everything, you're the scariest team with G2, expectedly so, because you guys both made finals last year, and keeping the same team, we expected you guys to have a high level. What do you think makes you so scary and so good right now?
I think we have a playstyle that when we are actually logged in the game, I think we take over games super easily, and you can see that many games we're going to stomp. And sometimes it can happen that into shifters we're not that well in the game, and you know, something can happen, and we just get stomped. But that's life.
It's life.
That's just life.
Yeah, happens. You can't win every time. What do you think about MK and their playstyle this year?
Honestly, I think it's like you guys are by far and away the favorites, at least talking to everyone around the board. And I think that is because you've gotten a very clear identity, and that identity has only gotten better with time, right? Like, we talked a huge amount last year about how it was trying to improve how you play on side lanes and trying to play through that. But it feels like the team fighting and the coordination is so incredibly strong at the moment that it is very hard to take them down. And at the moment, you are the team, apart from the one game, that just feel like the most cohesive at your peak, you know?
Yeah.
You were telling me last time on stage that you have eyes on internationals. I know that you're bot lane as well. Is that something you're keeping your mind on when working against LEC teams, working on scrims. Everything you're doing so far is targeted to getting better at internationals.
Yes, but I would say we focus more on what we're facing. I would say more about focusing on LEC teams first, because like you're not playing against like a ghost, you know, like that image of I'm starting Genji. You're going to play into shifters, Teameretics, G2.
It's not the same.
It's not the same. Every team plays different in the whole world. Like I would say there are not two teams that play the same. So yeah, I would say like we just focus on what we're facing these weeks. Yeah, I mean, we just want to win. We want to reach internationals. As I said, it's what I enjoy the most. I love playing to really good players. So yeah, just sign me in.
One game at a time. And in that sense, I want to pick your brain on the new top laners we have in the league, if we can have them here. We've talked about the top lane class of 2026, so as someone who has innovated and driven top lane so far for the past 2 years, what do you think of the new batch of top laners you have, this one included?
I mean, honestly, I think pretty good. I think the level of top lane is pretty good this year. And I think all the rookies coming, I'm excited to see how they develop. I think they have potential, so yeah.
How would you rank them? I'm not here to be nice.
I would say Minder is probably the best.
Okay, Mainter number 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I think Tracer is pretty underrated. I don't know if I would say second or third, but I would say second for now.
Okay.
Then Empiro's third.
Okay.
Wunder fourth. And then Tao would fifth, but I think it's close to Wunder and then Baus.
Yeah, you were a defender of Tao at the beginning of the day. I want to know what you think makes Tao special so far, because coming from second division into the LEC, not easy, but he's been performing quite well.
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised that if you make that jump from second division to LEC, I don't think it's easy, like to face mentally. And honestly, he has been doing fine. Like you've seen the games, he's playing with confidence, so yeah, just keep doing that.
As kind of the veteran now in the top lane, like when you see these new guys coming in, what do you think is the biggest step up that you think they need to learn coming from ERLs or second division into LEC?
I would say people tend to focus a lot on laning phase only, and they think it's what it's more different from ERL to LEC, but actually how the players involve each other and actually use their leads to play together with the team. And I think that's something like, for example, in my first year, I was just focusing on laning phase, and I didn't know how to play style, and I didn't know how to involve with my team really well. I did many mistakes, and for example, last year I think I improved it a lot, and I'm still working on it, so I would say that's the biggest difference.
A lot of things to improve on, and not a lot of time to do so. I want to check the standings, actually, to see where we end this first day of second week of LEC Versus. What have we learned today, Jagda? I love best of one because everything is chaotic. It's all over the place.
I mean, there are so many ups and downs. The fact that some of the teams I look at they're 3-1, and some of the teams that I look at that are down in the bottom. Like for KC Blue, I think they put on an absolutely fantastic performance. A team that had a lot of people that were underestimating them coming into the league, but they have fought tooth and nail every single game, and I think they've been one of the teams that I've been most impressed by. And then also looking at newer guys like Navi that are coming in, they played absolutely fantastic. It still feels like, even though we're starting to see this separation, there's a lot of teams that on the day could just take 1 or 2 games off each other.
A lot of surprises for sure. Who's your dark horse here?
I would say Navi.
Navi?
Yeah, I think no one expected Navi to be doing good, but
he gets it.
Honestly, since I saw the roster, I think it's a really good roster. I thought I rate them lower in the tier list, but honestly, I didn't remember the roster when I recorded that video of MKOI. So my mistake there. But just by playing into them and you seeing their players, you know that they are going to do good, and they're doing good. So yeah, I hope to see them in playoffs and just playing to them. I think they are a good team. So yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully make finals, as Jagda said at the beginning of the day.
I think they could.
I mean, some delusion doesn't hurt anyone, right? So I want to check the schedule we have tomorrow as well, because I completely forgot who you're playing. I'm going to be honest here. KC Blue, what do we think about this?
I mean, I think we should be winning.
Yeah.
But I see that they're not really consistent. I see that, for example, into KC they played well. I see that they are not losing just by getting stomped. And they're 1-3, people will just say that they're just playing bad, but I think they can surprise you. And honestly, we are not the best when we're playing into a weaker team. So we have to be really focused, not make stupid mistakes, and I think we can get the win.
Not take it for granted. If there's one player you have to be careful about for KCB, who is that?
For what, sorry?
One player you would have to be careful about from KC Blue. Who would that be?
Camilo, my goat.
Camilo, your goat. I mean, yeah, he got a glow up.
Yeah, big time. He's been
honestly, from
fantastic now he's returned. Yeah.
Absolutely popping off on the Rift. That's the story for tomorrow, of course. Gracias por la entrevista. Thank you so much,
problem.
Mirvin. It's been a pleasure. Same for you, Dagda, smashing it as always. And that's all for us here on this side of the world for tonight. We're going to be right back tomorrow, same time as today. Ready check at 4:30 and first draft starting at 4:45. And the LCS is now live, starting with C9 and TL. So head over there for some NA action. The beginning of LCS. Let's go. See you tomorrow, guys.
Whoa, who's doing that? Yo.
Did he bounce?
It was probably me. Oxygen maxing.
Hey, Noah.
Yes. Shut the fuck up.
I love you. Noah, I love you.
Oh, I love you.
Noah, mwah. My team is...
Can you stop shaking the stage?
I'm not shaking.
No one is fucking shaking the stage, it's just a fucking imagination, you peon. Yeah.
I mean, below.
Hello?
Yeah, you can't even speak it, you're so stupid. I don't give a f***, I'm legit alpha male of this team.
Lolo, I'm prime.
You're prime? No, you're not prime.
I'm prime Camilo.
Hold that dodge, there's a TP.
Wow.
I don't think this is going to be a great boss. Wait, what is he? Why did he have no HP? Bro, what?
Prime walking in. Flash gets the double root. The follow-up there. First blood hating them.
If he EQs, he should die. Look Rumble. If he EQs, he should die. Look, Jarvan.
I'm coming. I'm here.
Slow fight.
I feel slow flash.
For the Sion, too tanky. The CC is too much, and just like that, Navi even it up.
Oh, he misclicked the whole.
Front to back.
Yeah.
Kalista. Nice hook.
Nice, winning. Can go mid, okay? I think. Can go mid.
I see.
Nice and break.
Azir
That's behind you guys. I don't think you guys win, by the way.
I think we do.
I'm strong. I'm strong.
Azir. That's ult.
Yeah. Nice, that's
Lucky us.
That's our flash, okay? Glad TP'd on mid turret.
Yeah.
Contact me.
Echo north. I can stop Kled, I'm stopping Kled. Hello, Pantheon.
He's gonna get reset.
I'll flash out. Pantheon no flash.
Yeah, okay, back here.
I built.
I block it still.
Yeah, you can fight.
Hey, we go for upset, they did. Calm down.
Bro, he's 3-4? Yeah. One down. He's down in the ranking. He's gone. We're gonna go for one more. Oh, he flashed.
Kill of 2025! A new wave is coming to the LEC! That's gonna be one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years!
Oh, Jackies! For a bit, another.
Crowd's already been a trash fly. Their rapid, crazy minds riding the arcane again.